Nerdrotic.com.
Hello, young humans. It's me, your old friend, Michael Chabon, and it's story time.
Look upon my work and despair.
Victimizers beware. The racist and bigots' greatest nightmare. Social justice warriors. Get triggered.
It's the bias response team.
If you've been offended, your feelings must be defended. Go! Freedom of expression is a microaggression. Here comes Antifa Freddy. He's always ready to fight fascism with fascism.
Starbucks windows don't stand a chance.
Ethic enhancer. He's a systematic racism finder. Using the powers of screaming and shame, they win every debate by calling your names. They're heroes who think that they're victims. Social justice warriors. Get triggered. Are you looking for me? I'm looking for someone. Where can you be?
Hi, I'm Maurice. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
Gary has a big penis.
Hi, my name's Monroe. You've probably already noticed that I have incredibly blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Brie Larson. I'm an actor. You might know me from Captain Marvel. Or maybe you know me from nothing. Hello. So, I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling like I'm gonna pee a little bit. But there will also be deep conversations. Gosh. Oh no. Anti-racist rhetoric.
I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him.
Inclusive content.
And I'm also saying I don't hate white dudes.
I'm a 25-year subscriber to both Playboy and the New Yorker magazine.
Crazy doing that.
Five minutes later.
Trigger warning. This film has outdated attitudes, language, and cultural depictions which may cause offense today.
And Gary had to pee. Breaking news. Friday Night Tights. Gary actually had to pee. This is a big moment for us.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
that's good.
No.
Oh.
Evacuation complete.
Oh, shit.
Evacuation complete.
Oh.
Complete. Complete. Evacuation complete.
Jaloja! Jaloja! Jaloja!
The key is to have a pee bucket.
Welcome to Friday Night Tights, everyone. My name is Gary Beekler, and I come to you from Nerdrotic.com, and I am live temporarily in San Francisco. I will be leaving very, very soon. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Nerdrotic was just sending me stuff on our move right before the show. Thanks, babe. Love you. And we have an awesome panel of guests, and we canceled Jeremy, by the way. Jeremy is gone. No Jeremy to hate this episode, but I brought in a reasonable facsimile, our internet son, Ryan Cannell from RK Outpost. I am so proud of you, man. I honestly, I am. You've been freaking killing it. What's up, dude?
I appreciate it, man. I'm happy to be here. I'm glad that, Jeremy's gone. You guys divorced, and that's fine. I'm either on one stream or the other. We kind of shared custody kind of thing, but I'm digging it. Back on Friday Night Tights, ready to have some fun. And it has been going well. Sometimes it's good to be lucky, and that's what I've been so far on YouTube. So appreciate the support, buddy.
Hey, no problem. That's all this is. And also taking the place of Jeremy, I can't say he's taking the place of Odin, or maybe Quarter Black Garrett from a little show called Louder with Crowder. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Friday Night Tights. I'm back on it. It's been a little while, but it's good to be back. I'm excited.
Good to see you. Nice mane of hair there. Looks
thank you.
Looks really sexy.
Yeah.
We also have Tom.
It's Maybelline.
Yeah, they're probably racist in some way or another.
That's true. I can't say that.
Did they get canceled this week along with everybody else? Tom Connors from Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Hello, everybody.
From OnlyFans fame. A big fan of Az's OnlyFans. That's very well done, by the way. 5 minutes is impressive.
So much.
I love you so much.
Yeah, I know. I was really impressed that Pierre gave me 5 minutes on that. I was like, hey.
Yeah, that's generous. That's more than enough time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time. Maybe I did it twice.
Yeah.
You never know. You did have kind of like that sad face that everybody has when they're done fapping in front of the computer.
It's called regret. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Sheer regret.
Little mixed with disappointment.
I've had many masturbatory regrets in my life, but you just got to plow through.
Got to move on.
Yeah.
Hi, Az from Heel versus Babyface. How's your week?
Do you know if you lower both myself and Tom, and then lift up Garrett and Ryan, we could have balds versus hairs.
Oh, that's right.
For the stream.
I don't know if I can do that.
It'd be like a West Side Story, but with I know.
It's like a
probably
tic-tac-toe.
I ain't dancing, Az. It just ain't happening.
You can do this. You can do a little bit of this, though.
Yeah, we just one side go like that to each other.
Like this.
And the other side jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. We have a very, very special guest. Comedian, like a real comedian. Like he pays his bills with comedy, like a real person.
For real. Had health insurance from it.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Kurtz Metzger, what is up, my friend? It's good to finally have you on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been wanting to. I kind of want to get you on my podcast real bad.
Oh, I'll go.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Hey, no problem. We have not much to talk about, really. There's a little whisper network that is in the comic book industry, which honestly is the most pathetic thing to report because it ends up being people you've never heard of trying to cancel people you may have heard of. And
that sums it up. Sums the whole thing of somebody from the New York Times wanted me to comment on, like, I would never talk to a newspaper without a PR person / lawyer. That's the law enforcement equivalent. And that's exactly what it is. People you've never heard of trying to cancel people you might have heard of.
Yeah. And they went to a lot of work. So we're going to, by the way, Bleeding Fool did a great article on this. So go check it out, and we're going to go over it in detail. We're also going to talk about cancel culture, comedy, the larcening or the Brie-pocalypse here on YouTube. I'm sure will get brought up. And, I would love to leave the subject behind, but Neeler Druckmann just cannot.
Hi, Neil.
I mean, stop. He's thirsty or something.
Up?
I think
he's a fan. I think he's a fan.
He is undoubtedly watching. He is talking about YouTube videos. He's making jokes as if I'm just laughing.
Is he really? The guy from that game watches like these YouTube videos?
He's getting very insecure. He's getting really insecure.
How do people
Because,
have the time?
Thank you. Who's got time for that?
Between all my
He
Twitter complaining and this, how do I have time?
Right?
I'm gonna go watch my haters.
He should be out congratulating everyone. He should be out, saying we did brilliant sales and all this. But he's not. He's on Twitter and he's getting really insecure about every little criticism that's been leveled to the game because he thought this was going to be his Kojima killer, and Kojima actually just roasted his ass instead, and now he's mad.
I mean, wasn't Kojima's thing not even a Kojima thing? Like,
no, he came back to Kojima Productions. It was Kojima Productions that did the actual little slight at whoever.
Oh, you mean that? Yeah.
Whoever at Kojima Productions, I don't know, but probably Kojima, because I don't think there's any love between Druckmann and Kojima at all.
Just because of that interaction online, or they have a previous?
Well, when Cuckman was talking about The Last of Us, the first game, and he had his panel and he was talking about how he didn't like the way that women were portrayed in video games. One of the women was Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5. So that to me was a clear stab at Kojima, because Kojima was very proud of his characters. And he was very proud of Quiet because he said he created Quiet. And he wanted girls to dress up like Quiet. He wanted them to, he wanted it to be a big cosplay thing. And so he's there having a stab at Kojima. And it looks like Herman from Guerrilla Games acts as a kind of like a media, intermediary between them.
Well, Neil Druckmann wants people to dress up as Ellie, so loose T-shirts and flannel. I believe that's what he's going for.
By the way, if
That's called Colorado.
If the creators of the greatest walking simulator ever made and the greatest bodybuilding woman simulator ever made can't get along,
just don't know
what hope is there for this nation.
I know
she's got good access to roids in the apocalypse.
Yeah, they must have got it.
You didn't like the M. Night Shyamalan twist that Abby was straight,
right?
You didn't think that subverted your expectations?
I thought she was female. That was the twist. Abby's female?
Wait, what? It's a double twist.
Plot twist.
Because I think I saw the real actress, and she's like very feminine looking. Am I wrong?
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
So they made her. They attracted her for the role.
That's the thing. The bodybuilder that she's based off. When you look at her, she's a very attractive girl.
So
when you look at Laura
person?
Bailey, and when you look at Laura Bailey, the voice actress who does,
so it's like Milli Vanilli.
Well, this is a very common thing
Milli
already.
Vanilli Abby is what you're telling me.
Well,
yes,
Milli Vanilli a lot. With Dina, they did the same. They got a face actress for Dina, and they took her face, and then put it onto a body of somebody completely different.
At least Ellen Page looked like herself. We could all.
Well, we've seen this quite a bit already.
Lawsuit pending.
They've defeminized women and they've demasculized men and made them look more like the other. Like, look at the whole social justice warriors thing.
Yeah, everything's just weird. Everything's the same. It's a big
non-binary.
Will you get over Joel's horrific death? Will you get over Joel's traumatizing and?
We just watched our surrogate father get massacred on
that's
stage.
Play golf again.
What they did in that is like shit you hear about in the Congo when they like break in and like not assault the women, assault the dad in front of the to like really break down. That was the ultimate demoralization.
Yes,
yeah.
Why not? Why wouldn't they just make it? Honest to God, if they just said, "Okay, it's new characters. We're going to be coy about if the people are in there," and then we just start with Abby from the get-go, and we see that Abby got like the story of in the original Conan movie, like Abby got her parents killed and she's put on the wheel. She builds up her
Abby's.
Do you know what I mean? I'm already on board. I'm already on board if it was a story like that. Then we play with her for a while. Then Joel rescues her. Then we realize towards the end that her dad was that doctor and she kills Joel. And you already built up a relationship with Abby. That would be
I feel like that could work.
A simple fix. And you could do all because he was
a better story than Druckmann did. Everyone.
He's the talented guy.
That's
the problem with stories these days, though.
That's agenda.
That's the problem with these stories.
Yeah. It's
they come at
first,
it. They don't write anything.
It's the intersectional feminism. It's okay.
Right.
They cannot have a male mentor. They cannot have a male teaching them anything. They have to be a strong, independent woman, and honestly, they have to just wake up awesome. You could say that about Rey. If Rey and the Force Awakens had somebody mentoring her, like Luke actually mentoring her, she'd be a much more likable character.
Right.
Same thing here.
Wait,
You just made
I
too
didn't
much
play
sense.
it. Did
Oh.
is there a part where at least like Abby's dad is teaching her how to, drive one down the green? Foreshadowing scene.
This is a
great
night
swing,
iron,
Abby.
honey.
Keep your head down.
In the flashbacks of the game, Abby's normal.
They played
She's
a lot
got
of mini
normal
golf.
physique.
Yeah, why did she become big? Did they show that?
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. It's like the last flashback is like 3 years, and then it goes 3 years in the future, and suddenly
that could be compelling.
She's like jacked.
You could totally have people on board with this Jack muscle chick and identifying, like Ripley, like to me the gold standard of the woman, the woman action hero.
Yeah.
Ripley, like that was the only one when I was a kid that was like cool to play as like a girl in a video game kind of protagonist. Sarah Connor for sure.
Yeah, Sarah Connor.
Yeah, and it's like why these people are the way they like. Sarah Connor's Jack because a killer robot came together.
Yeah,
and she's like and it was awesome.
And you're like, damn, she could do that. Holy shit, she's.
But they don't want to
badass.
put in even worse than not a man giving you something. It's like they don't want to have the struggle to get where you just are jacked out of the gate.
They're born with it. They just
out of
have
nowhere.
it.
Yeah, you don't have to do
Takes no
anything to
work.
get anything.
But
And
the thing is,
everybody-
right, her flashbacks and Ellie's flashbacks were kind of like mirror images of each other with their paternal relationships, one with an exact father, one with a surrogate father. And instead, they should have literally done juxtapositioning. And they should have had Ellie's flashbacks to her relationship with Joel and how it had blossomed into this paternal relationship. And then he should have had Abby, who's starting off after the death of her father, looking normal, and then using that to start this fucking crazy ass campaign of body development and mind development and getting this team of people together to go hunting them down. That's what we should have been seeing with the flashbacks with Abby. But instead we were seeing, hey, Abby, I'm your dad and I'm the perfect guy. Look, there's a zebra stuck in some wire. Let's cut them free and let them run. It's fuck out of here. You know, she's just looking like a regular fucking girl. All the way through to her going inside the operating theater and seeing her dad dead on the ground. Just normal, regular.
That's the problem. That's what I feel like the problem is with a lot of these stories that are being made these days that we have problems with. And they say that we're racist, sexist, we're all the isms, right? For whatever reasons. It's not the end thing that is the problem. It's how you got there. You know, I'm fine with Rey having all this power. And then I think I could even be convinced of Rey taking on Skywalker's name. If she earned it, if she went through all the stuff to earn it, right? So that's the problem with stories now is that they don't have their characters earn anything. And most of the storylines are just illogical, full of agenda and crap. That's why everything sucks. But if you call it out, then you're called an ism. So,
well, I don't mean to say that comedy is the basis of society and all that, but the very basic block of setup punchline, which is the most fundamental block of the universe, I feel, is so I saw that with comedy with comedy doesn't need to be a setup and a payoff. That he wrote Last of Us 2 like the way when alternative comedy started to get awful, where it's like it doesn't need to be there's like you can do interesting things with it, but it's not like you're making something without atoms. The atom's always a fundamental part of whatever you're making.
There's still a building block there.
Yeah.
Right. And so now that they we're going to make an anti-game that you're going to hate.
Right.
And that's why it's good because you didn't enjoy one part of it. And it's like
the
medicine.
deconstruction. They have to deconstruct everything into these parts. And
like
then
you need to
it doesn't
play.
work.
If you wanted to enjoy, dude,
we don't use the word fun here.
When
that is not
the ultimate,
there's no fun and entertainment anymore. The two are not synonymous.
Right.
Dude, him and Bobby Kotick are the only video game people I ever heard say that. The guy from Activision and Neil Druckmann take the fun out of games.
Yeah,
the only two people I've ever heard use that.
Stupid.
That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
They're making
irony. Sorry, the irony, Kurt, of what you said, what you described. Neil Druckmann gave an interview a couple days ago with some people from IGN where he talked about their initial plans for this game, where he talked about the initial plan was a more open world concept and you started as Abby. The entire first half of the game, you played as Abby. You get to know and understand her history. Then she meets with Joel. And then she spends several days, weeks, months interacting with those people, like trying to come to terms. Can I really do this? Can I really kill this guy that did this?
That's cool.
And then
but then she subverted her own expectations. You're telling?
I think she should have been the character throughout the whole game. I think the whole story of The Last of Us
I like that
should
idea.
have been about Abby. And then right at the end, after you've gone you've had little jigsaw pieces all start to come together, right at the end, they go over the crest of the hill, there's Jackson, and then it pans into Jackson, and there's Ellie and Joel, and you get the final piece. Holy shit, Joel was the guy that killed her dad.
Mm-hmm.
And that would set up The Last of Us Part 3.
Yeah, and but the problem is they wouldn't have sold 4 million copies the first week. The reason they sold those is because you had Ellie on the cover, because it was supposed to be a story about Ellie and Joel. That's what they told us. That's what Neil.
Oh, right.
All the trailers
lied to us.
You sold the vast majority of those 4 million because of the game from 7 years ago.
Exactly.
Because a bunch of normies haven't heard any of this shit going on. They're just it's the sequel to The Last of Us. Let's go back.
That was his. I mean, I guess that's his point of his games. That's right. We were lying because you needed to see this story the way I did it, and not that's the justification for it, right? I heard something like that. It's well, we lie a lot on these promotions, and that way we can really surprise. It seems like pretty a cheap way to go about it, and dude, this could have been. I write for stuff, so I'm always oh, that could have been good. That could just switched. So, or even a female Ghostbusters, everybody hated. I could see how that could be awesome and all female. If they had just hit on that, they're not heroes. They're dirtbag.
Well, it's not even the fact that they were women was the problem. It was the fact that every time they would turn around trying to be the original Ghostbusters instead of doing their own thing. Now, if they would have been
and they were hideously unfunny.
And they picked the extremely wrong cast, or at least piss poor writing, and Paul Feig let him improvise for 2 hours too long.
I think the improv was we're just going to improv our way through this.
If you had a movie about these girls who had this, these paranormal shows are the big thing now. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, they're a bunch of they're nothing but a hoax, but then they realize, oh shit, ghosts are real, and they actually catch it on video and then extend from there. And
right. I agree with you, dude. I think part of it too is they're drawing not so much off of love of the movie, but probably the Saturday morning cartoon.
But you're not helping yourself when you're demonizing your audience before the fucking films come out. Hey,
that's the first.
That's right.
It was a problem.
It's fuck.
Well,
that was the beginning of all this, right?
So at the time,
their own enemy.
Ground Zero. Yep.
Wait, what you just said, Easy. At the time, that was where it was really starting to kick off, and it's weird because this is across society, not just this stuff. That was. Hillary lost because you, the people, suck. It's not and that followed a whole bunch of corporate garbage where it comes out, nobody likes the slop they made, and then it's on you. It's your fault because you got to cover some person's ass up at the top, whose fault it is, and then as soon as it doesn't work out, they're going to put the blame on everybody else, and that's a marketing decision that's been going on. And just now, I think you would see it backfire, but it's a big ship to turn. So there has to be a lot more backfires, and I think you're seeing it. I already feel like it is, even though it looks like crazy.
They did the same with Birds of Prey. It had the same sort of anti-male
Terminator.
But that was in style. And it's just starting to fall apart now. It's like the nation of Wokistan. Wokistan printed too many cancel bucks, so they're they're like a Zimbabwe $1 trillion bill right now. They're not worth. They Zimbabwe'd their currency. But I noticed it, dude, in comedy. I noticed it when Nanette came out. That weird critic versus audience split. Yeah. And so when Chappelle came out and he got we all hate it, and then Nanette was like, "This is that was mind blowing." Just as a comedian, because I mean, I don't even know what other art. If you went to it, if your friend's like, "Hey, you got to check this restaurant out. This is the greatest chef in the world." Oh my god, what are you making? Okay, he doesn't cook you anything. He comes out and tells you that he was assaulted and he's quitting cooking. You're it's the best meal. It's a meal. It's about time I had. This is the future of food. There's no food coming, and the chef just complained. It was the most insane thing. I saw some journalists write, "Well, right now, the smiley mask and the sad face mask. Right now, comedy is in the sad face mask phase." Which, by the way, that's tragedy, moron. That's they're not both comedy. It's comedy and tragedy make drama. All these people fundamentally, And that was always the thing of critics, but
Fucking
at least they kind of had an interest in what they were talking about. Now they have an interest in the blue check mark part of it, and they don't really care about the thing itself. They care about being in with
exactly. They are,
you know,
posers. That's what they are.
Yeah, these are the people we call the Twitterati. Yep.
It's the poser. It's posers took over every major art form.
Yep.
Fucking posers.
And then if you go to that chef that's supposed to give you that meal, and that's what he tells you, said, "What the fuck is this?" They go, "You must not be high IQ enough to understand."
I guess you don't get it.
You're banned for the restaurant. You can't come to this restaurant ever again. We're locking the doors to you. It's like,
or like the video we did where it's like basically where they tell you what it is you should order, not what you ordered.
Yeah. I meant to say a prefix menu. Yeah.
They're serving you what they say is good for you, not what you asked for.
Yeah.
And then when you say I don't like it, you're an istophobe.
Well, a big part of this too.
Well, Kirkman said exactly that with The Last of Us. He was like, it's like the people who really need to listen to the message are the ones that are doing the biggest shouting right now.
Well, that right there, the thing of where I need to teach you a lesson. I'm a big believer in like, you don't need to put your agenda in. Your agenda will just come out on its own subconsciously. If you just like try to tell the story. And if you can make me care, that's the thing. Like, it's a shame because that Abby character, that is your chance, dude, to make someone. I would be like, I don't want to play as that. And then you could have drawn me in and I would be like, oh, wow, that blew my mind. But he was more interested, it seems like, in the stabbing you, like the punishment of it, than the. It's just like
screw you,
kind of like Ryan
it's across,
it's
across the line. Politics, everything is this new Judge Smales from Caddyshack program of you'll get nothing and like it. That's
he was more concerned, I think, with saying I'm so clever, I'm going to take an antagonist who's going to destroy your favorite character from the first game within the first couple of hours, brutally, with torture, with no remorse. And then for the second half of the game, I'm going to craft such a masterpiece of storytelling
I think you're right,
that
dude.
you're going to love her. And you'll be like, Neil, Roses, you're the best ever. How could Kojima even look at you? His eyes would
exactly
burn
what Ryan Johnson did to The
sun
Last
that you
Jedi. Yeah,
are.
It's the same thing.
Are you saying, wait a minute, are you saying that he's like the game creator from Grandma's Boy, but without the sense to steal from a better creator?
Well, there's that. If you want to compare him to J.J. Abrams,
Yeah.
Well, J.J. Abrams, I like all those, because a lot of, we're talking about, or I brought up and then forgot, when Watchmen came out, you know, that guy, I used to love Fringe, for example. That guy is written like, he's a good writer, I think. I don't think he's a bad writer. It's just that he focused on like, he was like, I'm gonna write about this black woman who's an ass kicking something because you don't see enough. And then it's just his interesting character was that guy Bright with the mask, who was like a
Party Balloon. We called him Party Balloon.
Yeah, Party Balloon. That should have been.
It was like Rorschach.
Like, dude, you're not a black woman. Like,
Dollar Store Rorschach.
Rorschach. Yeah.
He got out of his lane with it, and it's like you could see little glimpses of what could be awesome.
There was a good story in there.
But a corporate directive, which they're always, that's the thing is like J.J. Abrams is like a classic, the best human centipede, like the corporation's the front of the centipede. And then they poop their directives there in J.J. Abrams' mouth. And then he shits it in the mouth of the audience.
Somebody please get on that meme.
That's how our economy works. People think it's a trickle-down economic. It's not.
No, you're right. You're
No,
100% right. Because I have to tell people all the time, even Doomcock, I don't know if you know who he is or not, but he says it all the time. How is it J.J. keeps... Well, it's because, like you just said, that is a perfect analogy for what J.J. Abrams is.
But he's like, he's an ideal human centipede head, or was for some time. You know, I think he got screwed big time with it. It sounds like Disney
screwed him. That's why we're getting more leaks that make him sound
more
a
stuff
lot
coming
better.
out.
Yeah, it's very coincidental.
Yeah,
it's very.
He probably thought that couldn't be really done to him like that. You know, because he's a big name, and then shocked. I think Neil Druckmann is all his own.
He's Spielberg's sperm, so you know he thought he was.
Neil Druckmann is his own favorite person.
I think he's
Star
very
Wars
like he was very
genius.
good. He didn't have to convince me he was clever doing all that. Like I thought he was from the first game.
Star Wars
when you have a simple story, he had. I mean, and it's no disrespect, because I think the first Last of Us game is a masterpiece. I think it's incredible, but you have a very simple story that everybody can relate to. A father and a daughter. So you can relate from it from a father perspective. You can relate from it from a sibling, from a child perspective. It doesn't matter if you're male, female. It doesn't black, white. Doesn't matter. You can relate to this on every level.
But
and the other game, this second game, no. He's putting things out. He's like, well, Ellie's now a full-blown gay. She met a girl. She kissed her the night before. The next day, they're in a relationship together. And
That's
then 3
actually
days
pretty
later, they're off
accurate
to
for a
Seattle.
lesbian.
And she could die, but they're totally together. And they're
They only
madly in
miss
love.
in a
So that's
U-Haul.
okay. And
Easy,
then Joel's
I
had his head
love-
smashed in. But meanwhile, Abby's over here, and she's doing this. And she's got her own love interest in Owen. But Owen's actually now got Mel pregnant. But Mel's like not happy with Abby. And then Mel gets killed by Ellie.
Who
and
cares?
It's like, fuck off!
Right?
Fuck
No,
off!
but as he had
all these people and I don't care.
He had
It's
to
a lot,
deconstruct it though, because the story that you guys liked, that he liked before, Anita came in, planted her little seed, and he thought through it, and that story was problematic now. He hates that story. The story that made him famous is a patriarchal story. Father, daughter. You're robbing somebody of their agency. You're not representing enough people. So he had to completely undo it, just like they undid Luke and everything, because it's the equivalent of tearing a statue down. Somebody give me a rad super chat yesterday saying the Lord of the Rings is the one statue the SJWs have not been able to pull down that, but they are going to fucking go for it. But that's what they've been doing over the last 5 or 6 years.
Go watch the extended cut, by the way. Best trilogy of all time. I'm right in the middle of it right now. It holds up 100%.
Don't you think they could have used real dwarves instead of people in dwarf states?
Oh yeah.
You don't think
Right,
dwarves had waited thousands of years for those?
They
roles?
deserve it.
About the Lord of the
Dwarf
Rings,
represent-
haven't we?
What about the elves?
You haven't you,
You
Gary?
can't cast elves unless you got elves, yo.
With the orcs, though.
The complete irony of what Az just spoke about, of how everyone can relate to the first story of The Last of Us. And then 7 years later, you try to give us the story with all these people, with all these, hey, this person's trans, this person's a lesbian, this person's a person of color, to try to get other people to relate to them. They had it right the first time. That was a story that literally everyone can relate to, unless you're fucking insane.
Because
And
stories
that's the problem.
transcend color and race and gender. That's why they stay with us for generations and thousands upon thousands of years. Because you can just read the words of the story, understand the concept, which is the important part, and translate it to your own personal experiences in life. But now we have this vacuous, superficial society where people are saying, unless you physically see yourself on a screen, you cannot relate to anyone. That's the bullshit.
Dude, that's what the goal is now, is to make it, is to teach you that you cannot relate. It's not even possible for you to relate.
Yeah. Right. Well, not only that, it's almost,
which is ridiculous.
It's cultural appropriation.
Dude, it's what they do in prison. I mean, this is how they control prison populations.
Mm-hmm.
You get segregated by your race or whatever, or if you're trans, you go to the trans unit for your own protection. And then that way, nobody gets together and fights the guards, because you have some trustees, and these people
You have trustees, you have
the head trustee.
Tank captains, you have the leaders of each race. I don't know if they still do that, but you could not sell with somebody of a different race.
And plus, dude, if you saw all the really shitty story of that, which I think is the crunch and all that they do to their employees. That's like the worst part of it. And it like sums up that whole thing of like these performative nonsense symbol things, or like Amazon, I'm sure supports Black Lives Matter, but their Black employees can't have a union. This is like a corporate, like the blue check mark person you're telling me about. Like, I'm just like you. That's a new cryptocurrency. Instead of getting paid, like internships ran amok at some point. So all these kids are like angry, and they get paid in blue check marks and access. Yeah. Like the people go, video games are paid. Like, I doubt that. I bet it's just they're paid with. They get to feel like they're part of
the pay is shit.
They get interviews. They
feel important.
They're not even paid at their job, probably.
No.
By the company.
No, I worked right below Insomniac Games, right? Insomniac Games.
Mm-hmm.
I was working at Technicolor. They were upstairs, and I was making more than they were, and I wasn't making shit as a contract employee. They pay everybody rock bottom. They put them on 6 months contracts. They're not actual permanent employees. They're probably all 1099s now. And you're exactly right. That's what they get paid for that card, that little card that says, I work for Naughty Dog. That's their fucking currency. They can show it off to their friends and stuff. That's it.
You know,
it's like how Blizzard Entertainment work. They work like that. They pay peanuts.
I mean, this was like sold to us.
The privilege of working for Blizzard.
Right.
Yeah.
The people, like, I guess millennials, as I was growing up, it was like the coolest thing was to work at a game company. Go work at a game company. It's so cool, right? You're making video games. I like to play video games. I want to work at a video game place. So all the millennials grew up thinking this is the best thing ever. So they all went to their calling colleges and you know, stuff like that. And then they got in and it sucks. So then, but they're like, I want that.
And mom
name.
told them they were awesome, by the way.
Right. And mom told them, oh, they gave them a trophy every time they got a C. You know, they got in and they will go, oh, look, I got it's on my name tag. I got in. Yeah, right. That's what I wanted.
Besides that,
so they'll take less for it.
There's people that just went to college and worked and everything. And if you ever watch Eric Weinstein, I saw him on talking about it on like Rogan the other day. But it's like he's calling it a Ponzi scheme, and he's right. What happened is there's all these people, and a lot of them aren't bad or whatever. They were told go to college. That's how you get the standard of life you need to have, you know. And there's not enough positions in the managerial class for all of them. There's the people that are there and those people's kids and who get hooked up first. Mm-hmm. And that's why all these things are becoming political appointments, because there's not enough room at the top for all these people that trained. So now they have to place them in other things that used to be skill-based. They have to use that as currency for political appointments because this is I don't know if you know, America's a big Ponzi scheme kind of like, or like Amway. That's why Amway is called Amway. It's the American way.
Yep.
And that's so these people are furious. Besides the nonsense things of like, there's the trophy culture. A bunch of them are mad because they kind of got suckered. And there's nothing, what is there for them? And they're not going to get like, healthcare or a job that pays a wage. But they can ruin yours. I know what we need to do. Because it's not about what you did or if you got better as a person. They don't care about you as a person. We need to get rid of as many people in there now because there's not enough spaces.
Because I want what they have.
And I don't care if I even get in. I just want someone who's not you to have it. Good.
Well,
no one has it.
Participation ribbon generation goes right to in line with what you're saying, though, because all these people, and it's right, because I got a kid who's that age too, and they expect that everything's just going to be handed to them. It's like, oh, I should be able to just go. I'm looking for a managerial position kind of thing. It's like you got to start at the bottom sometimes, and some of them are not willing to do the work. They're not willing to put in the time and the effort to get to the top. They're just, I'm just supposed to be.
They just want the top.
Yeah.
Well, plus some people should just not go to the top and they need to get enough. They need to be able to live off that. So all these people think they're supposed to go to the top who weren't like, the world needs ditch diggers too.
Exactly.
Somebody got to flip the burgers, man.
Is treat the ditch diggers fairly and then not have this weird thing where you look down on people because that's what's so bad.
But that's not all they're ever going to be. The whole point of American Dream is that you can go from a ditch digger. Listen, I'm agreeing.
I agree. But some people will
change.
Here's what's happened now is jobs like in Hollywood or just doing comedy or something like that. A bunch of people have it in their head that that's a kind of heaven that you go to. Hollywood is like the heaven you go to for good behavior. That and the right side of history. Those are the two secular heavens. You will be able to live. And if you're, that's why it's like, if your conduct, if your conduct doesn't befit a person who's in Hollywood, you shouldn't be able to work. Like, since when was that where good people go? So that there's this really profound thing where people go, oh, that's a job where I don't have to do a thing I don't like, even though it's work, everything's work. They don't have no idea. And they become like cups. So like I had my buddy on my podcast, I had Shane Gillis on, who was SNL famously, he was kicked off the podcast. And that's because some maniac dude who's like I even hate using the term, the social jihadi, let's call him reporter. He got that going because he was obsessed with who's on SNL, because you can tell that's a thing he thought is his jurisdiction, right? Like he'll never be on there, but he can damn well make sure that no other guy in his identity group gets in that job. And now that guy is being called a sex pest by some feminist chick. He's got his own cancel thing. Yeah, of course.
Of course.
It's all the devil and Daniel Webster at all times. Yeah.
Hey, he looked at me once, and I tell you what, he undressed me with his eyes. It was disgusting.
Yeah, because trust, they're doing the stuff that they're doing to everybody else. They're doing with internally. I was at the BLM march. I was at the BLM march in Seattle last week, and we were in the march, and they stopped the march in the middle of this intersection, blocking all kinds of traffic. And one guy had a megaphone, and he was saying, we need to, as a community, come together and talk more about black issues and blah, 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 right? And then another lady comes up. He was Hispanic, by the way. Another lady comes up. She's a woman of color. She walks up and she goes, "You need to step down because you're not making space for people of blah blah blah." And then they start fighting with megaphones. Like, I'm looking around. Who is running this march? Like, you're all yelling at each other.
Yeah,
so
the
it's
crab
like that
bucket.
Yeah, it's a crab bucket. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're pulling each other down.
Well, it's victimhood. It's a game of they're fighting for who can be the biggest victim.
Right.
And then when you sorry, go Kurt.
Fighting for the light.
Oh, I was going to say I found there's a good article about a psychology thing about the psychology of people that really are into that, of like cancel culture. They tend to come from an upper middle class. They tend to come from money and status.
Yes.
Initially, and they see it as an easy way to attain more stat. This is like the 17th century Louis XIV court gossip kind of where you're catty. And like they shall have powdered wigs and like a I heard the Duke of Kensington did blackface.
A pair of glasses on a stick. Yes.
And that's what that is like a conferred like
Let them
nobility
eat cake.
And it becomes cattier and cattier. And that's how you get, and then the powdered wigs are to hide their syphilis holes in their face.
It's the court of T Louie too. That's what it is.
Yeah, right.
T Louie second. There you go.
Very little of it
there
I
you go.
find is really like a left or right as much as it's made out to be left or right. A lot of it is really a corporate thing appropriating the easy parts for them, which is the identity nonsense, which they don't ever have to be fair to people. And then it's just always top down. And then that way, if you're rich, but you're like, oh, but I'm still part of an oppressed group, even though I'm like a rich person, I'm better than you.
Yeah. Pharrell Williams.
Yeah.
Or I'm more of a victim than you. I think it's more to the point.
Yeah, no matter what.
I'm better than you. I'm more of a victim than you. So
I'm sorry.
You should have the voice more than you should because I am the lowly one.
When did pretty blonde girls become a victim class? That's what's in America.
They're scared. That's why they're trying to. They see what's on the horizon, and this is just like the media and certain politicians and people stepping into all this, they're out there virtue signaling right now because they know they're part of the problem. So unless they're an ally now, they know later on they're going to be scraped off
for much longer. They're already coming for them. And I talked about it before with the white feminism. So.
Dude, anybody vocal, like throwing out the most, I mean, I'll just say this of the many people that I it's not like I went somewhere hugely far in showbiz, but of the people that are yelling the loudest things, they don't have a leg. It blows my mind, the nerve of some of these people that I see jumping on the condemnation bandwagon where I'm like, if I just told one story about you, you'd be over. It's not even a thing that's necessarily a crime or something. It's just like, how dare you hold that
well, we're starting to see some of that too from the other end as well.
I'm just not a dippy millennial, but
places,
dude, I can't believe. Well, it makes perfect sense. It's just you could tell that's why they're gung ho. They're all guilty. And now I got a buddy that works. I probably can't even say, but after they got done doing all that nonsense, Robin DiAngelo training. They all have to do that implicit bias. Basically, the situation at his office now, because they're all friends, they all worked together for years. But now they all have blackmail on each other for various non anything things that if any one of them
have a little notebook every time somebody does something right out of line. Oh, write that down. Write that down.
Well, that almost leads us perfectly into the whisper campaign business.
Dude, that's the comic code. That's the new comic code.
They want that to be your life. The whisper campaign.
Right.
That shouldn't just be our thing. You all should be living this all the time.
What we're going through, you just mentioned it, Kurt. What we're going through is very similar to what they do inside a prison. I've been inside of a prison, but I've also been inside of a behavioral modification rehab where I had to stay there for a year, and they break you down to nothing.
But at the end, were you a straight man when they were done?
Well, you want to hear the whole story? No.
I got a film about him. It's cool.
They break you down to nothing, and what they do is they create a snitch society once a week. You have slip groups, so people are watching all of your behaviors, and when they see one thing out of line, slip goes in the fucking little bucket. And then on Tuesday, each night, you have to sit in a chair, uncross, so you can't cross your arms or anything. You have to be sitting like this. You can't say a word to anybody, and whoever accuses you of anything can scream their head off at you for however long they like. All you can say is thank you. And by the way, if you're out of line at all, they kick you out. It is Twitter, basically. Yeah. And the thing, you would ask, like, who would stay there? This was like your last stop before jail. by the way. This is like you can go here or go to jail. So a lot of people
Wow.
comply. And it's Crash Golden Hill House. It's still in San Diego right now, but that's what they're trying to make the whole goddamn country go through right now. And they've got everybody scared. Everybody's just freaking scared.
Yeah, but who's running it though,
culture.
Gary? Fucking Karen's running it.
Yes.
No, you know who's running
it?
AZ, it's a new consulting class. Basically, there's an industry to help you navigate this nonsense that likes this just fine. They like there being a permanent culture, just like any other military industrial complex. There's a canceling industrial complex, and it's in their interest to keep this going so that they can make 10 grand teaching gibberish to people at companies who are not being treated right.
Yeah, and that's
Getting
why
fake
Nietzsche's Occasion says everything's racist, everything's sexist, and we've got to call it.
And you
all
have
out.
to point it
there's
out.
That's explicitly what they say. They go, so you understand.
Yeah.
This is what I don't get. It's like, okay, they're like, no, stop taking this personally. It's just that everything, you're just automatic. I'm like, okay, then why would you be yelling at me at all then? If it has nothing to do, I don't get to decide if I'm racist. That's not a thing that I decide for myself now.
That's because what you're saying is
it's a label we put on.
It's because you don't realize how racist you really are. Let me tell you how racist you really are. That's what they want.
It's systematic. It's systematically
projection
inherent, and you're just born with it. So,
well, it's definitely a thing of playing on. I know, like I have somebody I know close to me went to some stupid. It was like an understanding whiteness class, and they live
Understanding.
Dude, clown horn.
Understanding the whiteness class. It was called Eddie Murphy Raw. He told me everything I needed to know about being a white dude. Right,
somebody from a white suburb in Whitey Town, USA. I'm like, aren't you already an expert in your?
Yeah, you should know.
And the meeting is all white. It's a white instructor. There's no black people. Do you know why? Because don't bother them. Black people are tired.
This is starting to sound
black
like
people
a
are tired of explaining themselves to you. So don't bother them and ask them how they feel. They're sleeping.
They don't need to explain it anymore.
The black people are sleeping.
They're done. But also, if you're white, you don't talk. You sit down and don't talk. But they don't.
They
talk.
sit there
so nobody
in a circle. It's a white person leading white people in a circle talking about how secretly racist they are. They reinvented a Klan meeting.
That's great.
Yeah.
Welcome to our meeting. We have this candle. Yeah, it looks like a cross. It's a little bit on fire, but it's a candle. Okay, and
we are going to put on these ceremonial white burqas.
KKK Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. There we go.
Shame ourselves.
Everybody wear a mask. Wear a mask. Wear a mask. Okay?
Oh God.
Clown horn. Please.
We must be reminded of our whiteness so we will cover our bodies in it.
Well, that's the other thing is not having a... Dude, I grew up in a doomsday cult, basically, is how I call it, with Jehovah's Witnesses. Which...
I was going to say, how was Joaquin Phoenix? Was he all right?
No, Joaquin Phoenix, his family's from a different thing.
I got an idea. Let's go to black people's houses and sing for them, and we'll put a nice cross in their yard. In case they don't see it, we'll set it on fire.
Yeah, if they don't see it, we'll set it on fire.
See it from inside their house.
Yeah.
Just in case they don't see it.
So,
but these are cult things.
Yeah, it is. It's a cult movement, and one of my viewers, Stargate 404, asked me to look at just the description of a cult, and we can do it tonight if you go look at it. Just a little PowerPoint, bullet points. It matches up to everything we're dealing with right now. And
how do you define it, by the way, yourself? How do you guys define a cult? Would you say
6 white dudes talking in a podcast together?
Yes. Oh, I would.
Oh no,
3 of them bald.
I didn't even know.
One of them's quarter black, so we're all right. One of them's quarter black. We're covered.
Yeah.
Oh, who's quarter black? Gotta be a fun guessing game for this show. Try to guess.
Okay, so I can't define it quickly, but when you see a group of people redefining words like racism, so we know what racism means. There's a definition for it, but now they have inserted power and in power and agency and
Gary, they have redefined racism because racism can only go one way now.
Right.
Yes. Only white people can be racist. Other people, black, brown people, they can't be racist towards white people. So they have redefined racism.
They redefined fascism too.
What is fascism now? Not liking The Last Jedi?
To be white and rich.
Yeah.
I define racism. I don't believe in either definition. And I would say the formula for all racism is fear times dick size divided by technology. And I think it works wherever you are.
You say
I think that's the basis.
Dick size?
divided by technology. So smaller dicks, better technology leads to more colonization, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
There you go.
Do you know I've got a pretty nice
that makes
setup here,
sense.
and I'm
That
getting a
makes
little bit worried now. So
Oh wait. Oh.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm just running off this shitty laptop, so I feel all right.
Right.
I got like 2 monitors. I got a fucking screen lamp. I got like boom mic. I got
It's not a good sign.
I got the fucking.
I'm not worried. It took me 5 minutes to get off to Az, so that's looking good in my favor.
A process of indoctrination. The culmination of the process can be seen by members of the group often doing things that are not in their own best interest, but consistently in the best interest of the group or leader. Economic, sexual, and or exploitation of groups members by leader. Or this is defined by leader. Some groups that were once seen as cults have historically evolved to become regarded as religions. Well, we all know that.
Yeah, you got to get your start somewhere.
Yeah.
Absolute authoritism, no tolerance, no meaningful financial disclosure, unreasonable fear about the outside world. There is no legitimate reason to leave. Former followers are always wrong in leaving. Negative or even evil former members often relate to the same stories of abuse and reflect similar patterns and grievances. And I've heard you talk about that, Kurt. There are records, books, articles, and broadcast reports that document the abuses. Followers feel they can never be good enough. The group and the group/leader is the exclusive means of knowing the truth or receiving validation. No other process of discovery. Yeah.
Gary, do you want to share?
Our
this?
truth.
This your wish is somebody's is Renee's command.
Yeah. There we go.
There's the human centipede.
Well, since you bring that up.
What?
Oh, you need to have the sounder of Rian Johnson laughing.
Oh my god!
Gotta be a sounder.
I just wanted to make a movie where everybody was wrong. Your Snoke theory sucks. Where does he get this accent from? He's American. Like, have you ever
Where's
heard
he from? Is he from Washington?
Lispy a little bit. I don't know.
No, he's straight. Well, I don't know where he's from, but he's strate up.
He's from California.
Yeah,
but
he's
like
a Silver. He's
from
a Silver Lake
Canada
fucking
or
douchebag
something.
hipster.
Is that what he's Silver Lake?
Yeah.
Doesn't he strike you as like he fancies himself Joss Whedon? Like if Joss Whedon didn't crush ass, he would be Ryan Johnson.
He was cool.
Yeah.
Like Joss Whedon was from the perspective of a guy who really was crushing ass. Ryan Johnson is like he's trying to do Joss Whedon things, but it's like a getting laid less Joss Whedon.
Well, the problem with this is what I was trying to say before was it's half JJ's fault. He had the opportunity to stick with the trilogy. They offered him the entire trilogy, and he said no.
He said no because he can't finish anything because he is a fucking snake oil salesman.
Well, he might have thought
ever finished anything.
You know, he might have thought it was going to be like not screwed up too. I mean, they supposedly were getting. There's a lot of like hope for Ryan Johnson as the director. I remember at the time.
Yeah,
I was excited for it. I like the movies that he did.
I didn't mind. I was like, it's going to be
I think
better
they
than
probably
JJ.
thought it's like Star Wars is too big for any one of us to be. I think it was more reverence, honestly. I don't think it was so.
It was fear. I think if we want to look at it,
fear.
They were afraid to muck with it too much. JJ left it way too fucking open because he was afraid to muck with it too much. Plus, Jar Jar works very well within the corporate process, like you guys said.
Well, a lot of that was Bob Iger too.
And a lot of it was Kathleen Kennedy and her
Kennedy,
ignorance to it. But no, JJ helped, dude. It's in the book, and in interviews, like she was taking a lot of little suggestions from Jar Jar that cannot be associated to him because that's what he's fucking good at, whispering in people's ear and backing off, going, "It was them." Look at this dude. He showed his true colors with this whole BLM shit, with the whole white supremacy at work thing.
Yeah.
That's Jar Jar right there. He's the dude who's been behind this shit all the time.
Why? By the way, why did they? If
JJ only messed with it 25%.
25%.
Okay. Who do you think? Do you think this is the saddest? What do you think this has? Like, who's the person with the job of airbrushing all the black people off the Star Wars posters for China? Who does that at Disney?
That intern just.
Do you think it's a sad old black man who's got to like airbrush?
Yes.
It's your job.
Those
Hey.
Chinese people don't want to see.
Oh yeah, fucking hell.
Where is that person, by the way?
But John is
they come
Disney's
out.
hero. He's the hero. So how
John
could they-
Boyega, dude, could have been awesome. That movie, Attack the Block. I watched that again the other night, and I was like, dude, he's got the katana sword. You're like, this guy could have been a Jedi.
I liked it.
Why did
Yeah.
they lower him to
They
a
promoted
buffoon?
it like he was going to be a
China.
Jedi.
China.
Because they're desperate for China's money.
China. Straight
Who's the guy who
up
played
China.
Jar Jar? What's the
Ahmed
guy's name?
Best.
Ahmed
Ahmed
Best.
Best.
Dude,
Yeah.
they turned him into a live-action Ahmed Best instead of what he should have been.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ray. Falling
Well, I
down,
think
getting
JJ
pushed.
was trying to tell us what he wanted to do with the trilogy because he did do an outline. I think he was trying to tell us, Finn was meant to have some kind of Jedi powers. No,
if they
Ray
did an
isn't a
outline,
nobody.
why
et
didn't
cetera,
they
et
use
cetera.
it? I
Because
don't
Ryan
believe that
threw
for a
it
fucking
out.
minute.
with a little Asian girl because
Ryan
Ryan Johnson
threw it
wanted to bang
out.
an Asian girl at fucking high school. So that's why
Exactly.
Rose Tico came
Oh,
in.
I got a question about that because I saw him say, did I dream that he said this? That Rose Tico, he was trying to write the kind of character that he would have been able to identify with as a
Yeah.
8-year-old.
It's
You
Georgia
identify
Rose exactly
only
what he
with a
said, yeah.
Filipino girl as an 8-year-old boy? What?
No,
Maybe
I
you
said
did.
part of the reason Rise
Yeah.
of Skywalker
Or maybe
feels
right
like
now.
two movies in one is JJ was trying to fix everything that Ryan fucked up, and then B try and cram everything that he wanted to do into the Rise of Skywalker.
Back in.
Sans Palpatine. That was Bob Iger.
I
He's
would've
like, you
liked
got to
to
bring
see-
something in that the people know.
To the Knights of Ren, I would have liked to know what the hell they were.
I think that was his goal, was the Knights of
Yeah.
Ren. I think Snoke was probably going to be Plagueis,
Okay,
was his
I
plan
hear-
all along,
but-
etc.
Yeah, I would have liked to know who Snoke fucking was.
Plagueis.
That would have been great. JJ had 2 hours in the first movie to explain plenty of that shit that he didn't take. So that's
That wasn't what the first movie was
I
supposed
don't
to do,
buy
though.
all of this. I buy some of it, but I don't buy all of it because he left it way
No,
too
and that's
open.
fair.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Jar Jar right now he's going to AT&T. They mean business right now. They don't give a shit about his $500 million contract, and there's a bunch of momentum for the Snyder Cut. And, we just saw what Jar Jar did. You're only as good as your last thing, and Zach's looking real good right now. I would rather see Ben Affleck Batman than anything from Jar Jar. So he's gonna have to go prove himself. And, that's so no coincidence. We get some leaks going. He's a pretty awesome guy, and he got totally screwed over by Disney.
You're like,
Oh yeah, we said that with the Reddit leaks last year.
Yeah.
And where do you think this story out of nowhere came? Oh, there's not going to be a Birds of Prey sequel. Who nobody asked for it. You know what this was about?
No, Kathy Yan asked for it.
This is somebody
Kathy
at
Yan
DC
actually asked
hoping
for a sequel.
They're hoping to get some fucking push for it from the Twitterati that Kurt was talking about earlier. They want people to get out there and say, well, this is a travesty. This is just because of white men we're not getting this movie.
Well, they're doing that for Max Visaggio's show that was canceled.
Yeah, it doesn't have 1,000 signatures yet, though. That petition.
No, only
Last
Max
time I
is doing
checked.
that. Look,
once
it
it passes 1,000, that's
people
for sure
buy the
deal.
book. So fucking hell.
You get 1,000 more petitions than actually sold of the comic book.
It's just like I told you
That's
guys
true.
before in like all our
That
videos. AT&T come in and goes, okay, guys, it's time for us to like clean house. And really, AT&T and Warner Brothers have been butting heads since the beginning. It has not been a closed secret at all. HBO people have come out and flat out said they're not happy about AT&T taking over Warner Brothers. So there's DC. They're fighting with people on the internal. They're pissed off, but again, and like I made the joke before, but it's true. Of course, AT&T said, you're done. You've had enough, because these are the same people who did fucking Birds of Prey. How can you screw something up
They're looking
that
at
bad?
They're looking at the totals earned, and they're like, no, bye. Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
Basically, Warner Brothers makes a good movie on accident now. Joker was a fucking fluke.
Right.
Yeah. And that was just because that was so far under their radar, they didn't give a shit about it.
Yeah, they're like,
They thought
whatever,
it was
just
gonna
let
be
do them,
this
whatever.
thing.
I think the reason why it's a fluke is because it was supposed to be a different movie. It wasn't supposed to be the Joker origin story. It was what Carnival or whatever the name of his clown name.
Yeah, it was something else. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they adapted it to the Joker. That's why it was a success.
It turned out surprisingly well.
Yeah, it did. I was actually really concerned about it. I thought it was gonna be woke as fuck, and when in like the first 5 minutes, I was like, "Oh, dude, this movie's gonna be amazing."
They didn't even make that much money off of it because they split the profits 3 ways for that movie, right, Tom? If I understand that right.
Yeah, but they still probably made a buttload of money. I mean, let's face it, Joker
Would it be
made
more than Birds of Prey?
50 million bucks.
Joker made so much
for
goddamn
sure.
money.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Whisper Network. Yeah, it really is the Poser Network. You're totally right about that, dude.
Joker probably made more money than the entire DCEU to this point. Like, hands down.
Yeah.
It made more profit than fucking Rise of Skywalker.
Well, I don't know. Blu-ray sales were really good for Batman vs Superman.
Yeah,
Like,
but
really
in
good.
theaters, that movie barely made its money back. And then if you sit there and count Justice League took away any profit they had.
And that's because BBS did the ultimate cut, which actually added all the context to the stuff which didn't make sense.
I just read that they're thinking about a Schumacher cut. A Schumacher.
That's a plot. They've been talking
I saw
about
the
that
Batman
for a
Forever
while,
one.
That'd be cool.
Because there is, like,
So
a bunch
one
of
thing,
extra cut
remind
stuff.
me to bring this up later. We do have to talk about the possibility of
Amy Schumer cut? That's ridiculous.
An Amy Schumer
They just put a
cut.
face on every character.
We do need to talk
We're
about
getting that on HBO.
We do need to talk about the
The
possibility.
vagina signal in the sky. Look at the vagina signal.
Isn't HBO Max supposed to be like a woman-centered?
Well,
female centric.
Amy Schumer is getting an HBO reality show.
Hollywood is female centric now. That's
They just announced that
Time's
today,
up.
actually.
They did.
Not kidding.
Well, we need to talk about the death of the blockbuster because that might be a real thing. Our buddy Odin did a video on it earlier today, and it's considering what's possibly coming down the road here in Clownifornia, shelter in place. Might be a reality again. So we will unfortunately discuss that. But yeah, let's. I'm gonna welcome some people in, and then we're gonna talk about this expose from Bleeding Fool. And it's pretty interesting. It is. It's pathetic, folks. I want to warn you that this is adults that did this. These are full-grown adults. Some of them are professionals, not kindergartners. Some of them don't need to do stuff like this. They're actually doing pretty well in their industry, and they write for TV shows and stuff. But that's not enough. They need to keep people out.
It's because they are horrible, disgusting people. That's why.
Bing.
They really are, man.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty sad. It is. So.
Are these people all from, like, Portland or something? Like, are they all from
Portland Mafia.
Yeah.
They might as well be.
As you coined it on Rogan, the Portland fiefdom.
There's like a weird, dude. There's a group of people that suck from that area that somehow, I guess, because tech was near there. Is that how they that strain that we laughed at on Portlandia took over as a Portlandia was a big joke till it started.
Until it was a reality.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not as funny as reality now. Portlandia is actually kind of tame compared to what we're actually seeing. So
we're turning into Idiocracy. What are you talking about?
Way beyond that. It went. Remember, it was like, hey, it's Running Man, and now it's Demolition Man, and now it's Idiocracy, and then Wall-E. I don't know.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
We're not smart enough to make robots like Wall-E
faster
anymore.
Real late on this, but Odin and Jeremy are on assignment together. I don't know. They might be on assignment together, but they are.
And loving soon.
It's their honeymoon.
And so we have
Girl trip.
Yeah, yeah. Don't go on to Southern California Lake. Too soon. KG Jung, a loquacious primate, Eric K and his wrench, Mr. Slaughter, Darth Monkey Orath, Slots, Stargate 404, Donnie Pearson, Dario Sussman, Jose Saranga, Ral PH, and Buddy Lord, and User Unknown, and Mr. T. Where is the Macho Man Randy Sandwich? I like that name. Tiger Stripes, Angry Panda,
Love that name.
Danger Mouse, John Castry, John Gallagher, and 13th Warrior, Xenoworks. Problem being, welcome everyone. Welcome to Friday Night Tights. Sorry that took an hour, but it was a good monologue. People have been rolling, and I honestly didn't want to talk about The Last of Us 2 until the tweets came up yesterday. And he's watching. Neeler might be watching right now, and thanks. I appreciate the click. But
wipe your tears away from your eyes, though, Neil.
Oh, yes.
You'll see better.
In fact, I think I wrote to Neil on Twitter when the first one came out. I was like,
say how good it was.
Yeah.
I remember everybody. Hey, there's Odin. What are you doing in the chat, dude?
I said plenty of nice things to him when off the first game, off the second game.
I also requested if he could have the most diverse lesbian love triangle in history.
Yes, it was you.
Oh, that's so ridiculous.
You have an
made
Asian
it.
guy and a Muslim girl in a love triangle with.
Is she a Muslim girl? I thought she was supposed to be Jewish.
She was Jewish.
Oh, I didn't play the
Jewish.
game. I just went off of the.
That's a
My
very-
favorite bit is
that's
when
distinct.
Ellie
Okay, those two
decides
things
to-
are distinct.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
just a tad.
There he is. Oh, sorry, it's Nacho Man Randy Sandwich.
Nacho.
Nacho Man.
Nacho Man.
Still
Is-
tasty.
He said the Nacho Man is running wild. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, this Whisper Network thing was I got wind of it a little early. I didn't quite understand all of it, and I'm like, this cannot be real. This cannot be real. I've heard about it. I knew it was there. I mean, this goes way before even the Comicsgate.
Yeah, I thought Zach from what's his name from Comics Matter said it was a thing. I seem to remember him having insider information.
Yeah, we've been talking about this shit for like 3 years. I mean, John Della Rose broke the original Whisper Network with B. Clay Moore talking about how he wants to go to Zach and getting, punching him.
Yep.
You know, by the way, to call it a Whisper Network, it's like just a clique of shitty people. Like,
yeah.
I like to call it Cunt's Corner. That's what I like to call it. It's just like Cunt's Corner, a bunch of cunts getting together.
But the thing that Zach said, which he's so right, is like the people that are really good at this, at their whatever job it is, they shouldn't be in fear of the posers. How it is now.
But they're bowing down to them.
Yeah, why would you?
Absolutely that like Scott Snyder and Tom King and Sean Gordon Murphy, they're all on their knees.
Dude,
They should be telling these people to fuck off.
Yeah.
Just get the fuck out of my face, woman.
Dude, you have to understand when the subverted expectations of Hillary not winning happened, that set in motion a lot of revenge across a lot of.
Oh, this is all
years of
Trump
Trump.
Like, well, I thought Hillary would win.
No, all of
I think we
Hollywood.
all did, man.
I thought she'd
Hollywood.
win.
That's what a lot of this is. A lot of it began with all of Hollywood was absolutely, positively. It was set in stone that Hillary's going to win. So much so, Doctor Who changed it to a woman, gave her a Hillary haircut, which is a Karen haircut.
Karen.
Look at the plots of every single damn TV show that came out in 2016, 2017. It was all based on, that's what started the intersectional feminism movement, and they were gonna they were gonna strike back that she lost.
They were
Time's up.
push so hard, and then their world gets shattered. Like, oh, what? My world isn't exactly how I've been told by everybody in my bubble. What? We have to kill everything now. So that's it's all revenge, like you were saying.
People before the election, like it was his mom and her daughter, and she was like, "If Hillary wins, can you be anything?" And the little girl's like, "Yes." And that girl's probably a whore now.
She's got a shaved head and shit. Throwing Molotov cocktails.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
Without her mask on in the cop cars and then getting caught later because she wore a custom Etsy shirt.
But Brie said I can't be it if I can't see it.
There's a lot of, you could hear a lot of eggs going bad on Twitter on a day.
Yeah.
A lot of eggs turning over.
I don't know if Zach, if you're out there, dude, let me know. Pop up in chat. He's not on Twitter. I would DM him.
I saw Tug.
Yeah, Tug's in the chat.
What's up, Tug? Yeah. He knows about this shit. Expose. The Whisper Network exists and seeks to destroy male comic book pros. Penny Parker, and this is July 8th, 2020. Now, remember when we saw the Comics Pledge go up, and I said it's going to be men. Men will be the cause of all the problems in the comic book industry.
The I promise not to rape you at work pledge.
Yes.
I mean, look, it's like saying,
That was a problem.
Like, I mean, men invented the industry.
It's happening everywhere.
Right?
Well, they're raping everybody out here. Haven't you heard this?
And I will grass anyone up that I think might rape you.
Hold on, is this like a nonsense? I don't know if you saw the Chris D'Elia thing where they're calling him a pedophile, and then the story.
Yeah.
That he merely was
got like the beginning of it.
It's so crazy what they did, and I can't see any evidence of a crime.
Exactly.
Proved. It doesn't matter if it's a crime. We're punishing you for what? It's none of your business.
Every single piece of evidence I saw from that situation was he was talking to a chick trying to get in her pants, and then at the end she was like, "Well, I'm 16." And Dead silence.
He's in trouble. That's incredible. That message is proving him doing the right thing.
Right. He's talking to somebody that he might be able to get with, and then he sees that he's wrong and he leaves.
But somebody goes, this is the answer.
He's doing the right thing.
I don't think this, but somebody's like, yeah, but then she has another message after she turned 18 where he hit her up again. I'm like, what? So I'm like, so what? Like, oh, he's that's his business. That's not a crime.
He fucking set the calendar reminder on his fucking phone.
Hey Google, could you remind me, please?
You used to be able to buy T-shirts with like one more year till I can crush Hannah Montana or something.
No, there was the Natalie Portman countdown clock on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah. The Full House twins. What were they? Mary-Kate and Ashley.
But the Cyrus estate asked that I stop.
So did he crush her or not? Okay, no, it's probably not the right time to discuss that.
But isn't that taking away that girl's agency if you get mad at her?
No, agency can be
away her
turned on and
agency if she agrees to.
Hey, on the goal of all of it is to take away because individualism is a problem. I don't know if you took the Robin DiAngelo course that I took for $10,000, but your individualism is the cause of racism, not the answer to racism.
It's the cause. Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Robin DiAngelo is such a piece of work.
She's a corporate consultant. There's a great Rolling Stone article by a guy, Matt Taibbi, who taken her book apart. And this woman's racist. Like, if you read in her own book the things that she's done, she's the most awkward person around anybody who's not white who ever lived, and is purely projecting that onto every other person.
That's pretty apparent.
Yeah, it's not that she's just a racist, which she clearly is.
Right.
It's that this is what all this, or the same as, whose joke is it about the football players when they had to have the commercial to like not beat your wife because they were beating their wives?
Yeah.
Like, why are you turning this around on us? Like we were doing that.
Yeah,
like,
why are you telling us?
That's the classic move, the Hollywood move. Like, you've got to stop victimizing women. Oh, should we, Hollywood? Thank you. Thank you for
yeah.
Oh,
yeah, let us know.
Yeah, even if you're going to take a comic pledge not to fucking rape your work colleagues, then there's something probably wrong with you.
Yeah, well, just like you have to come out with getting rid of white supremacy at work.
Rule in life, you know. Okay,
right?
What am I going to? I need my watch. I need my wallet. I need to not rape anyone at work.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what they literally. These are like horrible people, and they are racist. That's why they're projecting their racism onto the common man, because they are just naturally passive aggressive and racist, and it's amazing to watch it just displaced onto all these other people all the time.
Yeah,
that's exactly
the white fragility thing I find rather interesting, because it's like, oh, if you object to being racist, well, that's just evidence that you're racist because of your white fragility. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
You're just trying to have white comfort. You're just trying to be comforted. It's end of that. No more white comfort.
You're like, oh, what a mystery when people can lose their jobs for the slightest thing, that they would get a little touchy.
Right?
Of a horrible thing like being
that's just their race coming out. That's their sexism coming out. Is they're hiding it. They're trying to hide it.
All right,
you're roboting. Yeah, you're roboting there, quarter black. Okay, so I personally,
it would come for me eventually.
Yes, they will. I personally know that I'm surprised they didn't come for you when you were at the Chode, dude. I'm just very happy you survived that. Yeah,
they did.
See that?
Because you were fighting racism, dude. You were fighting racism.
Yeah.
God bless you.
He froze.
I personally know that they've colluded for years to take down men, specifically those with conservative politics and philosophies. That's kind of moved over into centrist and classic liberal now, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
This is an ongoing coordinated effort. How do I know this? Because I obtained access to their private Facebook group. This is part one of the Hypocalypse. Hypocalypse? Hypocalypse. Yeah, that's good. Leaks. There is simply too much to put in one leak, so I will make the following 3 points for now. The so-called Comic Book Whisper Network, which has been dismissed as a conspiracy since 2016, is real, and I have hundreds of screenshots to prove it. And yes, these ladies who have been out there doing their thing have been doing it and denying it. But we all know, I mean, we see the same, and they're going to bring this up. We see the same few names. And again, this is going to be people you have never heard of or will never have heard of.
Do you see the irony, dude, that they're saying? So people make this conspiratorial when it's like a bunch of people that are individually sucked are just hanging out. And they go, that's a conspiracy. These are the same people that say it's not individuals who are racist. It's the structure that's racist. It's a vast conspiracy. Yeah. And then when it gets turned on them, that nonsense logic, they're mad suddenly.
Yep.
That's like, I don't think it's conspiracy. I think you guys suck and somehow you got in power positions you shouldn't have got because you have nepotism and what have you. And so they see no, it's incredible. It's like they
said the woman who fucked their way into the industry.
Yeah, I mean, and even worse, say if you did get there on your talent and then you became one of these, how ungrateful you were. You draw comic books. You draw comic books. You're no more important than that. These are little funny books that are supposed to entertain people. And the thing is, the hero worship within this industry is amongst each other, by the way. It's almost exclusively among the creators. I've had a lot of experience with comic book fans, and I don't think they worship comic book artists as much as they worship each other.
They worship the identity of being that more than the thing. Like,
well, we've seen that with celebrities too, and they got all fucking crazy and decided to go sing Imagine and get responsible.
Yeah, huffing their own parts, man.
My buddy Kyle Dunnigan, I don't know if you know him, but we make videos, and we did a good. We did one of the right when that came out. If you check out Kyle Dunnigan one on Instagram, we mock those regularly.
Oh yeah,
good.
We did
undertone. Talk about changing definitions under tone deaf. Now you find just a link to that video.
Oh my god! Yeah. Hey, I gotta grab the link. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. The Whisper Network has been targeting men and trying to destroy their careers and use their connections in the comic book media to do so. Yes, there's a thing called comic book media for those of you who've subscribed to the channel for like Star Wars and Doctor Who stuff. Whisper Network members have acted unprofessionally and unethically at best. At worst, they have engaged in what I believe is illegal behavior. It's borderline, in my opinion. My story. I first heard about the Whisper Network back in the mid 2016 from folks I knew at Image, DC, Marvel, and later Valiant. Depending on who I chatted with, sometimes the group was called the Women's Network, other time the Whisper Network, occasionally the Whisper Campaign, and eventually they were more conspiratorial names used mockingly. A friend called them a gender-swapped 4chan, which became FemChan to some insiders. FemChan
pretty
is
good.
I'll stick with that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
good.
So we'll go with FemChan. Okay.
FemChan, yeah.
FemChan, yeah. Just regardless of the name, it was all the same group. The same 5 or 6 names kept popping up in conversation over and over again, and time ticked on. I noticed a trend on social media, half a decade of rumors, false allegations, cancellation attempts, and they almost always trace back to these same 5 or 6 people. The goal of this Whisper Network, according to industry folks, was simple. Choose a target, smear them until they lose their reputation, their income, and ultimately blacklisted, opening up job opportunities for the same people who started these smear campaigns in the first place.
No, that's the thing that's the most disgusting about all this. It has nothing to do with politics. It's all about advancing their careers.
Yeah,
it's all
that
about
ladder.
money. It is so disgusting.
Now, we're not going to go over every tweet here, but so
can't they just go back to sleeping their way to the top?
Well,
at least there was like an agreement there.
Yeah, it was a little more noble.
They get into that a little bit.
They do. Behind the scenes, the cancellations are painted as morally or politically motivated, but in the end, they are all financial. As time passed, the group in question seemed more and more like a reality. I saw their influence. I saw things I knew to be verifiably untrue go viral online, appearing in what I thought were legit news sources. I felt angry and helpless seeing innocent people getting attacked, but did not know what to do. A few years passed, and by 2018, almost everyone I interacted with in the industry seemed to know about the network, from top-level editors right down to the letterers. Freaking letterers.
Wow.
Wow.
Letterers.
That's amazing.
They're everywhere.
What about the kid in the mailroom? They get him too, or what? It was an open secret, but no one.
He's the ringleader.
What he is. He is. He's the
So they're worse
mastermind.
than Karens. Not only do they not want to have sex, they're actually trying to steal other people's jobs.
No, they actually get off more than sex by destroying other people. That's
That too.
More,
That's even more sick. Yeah.
That's sick, man.
They really want to talk to our managers.
No,
now.
yeah, no one was willing to speak up for fear of being targeted themselves. They knew the consequences because they would lose that awesome job making $40,000 a year at Marvel, living in New York. I mean, like, awesome. But it meant that much to him, I guess.
Stunning and brave.
Stunning and brave. So this
It's
is
brave and stunning. Get it right.
And brave.
So Darth Poole, this is December 14th, 2018. What did we learn from the 2018 comic book industry this week? There is a Whisper network, but it only exits to out and blacklist creators friendly to Comicsgate. Got a book on Alterna? You're gone. Got a book on Vertigo and commit sexual assault? Let's jump to conclusions. The severity of the crime is judged by who is reporting it. Tess Fowler gets hit on by Brian Wood. By the way, Brian, who I've met, and not a bad dude. Honestly, major mistake hitting Tess Fowler, bro.
But seriously, Tess Fowler?
Fucking Tess Fowler. Yeah.
Come on.
And yeah. Okay. Never hit on an SJW. Can we add that one too? Massive industry scandal reported on by all comics media. Yes, and it was Brian Wood hitting on a woman, hitting on a Tess Fowler.
Not interested in
and while you're at
shame.
it, don't look an SJW straight in the eye.
That's rape.
Yeah. That is direct physical rape. Yes.
Yeah.
That is rape. Yeah.
I felt violated by Oz.
Oh, and then they use words like survivor, right? Survivor. Tess Fowler's a survivor of being hit on by Brian Wood.
Oh my god.
I'm a survivor of someone making a pass on me. That's
survivor. Fuck all this fucking survivor. Right, if any one of these fucking twat nuggets says I'm a survivor of being fucking chatted up, God, fuck off.
Were you shot?
Reassess
No,
your
then you're not a
life.
survivor. Shut up.
Absolutely reassess your whole fucking life from start to fucking finish. From the moment you came out your mum's vagina to the fucking moment you are in right now. Because your life must be fucking amazing. Your
It's
life
insulting
must be
to
the best
people that are
fucking thing in the world.
survivors.
Well, I was
But
just
getting
going to say,
chatted
yeah,
up by
I
a
would love to
bloke
see
who's
some
your-
real victims come out and call these people to task. Yeah.
A guy came up to me in a nightclub and he offered to buy me a drink. I survived that. I survived that. Fuck out of here, Karen!
I was like, oh, you're a survivor. Oh.
It's
so sorry for you.
It's an
so
insult
fucking
to
insulting to people who
are
have actually
attacked.
been assaulted.
Yeah,
It's an insult.
Yeah, it's fucking insulting them because you got your terminology, your language. It's victim language. These people are so fucking desperate to play victim
They really
to
are.
everything and anything. While in the meantime, trying to destroy people's lives. I'm a victim. But I'm going to fucking destroy you, your career, your life, your prospects of getting anywhere in the industry. I will fucking not keep going. I will keep going until you kill yourself. But I'm the victim.
Support my GoFundMe, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop a link in the chat.
I survived him looking at me. Fuck out of here, bitch.
And you're an istophobe if you don't believe me.
I just got here. Whoa, Gail Simone called someone a doofus. Guys, let's calm everything down a little.
Yeah.
Hey, let's not get out of hand.
Things are getting out of hand.
You
crazy
doofuses.
talk.
Isn't she notorious for being someone that behind the scenes tries to screw with people?
Yeah, she's disgusting.
She is.
She's a
You know, back
disgusting...
in the old days, they would be called spinsters, these type of...
Yes.
She's married, but yeah.
Oh, then you call her a fishwife, I believe, across the pond.
Which is really funny because she essentially kind of Me Too'd Ron Mars back in the day to get into the comic book industry.
Really?
Yeah, well, the fridging.
The fridging thing.
She came up with the
That's
fridging.
crazy because
Yes.
wasn't that the only time that's ever happened in a comic book? Were
it was
women
symbolic to
constantly
them.
in fridges, or that happened
was-
at one time?
She named it. She named the
Yeah, she
killing
named
of
it. She
women
coined
on
it.
girlfriends.
It's like, okay, look.
fridging.
lynching happened a lot. That's why we call it lynching. Like if one time in one book somebody was in a fridge, you can't call it fridging like that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's like joling in Last of Us 2. Oh, that's another joling.
And this is how the comic book industry let the wolf in the door because there wasn't a ton of women in comic books. So they're like, whoa, this is a way we can get more women in.
And by the way, always when I was well, but that's the thing. It was all traditionally not cool to like this stuff. When I was young, you get called gamers and stuff. You're just a nerd. And there were no girls because girls, it's like, this is why Star Wars girls are welcome, but it's not like it wasn't a girls targeted thing, was because George Lucas was a 12-year-old boy making 12-year-old boy things in his head, and that stuff is immature, and girls tend to be more mature than guys. They tend to be. So that's why you're not going to have this thing. Like, why is it not the same amount of number of girls and guys in these like immature boy hobbies? Well, it doesn't take a fucking sociologist to figure out. Like my niece, for example, I got her and my other niece a bunch of Last Jedi, like those porgs or whatever. I got them a bunch of. I got her action figures, and she just makes them kiss because she's a girl. That's
like playing house.
She's not less than a boy. She's smarter, probably, and more mature than a boy. So she's not worried about space fighting. She's worried about adult.
Yeah, that's 100%. And that's not to say, listen, there's a ton of female Star Wars fans, but Lego did a study back in the day to try to figure out why more girls didn't play with fucking Legos. And so they did this study where they observed girls and boys playing. And during it, they realized that boys, whatever you give them, they will like latch on it and pretend to be whatever that is. You give them a Batman toy, they're going to pretend to be Batman. If you give that to a girl, more often than not, in general, they're going to take that Batman and make them do whatever they want him to do. They'll make him sit down and have a tea party. They'll put him in a dress. They put themselves into those characters. That's exactly what we fucking see a lot of times when women take over things.
First thing she makes them do.
Hold on. I'm sorry. So wait. You're saying, I'm just trying to understand. You're saying it's the boys tend to pretend that they're Batman and the girls tend to pretend that Batman is them.
Yes.
Is that how you're putting it? Okay.
Essentially,
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
The
That's
first
interesting.
thing the girl does is make Batman like take down all the the giant penny in the Batcave and the dinosaur, and it has to go into the garage, and they get to
put it in storage.
Well, what's happening? Because I only kind of follow just because it makes me laugh. Like I never watched the show, but when that Batwoman show, there's like some new casting where they
fridge somebody in
the chick said. Dude, by the way, who the fuck announces that they're bisexual? Like anyone gives a shit. Nobody straight or gay is going, oh, that's very brave of you to come forward as bisexual. Fuck you.
Hi, my name's Gary. Do you want to know where I put my penis?
Yeah. Not really.
Hey, guys, I can go either way. Like, shut up. Like, no, you're not supporting it.
Cares.
People really do not appreciate it.
That was my take, because we have basically a couple sentences from the new character who's been cast as Batwoman. It doesn't say I'm a huge fan of comic books. I'm a huge DC fan. I'm really excited to step into the legacy of this character. Represent DC Comics.
Here it is.
I started practicing and working out for the role.
I've got it right here. I am extremely proud to be the first black actress to play the iconic role of Batwoman on television. And as a bisexual woman, I am honored to join this groundbreaking show, which has been such a trailblazer for the LGBTQ plus community.
Has it been?
Ruby said the same thing. Was like, I'm so happy that it's being taken over by a beautiful black woman, and like. What does that matter?
Is she not a proper lesbian either?
The first thing they're defending. Now, guys,
the audition should be to eat some box at the audition.
Well, that's what we kept saying is what's going to be the actual audition.
Prove it.
Well,
I sucked one dick and I ate one clam, and that's it.
I didn't like it. You can jerk somebody off and then fucking eat a minge with the other. That's your interview for Batwoman.
Well, they said no straight people apply, basically. So, but isn't like all of Hollywood?
Well, they had to change that for legal reasons.
No, I think they did. It's called it's against the law here in California, but not for long.
Not for long.
Not for long. They're getting rid of the discrimination laws because we are going backwards. But no, it's. I just lost my fucking train of thought. But
it's interesting that these things become cultural. Like Zach said it too. I agree with this. Like they're not interested in money and fame. A lot. It's planting your flag on a cultural landmark.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's all it's about, and it's like
Standing
they
up
don't
on
give a
Star
shit about.
Wars or
It's
standing
like
up
this
on
is our
comics,
territory
yeah.
now.
Well,
Bye.
dude,
This
if
is
you
our
think of that
territory.
woman, you can clearly see they don't give a shit about that character. They don't give a shit.
Well, it's about colonization. I mean, they're
everybody in
colonizing.
Hollywood, everybody in Hollywood's going to be bi now. Like everybody. Yeah, that's the only way you're going to
Hey,
get a role.
Spoiler alert: they already were.
They already were. Yeah.
Spoiler alert:
Works
they're
out
all
for 'em.
whores out here.
Worse.
I remember what I was going to say now. It's like, they're really doing this on purpose because it's like their first defense is, well, all movies have always been celebrating straight, relationships. Like, really, have they?
Is that what you got out of this? I don't
is
even
the
want-
entire
yeah.
movie
The
really
Shining is a
usually
great
about a guy
celebration
trying to
of a
get
straight
laid?
relationship.
I'll be honest. I find
seriously.
I find straight romance in a Batman to be too gay. I want just give me the. I don't want to see his goddamn romance.
You know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen Batman on television. We haven't seen him fighting his rogues galleries of villains in their prime on television ever. We've seen everything else. We've seen now 2 lesbian versions of Batman. We fucking Alfred. There's a show about Alfred out there, but no fucking Batman.
I got a great idea. How about we make a Batman movie or a TV show about him being a detective?
I'm pitching a new show called Everything But the Batman.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what Gotham.
I'm going to pitch a new show saying everyone's bisexual.
Well, I've gotten sick and tired of my Superman and my Batman shows not having Superman and Batman. in them.
Right?
Yeah, why? Do you remember that movie from the 90s with it had John Malkovich and Julia Roberts, and it was called Mary Riley, and she played the maid of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, played by John Malkovich. By the way, John Malkovich, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, that sounds cool. Oh, the movie's not about that. It's about his maid. So the whole movie, it's as if there's a much cooler movie happening that you only get to see through a keyhole because Mary Riley's.
Because you have to watch Mary Riley.
You see a shadow of a transformation. It's all about her feelings about it.
That sucks.
Why did you make this?
I got to say this though. Somebody brought up American Pie, but yeah, like for every American Pie, there's 10 movies about gay cowboys eating pudding. Okay, seriously.
And they wouldn't be able to make American Pie today.
No, they wouldn't.
No
way.
No way in hell.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Buy your physical media.
Canceled.
But you can still fuck a pie. Don't think that.
That movie was progressive. He was into food.
Guys,
that's just make
I
it
just fuck pies on
trisexual.
my own time.
I'm sure that's part of the alphabet community. It's a pie fucking area. There's
Bisexual.
There's absolutely no correlation between less boobs in movie, no nudity, no relationships of any kind, pretty much, and then the drop in ticket sales prior to the beer bug, by the way.
It's just a strange thing to take these things at the appeal. I don't understand the move to be like it. I mean, it's like a parallel of we're going to get rid of Jay Leno and put Conan in his place for this new audience that's coming in that wants, like that. You just see that over and over again. Like it's who's this new audience, and they don't know who the new audience is. They just have Twitter ideas. So they're like, we got to get rid of these dying people who are your
It's
entire.
because they're trying to
constituency.
recreate the 60s and 70s again, and it's never going to happen.
If they made that happen again, God, that would be amazing. The hippies, everybody owes hippies an apology. Remember, everybody was like bash hippies. They used to party and shit. They were way cooler than these new fucking.
Oh yeah,
and I pointed out the difference between
hippies to Karen. Yeah.
Well, the difference between hippies and these kids nowadays who think they're doing the same thing is hippies, besides sitting around and having sex and smoking dope, actually did something. They became senators and they tried to change laws and they did other things.
That's where it falls apart for them.
Exactly. Then they became part of the system, but at the same
that's
time,
around the time they met Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. Well, then you have the problem is these kids have no direction. It's like, but what are you doing to make things better? And that's where I said before, it's the same thing where all these politicians who are getting involved behind this. It's like, dude, these are these people that you're treating like your allies. These are the fuckers you should be trying to tear down because they're the reason the system is the way it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people are posing as I'm a friend of mine, Jimmy Dore, has a channel on here, and I always thought I didn't like lefties at all until I was watching it, but he's like got principles, and it's a thing that it's really funny. It's people that want to be in a clique. It's almost nothing to do with their actual politics. It's that it's completely co-opted and taken away from whatever the stuff originally meant. And now if you get into that, people get into left and right, it's like kayfabe. I mean, it's become like wrestling. Like when I watch people get crying about Trump being elected, it reminds me of the WWE guy. He's like, "It's real to me, damn it!" And I'm like, "Did you cry when wrestling?"
That's your truth.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
when did politics become the qualifier? When did politics become?
When religion left, that was a
Yep.
that-
They had to replace
I
it with a
was
couple
against
religion.
religion. I was against it, but it's like Saddam Hussein. There's a power vacuum, and so now all the effort on separation of church and state. Now we got corporate and state. Like corporate filled in the church void.
Yep.
And now they're filling it in with new human, HR guidelines. No more 10 commandments. Hello, new HR guidelines.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
they're not
gotta
just
fill the
10,
void.
they're like 20. Now they're 40. Now they're
And
80.
they don't tell them to
and
you.
they're always changing. And we'll never show you what they are.
Moses at least showed you the tablets when he,
Yeah,
when he
right,
came
yeah.
down. They're like, no, that's proprietary information.
Yeah.
What the rules are.
All right. So, and that's this. Okay, the ridiculousness. It's almost hard to get through. They did a great. Bleeding Cool did a great job on this. But the
Bleeding Fool, don't get it confused.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Bleeding Fool. And after all, this was a secret network without proof. There was no point in going public because members would just deny its existence and use their media connections to smear anyone who challenged them. Again, these are comic book writers and artists. Some of them have worked for DC and Marvel. Some of them never have. One of them, I believe, Zoe Quinn is a member of this group, by the way. Not surprising at all. Then things got interesting. On December 16th, 2018, Whisper Network member Gail Simone, hi Gail, nice work on YouTube, by the way, who joined the network 6 years ago, 4 years before the following tweet was posted, mocks doofuses who speculate that a Whisper campaign existed. Yes, it's part of our Whisper campaign. I got to talk like her. Yes, it's part of our Whisper campaign. It's according to doofuses.
I'm Gail Simone.
Dude, I'll bet you she doesn't think there's a Whisper campaign. She's like, what are you talking about? This is just my personality, how I am every day.
Probably.
Like I'm not
No.
I'm not punching into work. Like I just do this.
Yeah, when I'm not writing comic books, when I'm late with comic books, so like she's
she's never writing fucking comic books.
When she was writing comic books, she was always late, and she would always be
Right.
on Twitter. This goes back to 2009 when Twitter just started. She was doing this shit.
Dude, Twitter has really caught.
Wow.
It's like what if that becomes Skynet? Twitter, all the crazy thoughts being pumped into it.
Right.
It forms a brain.
Look at
probably has.
It's like a disease.
Oh, we're
Dude, look at how so pro tip, industries are small. People talk. Don't be a dick. Well, it's funny. You made it. This chick helped make it smaller.
Yep.
To just, and I heard she's a notorious, like, the
Cunt.
worst of the queen bee type.
She really is.
This is the Queen Karen right here, Heather
This
Antos.
is the one who's got Scott Snyder under her fucking thumb.
That's
Scott
wild,
fucking
dude.
Snyder.
Why would you at that point not
So
go off and
disappointing
do
in
your
him.
own thing? Like, and I worked on a lot of stuff where it was like company as stuff got, especially in comedy, as things got worse. So I'm like, oh, this doesn't look good. So I got to do a podcast now, or you could go do your own thing. You don't have to be like. One good thing about like all even as much as YouTube sucks, like you can make your own thing without having to live under Heather Antos's.
No, and but she has actually made her mark. Somebody with no fucking talent at all. She couldn't even edit a fucking book. Zach and many others pointed out like her books were some of the worst edited books
They're
out
terrible.
there. They had mistakes. Entire live streams were centered around her mistakes in books.
Right.
She
Fucking
was
hilarious.
a work girlfriend, and she doesnn like hearing that. It's the truth. And now she's at Valiant, which is a company that can't afford an idiot like her screwing it up. They're basically living off of their IP value to Hollywood. Those days are fucking done. By the way,
Dude.
Maybe they're trying to tank the
hardcore
company.
done.
I think it
People
was done
think there's a
intentionally.
deal that you get some incredible deal with your thing, and it, like people think that like Hollywood, here I come, and they have no idea how much it doesn't work that way.
That's basically what Valiant is. It's a place where they put up shit that they know is not going to sell very well, but they're hoping it gets picked up by a fucking Netflix or a sci-fi network or whatever it is, and turn it into something that could actually make money.
I hate to break this to Mags Visaggio, who now knows this. Okay, I'm not going to say who I know this through, but I have a friend who's had a couple TV deals and they fell through. He's never said exactly. Kurt, you probably know this. That he's never said exactly what he makes, but he gave me ballparks and like your average, and I mean, well, I can't. Like I'll say below average YouTuber. I mean, lower tier is still 100,000 subs. Will make more than Mags will ever make off her TV show, ever.
What channel
in a
is
couple
on?
months.
What channel is the TV show on?
It's on Sci-Fi.
It was,
dude, without a doubt, without a doubt.
It was on was.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, that money.
But it's the planting your flag thing. It's the money's not as important as like I'm on a TV show. I can't believe how many comedians were dying to be on like a talk show format kind of show doing a set, which like that shit's been dead back when I was doing it, you know? And the people that you thought were the outsider, they just wanted to be prom queen the whole time. And they'll go like for these shitty deals just to have that acknowledgement of like, oh, I'm in the official group, you know, like that's more than money to people.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And just to clarify, okay, when I say Lord, I count myself in there. You know, a couple 100,000 subscribers, awesome, very grateful for it. But there are channels on this platform right now with 6 million subs who I've never heard of. And that's how big this thing is. It's crazy.
I find a new one every day.
Yep.
Who's that chick that they put from YouTube that they made the show and it got renewed and everybody couldn't believe Lily Singh.
Lily Singh.
So that's like a classic.
She's terrible.
Has anybody tried to watch it?
Basically, everybody who was in Brie Larson's video, right?
Well, yeah, within her
basically.
YouTube thing or her following, I'm sure I didn't watch it. I'm an adult man, but I'm sure her thing has its appeal in her viewer because
it's not meant for you, Kurt. It's not
right. Exactly. It's not meant for me.
Yeah.
No, but that's right. It's not meant for me. And it got the viewers it got. And then you watch these TV shows like, let's try to recreate this on our channel. And they can't. It's like you're ruining everything that's good about it going through the corporate thing. But the bottom line is that time slot that she's in, that was what, Carson Daly, which probably never got a lot of views anyway, so they can afford to have it as a write-off. They're like, oh, look, we got a diverse person this time slot. If it does well, great. Doesn't do well, look, we're not losing anything from like our prime.
What's the time slot, like 2 a.m. or something?
It's like a late.
Super late. It's super late.
Yeah, like it's just if you were into her, you'd be wanting to see her here. You wouldn't want to see her on a
Well, she was a YouTuber, so I don't know
that's
how
what I'm saying.
popular her
Like,
channel was.
It was big. It was big, wasn't it? I believe it was like in the millions, wasn't it?
Yeah, she had a huge channel, and they thought that would. They actually lured a YouTube over to late night.
Viner that came to YouTube.
YouTubers get more views than those late night shows.
This is new. Like I didn't start watching YouTube until like I don't know a couple of years ago when I was flying on planes. Like I didn't even give it a second look, but like this is where shit's headed. Is like this kind of stuff. Like that. So a lot of these companies know that's why they attack it a lot.
Yeah, holy shit, she has 14 million subs. Wow.
I mean, as relatively small as we really are in the grand scheme of things, if you look at it, I had to stop and think about it. It's like, shit, when I was back in radio back in the day, I've got more people listening to me on an average in a live stream, especially like somewhere like here, than I did on an average radio broadcast. And it's crazy to think that way. It's just, I mean, the reach that a platform like YouTube has as opposed to even like network television, because there's just so much to drown out,
right?
As opposed to when we were kids, most of us here on the panel, you know, we were used to 4 channels, and if you're lucky, if you had cable, you might have had TBS and ESPN, you know, and that's
right.
about it.
Well, plus, dude, you guys have your own like ground up. You know, like I do my podcast on this channel, Gas Digital, and the guy that runs it, like I saw he had an audience that he built up. It wasn't like he had seed money from someone. Like that's what you see with like the Brie Larson, all these like astroturfed kind of people. They got it's like investor money, so it always sucks. It wasn't a natural, and it's like just on paper fans. It's like there's going to be like a bubble burst like 2008, but of like woke entertainment because there's not a real base of people, and all these unserved
there's
markets
no fans for that. Nobody actually wants to watch that crap.
The fans that were rejected are going to find something they want to see. They don't just go away forever. You just lose out, and they're going to lose to like just stuff like this is going to do better. I can't believe when you like, oh, Neil Druckmann watches it, like he does. Like that blows my mind.
Well, and you know something's up when you got people coming to us and saying, you know, more people are watching Gary and stuff like that than are actually watching Star Trek Discovery or Doctor Who in actual
That's mind blowing
numbers.
I mean, I don't watch those things. I watch Gary's show.
That's what I'm saying. Most people come to us instead of just watching it. They're like, I don't need to watch it. I'll just listen to you guys talk about it. Yeah.
I don't have the attention span to like, I'm like, if I'm not going to like this, I don't even want to have the investment of getting disappointed. So I'll be like, let's see what did Gary think of it.
Let's watch a Gary video.
I guess that's what an influencer thing is. I guess that's why it's like, it could be both lucrative and also make you a target. Because there's a goal to cut off all the influence of people who are not approved in the official influence circle.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is little war is.
Yeah, there was a games journalist, inverted commas, from VGA. Is it 24? VGA 24/7, whatever it's called.
Cuck McKean.
who was yesterday calling for the cancellation of YouTubers that dare speak against the narrative, the removal from the platform,
Dude,
and
now
the
they say
demonetization of them.
in those words, because
Journalists.
I've seen them say narrative, like the official narrative. In those words, I've seen announcements like that. Anybody who deviates from the official, like you're actually saying it out loud.
Yeah.
That's
So
mind blowing to me.
It's not
If
like
you
under
don't
the covers.
agree,
It's
if you
all
don't
blatant.
toe the line, if you don't kiss the ass, get these people off. It's and this is coming from a journalist. A journalist.
Right. Well,
This
they
is
also,
coming from a journalist, and that to me makes it the most disgusting thing. Full stop.
Because they're not real.
Well, they're not journalists or
Yeah,
activists.
yeah, they're not
They
journalists.
stopped
It's a journalist
paying
in name
journalists a
only.
long time ago. They've stopped paying the real journalists. So
yeah,
you just get these people that are like intern level, and they're being paid in act as much of a nut as you want to a certain degree online, and in lieu of pay. So I would get all these. There's so many like lies and smears that have gone around about me through low level HuffPo. I guess Daily Beat.
Right.
And it's people that fancy themselves open mic. It's just how you said it. People you never heard of talking about someone you might have heard of, kind of articles, and they blow my mind. I'm like, this organization, what are they paying you to do this? And what is this your beat? What I'm doing with my life is you cover that like it's an important thing. Like
I think it's an inherent jealousy built in as well.
Oh, of course.
There's an inherent
woke
jealousy
points as
built in
well.
that they can't bring the audience in because they have a very rigid and very specific narrative which they've got to tell, and then you've got these people on YouTube or these people on late night television who are straying from that, and they're just saying what they want. They're saying how they truly feel. They have freedom of expression, and these people don't have that freedom of expression because they have to conform to the narrative,
right?
And they get mad about that.
Try to explain that there's an issue with this to people that want to not see it, and it's like trying to explain that police brutality is real. It's like police are brutal. Like, what? No, they're not. They're the police. Like the thin blue check mark. A buddy of mine, Alex Boston, is reported made that term. They think that they are, because in lieu of pay, they get the title of "We are the torch in the darkness of the Trump." Like, are you really?
We're on the front lines fighting the fight.
Really? At 24, you're already all that. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And you make how much? At 30,000 a year.
The funny thing is, it makes it sound like they're fighting on the shores of Normandy or something like that.
Well,
that's what you get
That's what
in
they
lieu of pay. You get identity in lieu of pay, because all these companies, and that's where you get the cancel thing, where nobody, people go, oh, well, just the Constitution says you have free speech, but that doesn't mean a private business can't impinge on your constitutional rights whenever it wants. that fucking. Which, by the way, Colin Kaepernick, then, who those people would support, a corporation infringe on his rights. You don't like it when it's happening.
It only counts if you're talking about gay cakes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a different.
Yeah,
by the way, the gay cake thing, which initially I remember being like, just make the cake. That is different, because that is not the same as going to like a restaurant and they make this kind of dish. That's asking someone to do artisan work. Where they're putting their energy into. That is a different
physical
thing. I understand
service.
why
It is absolutely different. And what they're trying to do is make somebody who doesn't want to do something do it. It's not about freedoms or liberty or protecting marginalized.
It's exactly what the religious nuts were saying.
And that's why they didn't go to a Muslim bakery and do it.
Yeah,
they picked
exactly.
a Christian bakery.
And dude, all the people that were like, and I remember, dude, I was part of my hour I did in 2013. I remember laughing at people that were with gay marriage fears. But there was one thing that was real, which is this weird, like, we're getting like the people still want to boycott Chick-fil-A. Somebody said to me, like, if you care about the issue, I'm like, yeah, but you won. Why are you still trying to punish Chick-fil-A? They lost.
Yeah.
One guy contributed to the losing side. Like, you won the battle. Why would you need to further punish the people? They're already losers. What are you doing? But it's a grind them into the earth.
Yep.
It's not masculine. It's very feminine. It's not masculine at all.
Not at all.
It was more than just that fight. It was more than just that fight. And it's just a continuation of forcing anything and everything that's not traditional down your throats. And if you don't agree, you're a bigot, bottom line.
Well, yeah, it really is. And also the change in the definition of words. That's a huge part of it, because that's an intentional thing.
It's the only way they can get to circumvent science. It's sad because, like you guys were saying earlier, it's like the new religion in a weird way too. It's the same way.
There's an article of faith. You have to go. You have to accept some like thing that humiliates you as part of the argument in order to be a member, and that's your demonstration. that I'll put aside this logic because they might need you to put aside logic in other times. So you demonstrate by accepting some nonsense that if in front of your eyes you can see is not the case. Right.
I'll put aside some logic if I'm going to fucking crush some fucking nice pussy that night. That's the only time I'm sort of putting aside any fucking logic, right?
Wait, what?
That's the only time I'm putting
remember
aside
when we
logic is if
actually
I'm going to get
used
my
to act
fucking
stupid just to get laid?
But in relation to life,
guarantee we're not going to get laid. I guess.
Dude, when I think of the ways I've sold myself out to because I was getting one time a girl was on a date and she goes, "Would you slay a dragon for me?" And I was like, "What?" and she goes, "I swear to God," and I go. I go, "I'd slay a hippopotamus for you." Like that's a real. I didn't know what to say, and she goes, "Take this seriously."
Say yes.
She goes, "Take this seriously." Like if you said, "Like, would you eat a bowl of magic farts if it would give you X-ray vision?" Please take this seriously. And I tried to answer her question because I was going to get laid. That's how much I sold myself out.
Yes.
You
just say yes.
Actually, try to answer the question.
If somebody asks you if you're going to slay a dragon to get laid, you say yes. I mean,
yes.
That's it.
Yeah, like I said, remember we used to talk bullshit to get laid. Nowadays, it's like these guys out there talking bullshit, so they're guaranteeing they're not going to get laid.
Oh my God.
These people are the Kardashians, and they've got 4 lights up, and they're telling us there's 5. And we're the fucking people sat down going, there are 4 lights.
4 lights.
There are 5. There are 5.
It's so funny about
And they're
these
trying to
guys
break
that
us
walk
down. They're trying to
themselves.
break us down mentally. They're trying to break people down that some people are going to end up going, there are 5 lights. Then you're a part of the club now. Congratulations. But there's still a lot of us resisting with there are 4 fucking lights.
There's 4 fucking lights.
And we've got unknown comic people trying to ruin people's careers, people who are vastly more talented than them. Fucking Warren Ellis canceled himself.
Dude, that's the saddest. Isn't it the
that's
saddest?
fucking
fucking
cool.
thing?
Bad.
And what
I mean,
do you do
dude's
wrong?
fucking
Lassiter, for
That's the thing I find so funny about all this is the people that are now going around self-canceling. It's just like, my God.
Like, before
Well,
you
what are
get
you
to
gonna
it,
do?
before
Are
you
you
get
gonna
to it,
break
I'm
with the
sorry.
group? They're not going to break with the group that they've already internalized as the real.
Yeah.
This is like, dude, you don't leave a cult. I'll just tell you, like when I was in fully believed that in Jehovah's Witnesses, I was born into it. But there was a period as 19, 20 where I'm like, this is the truth. And you could have shown me any kind of science or fossils or whatever. I wouldn't have listened to you. Evidence had nothing to do with it. The only time you leave is when it personally fails you. Like now, Warren Ellis, maybe it'll dawn on him and he'll have a chance to leave the cult. But he would never be able to leave because you're like, Warren, isn't it terrible to live this way? I say this to people all the time that'll do my podcast who say nothing offensive and like, oh, will you go back and just see if I said something? That people have to panic call after just doing a podcast. And it's funny, the people that kind of, they're not gaslighting me, but they just don't want to see how big a problem it is now. Like Jon Stewart liberals that I knew from New York that are not like wingnuts. They're just like, but as soon as Trump is gone, this will all go away. That's what they have.
No,
in their
it's
head.
not. No, it's not.
Because they don't. These are the kind of people that don't know how to, they don't know how to raise their kids. They are like friend parents, and so now it's getting worse because all this generation of kids, like their parents didn't like, hey, I want to get a tattoo. You're not getting a tattoo. No, they go, I'll drive you to get a tattoo. And now the kids can't individuate. They have to find worse things.
Well, not just that, they project onto their children.
Yeah, right. It's all these narcissist dude, it's wild now. It's a whole like
I have literally heard I don't know how many stories now people have told me where they're like, oh yeah, my fucking uncle I can't even talk to my nephew anymore because I don't get along with my sister-in-law and my brother because they force him to wear women's clothing because they don't want him to, project.
Do you live in Seattle?
No, but I've heard this story a few
Seattle,
times and it's
but
so
yeah,
goddamn
I know a
similar.
few
And it's
people
like,
the same
wait a
thing,
minute,
yeah.
aren't you giving this kid a fucking complex? It's like, did
Yes.
he choose to dress this
Dude,
way?
Did
There's
you
gonna be
hear
an
about the
epic-
babies thing where they're raising babies without gender?
Yeah. That's
yeah.
Ridiculous.
Well, if that's really
It's
what they're
abuse.
doing, that's one thing. But it's like I'll bet you're going when the boy wants to do a boy thing, you're discouraging it. I don't
They
believe
are.
it's
This isn't
I don't
anything
believe
That's
natural.
what I was getting to. Was like that's what that they're actually forcing the gender role onto the child, even though the child did not ask for it. They're discouraging the child whenever they are wanting to do masculine things, and it's like, wait a minute now.
I'm sorry, who is doing it?
Well, I've heard this actually similar story. Like I can't say who because
It
I don't
sounds
wanna
like
out
some
the person.
Seattle thing. Like most people,
It is.
Most people
It
are not
really
doing
is.
that. Most people are not doing that. Like,
I
most
don't
people-
want to say who told me,
listen, up
but
here,
it's at least
up-
3 or 4 times I've
Tom,
heard similar stories.
Up
yeah.
here, it's fucking happening. Okay. I
Oh, you're in San
I-
Francisco.
Yeah. No, there's
Yeah,
some
I'm
like
in San
legit
Francisco.
crazy. I can't say where or call these people out, but there's I mean, the fact that I don't know anybody in my real life who has the beer bug. Who knows somebody who has the beer bug, but I know two
What's
people.
beer
The COVID. I don't
yeah.
like saying. I don't like
the
saying.
beer bug?
Yeah, I call it the beer bug. Corona.
YouTube doesn't like it when you say that. word.
Yeah.
So, but
No, it's
Yeah, they don't
fine.
like it when you
Okay.
say the R word.
But I
either.
know-
That's why we see
hang on.
Dolphin Love, but
okay, so I know two people. I know two people who have kids that are transgender now. Two boys that are now.
What are the odds of that?
That fucking impossible.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
a trend that parents are imposing on their kid. They can be very influential.
Yeah, it's a fashion trend.
and
Wait, did you see?
it will fuck up your kids so much. I mean, like, it's bad enough, like, with the tattoo thing and stuff.
Right.
But and like, listen, yeah, sure. There's kids who do it naturally too. That's fine.
Right.
And you know, that's a unicorn though. That's a fucking unicorn. And
Right.
listen, and this is what we're dealing with. If the fact that I brought that up will trigger the shit out of some people.
But
And-
you know what? I was just somebody wrote a book about this. I just watched an interview with this woman who wrote a book, and it's more statistically, it's more the males that do that young tend to more so stay with their choice and be happy. A lot of the social contagion effect happens to girls way more than boys, apparently.
Yeah,
because girls are
heard
so
that.
self-loathing. In fact, all that Karen shit, it's weird because these teen girls know they know they're Karen, and they're so besides pointing a finger at other people, they're doing it to themselves. All
They're
these
like,
SJWs live in a world of pain on themselves all the time.
Look at it. Look at what
That's
they're
obvious.
And
look
so
at what
they-
they're
yeah.
doing to the women in popular culture. They're always trying to take them down.
Right. Well, it's a
several
way of
pegs.
it's a way of
Yeah.
individuating from your mom. So to separate your identity, like I said, the thing of your mom will take you to get a tattoo. Well, guess what, mom? I'm not like you. I'm a boy. It's
Yeah.
kicked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have my penis.
It's the
chopped
next
off.
step.
I mean, it's going to go all the way back to, Mom, I'm a conservative. That's actually kind of happening
Dude,
with
I said,
Generation Z.
wait
It's
till you
gonna be
see,
Alex
wait till
P.
you see
Keaton,
the
yeah.
fucking
Yeah, I was just
Reagan
going to say
Republicans.
Family Ties.
You're gonna miss Reagan Republicans when you see the conservatives that come out of this.
What's the
Oh, man.
Well, I've said it.
yeah.
How many times has California missed Schwarzenegger now?
The
after
pendulum will
drove
swing.
him
It
down?
will
What do you
swing
think
back
the
at
last
some point.
the last 4 weeks have been a commercial for the Second Amendment and everything and cops? Honestly, for cops. And you know what? I hate to give.
First Amendment.
Okay, we're going to get to this article, and then we're going to get to super chats. I hate to give the show Watchmen credit because it was garbage. We were talking about it earlier. It was something that was just
They
agenda
predicted
first.
the gun thing, though, huh?
But they predicted the gun thing and cops wearing masks. Again, this whole defunding of police, you were going to make something so much fucking worse. Yes,
Well, that
you're
guy
gonna-
had a good. He's a good writer. It's just he inserted that nonsense. You're not qualified to write this black woman character, dude. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It just isn't.
No.
Do what you know. Do
Well,
what
then
you
why
know.
is
The whole
Druckmann
story-
qualified to
the
give us
whole-
that?
The whole story ended up being this black woman was so fucking amazing that Dr. Manhattan all of a sudden out of nowhere decided to have faith in humanity again and give his powers to her. That was it.
Right.
He's like, she is so awesome. I'm going to give her my powers. Take off my balls.
I thought that was
and
the
go
thing
away.
I hated the most was the he got with her to justify the story happening. Like they never tell you why he picked her
and
out.
he
other
turns
than,
from a white guy into a black guy. I mean, like, it
dude,
just-
that's hilarious. Dr.
Oh.
Dr. Black Manton.
Yes, and to even criticize it when Doomcock and I were reviewing that, so we had people going, "This is the most dangerous live stream on YouTube." And I'm
But
like,
even that I didn't dislike.
Jeez.
It's funny, man. That show I would get pulled in. I'd be like, this stinks. But then I'd be like, oh, that's cool. The flashback episode was so.
the fifth
fucking
episode.
good.
The fifth.
Why was
epi-
what's his name in the wheelchair? The guy. What's the guy's name? That black actor.
I think he was in a weird. They wanted to make him look old, but I think he actually
Not
had,
Danny Glover. Shit.
Louis Gossett Jr.
Yeah, what?
Yeah,
Louis Gossett Jr. was in a wheelchair
But he
because he
was
got fucked
faking
in the ass so hard and
Yes, exactly.
younger day. He was wheelchair ridden from all the banging he did.
because he just Louis Gossett Jr. for one cast somebody who you think might be really gay. I mean, because Louis Gossett Jr. He's a pretty butch dude.
Yeah, that's like offensive that they.
Yeah, it was
Why did
really.
they get that guy Billy something from who had like the curtain on his hat at the Oscars?
And he was doing it with yeah. There, I mean,
Oh, yeah,
it was a Hollywood liberal wet dream. That's like, let's take Watchmen and put Hollywood progressive politics all
And
over
it's the cockiness of someone. It's a cockiness of someone who is talented, who's like, I'm going to do it all. I'm going to these woke directives I'm going to fulfill, and I'm going to make a great story, and everyone's going to love. Like, that's the impression I got from Lindelof's thing.
It's true cockiness.
Yeah,
The thing I got from the other guy is, I'm punk rock and I'm gonna fuck your world for Last of Us 2 in his head, because he's like, you can see he's Aspergery, dude. He's not like a lot of these. And my friend, she's I'm blanking on her name too, but she told me like these guys that write these games, they're so not in tune with girls. They don't understand women generally. They're like nerds, you know, and they're like they're borderline autistic, and so that's why this stuff rings so false. Like when his first one, the father-daughter kind of story, the tropes of it, he's doing well. It rang truer than him trying to go off-road and like, I'm going to change that whole dynamic, because you can tell he doesn't understand how to interact with people, just generally. How is he going to write it? Something that complex that he's not a member of. How's he gonna do that?
Well, then okay, Lindelof took on, this is the issue we had a hard time explaining to some, I'm sorry, simpletons out there. This whole story of Watchmen is based on one of the worst events in American history. So it's they called it was called a race riot, but it was basically
it's a massacre,
like a massacre. It was like genocide.
Oh my God, dude! Do you remember? Wait, do you remember when this is the thing that just blew my mind? The black guy who's a soldier in the beginning. He runs in, hands his wife the rifle,
gun,
and takes the baby.
Yep.
Like, really?
The guy who just got back
if I was
from
a
World
black
War
man, I would be upset by this on every level.
Yeah.
It's so. My friend Godfrey is a comedian. I always used to treat him like kind of a hotep for going. They always want to put a black man in a dress, and I owe him an apology.
Yeah, because they're scared of them.
Because
They're frightened
of
black men. They're frightened of black men.
Dude, every black guy that said that I told him that I was like, you're being crazy. No, dude, they want to put everybody in a dress. I think there's an excess of dresses from a dress factory somewhere, and we're all going to have to make this up.
Overflow.
They are frightened of them. They will do everything to demasculate them. They'll do everything to make them calm, sedate. They do the thing they fear the most is an angry black man.
Like upper
it
class,
drives them fucking crazy.
Or just a slightly displeased black person. Upper class, the twits that run entertainment.
I am a slightly displeased black person.
No, yeah, the bourgeois twits, and this is like how if you were mined coal in Kentucky for for generations. If you were, my daddy's a coal miner and I'm a coal miner. Well, in Hollywood, it's my uncle was an agent and I'm an agent, and we're like a producer, and I'm going to be a producer like my dad, and that's how it works here. Like Lena Dunham came from that. She came from her mom's a playwright. So these are family run. It's as a byproduct of all their nepotism. It's naturally segregated. It naturally segregates, and it's not even so much that they're bad. Some of them are very bad-hearted, but it's more that they're just surrounded by other rich white people. And sometimes they meet people who aren't white, but they're basically white because they're also rich like them.
Well, that's
and,
why
and they don't know. They
can't
can't connect. I got a friend who's a friend of a friend who's a black writer who's doing pretty well right now, and he's he's the real deal. He's not just some purse puppy. I'm glad he's getting opportunities, and he pitches stuff that these people in meetings, they go, well, how's anybody going to relate to that? Because they can't relate to it because they're rich white people. They just don't even have a concept of how it's like the what's the thing of sitcoms where it's like the fat guy. You always hear about, the fat guy with the impossibly hot wife.
Yes.
The ugly guy. That's because for a lot of these writers, that is their life. They've got an impossibly hot wife because they make money. A writer's room looks like, if you ever saw Armed and Dangerous with John Candy and Eugene Levy, when they get assigned to the toxic waste dump and the other security guards come out with teeth missing and hair falling out. That's what a writer's room looks like. The body degeneration. It's a bunch of schlubby white, and now they're doing where they're casting the writers, which is crazy.
Right.
Did you ever hear the Red Fox story from Sanford's son when he goes in the 70s? He was getting a little militant. And he's like, how come I don't have any brothers writing my show? Get all these writers out of here. I want some brothers. So they get rid of the whole staff and they bring his friends from his entourage. And the first day they go through the script reading, Red Fox, they're reading the script, and he just puts his hands on the table and he goes, all right, bring back my Jews.
Damn.
Because writing is
an
not
episode that was like that where he goes to the dentist and it was like the same thing. He's like, I want a black dentist.
Right.
And then the dentist comes in, and I don't remember what it was, but maybe it's a black dentist. He wanted a white dentist, and the white dentist didn't know anything, so they brought the black dentist back in. It was a pretty funny episode.
The writers on that, like the time, or like I wrote for a Chappelle show, not a couple sketches, not like a staff. It was mostly Neil and Dave Chappelle, but that team up, that show was great, and that was a team up. That's a black guy and a white guy. That's a time-honored team up from cop shows to whatever. And so diversity, like if I had a writer's room, just based on people I know in my life, it probably would be very diverse because I just know a lot of different people. I don't expect people like, hey, dude, whoever you know that you're going to get the best story out of, that's who you should pick. Like when I worked for Sasha Cohen, he had his friends from school, so it wasn't like a writer's room. Do you know what I mean? Like it was like it was like a band. So you wouldn't say to like, Metallica, like, hey, you're not diverse enough. It's like, this is a band. It's not a, And I'd like to see work from like a band type of thing, whatever it is. You could be all black. I don't give a shit what it is. I want to see a good story. If you have diversity of writer talent, that is very helpful. It really is.
But there's no diversity of thought, Kurt.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That this is corporate. This is not, it's sad because diversity is a good thing. It's not bad.
Well,
it's this fake woke.
It's natural. It's everywhere. It's existing.
Talent's getting derailed right now.
And they're trying to sell it. They're trying to sell it to us as a brand new fucking
Because they need to protect the jobs, the people that are the producer class, all the producers and the people on the agent side and they're going to stay pretty much white people and that ain't getting diversified. And to protect what they have, it's getting put onto the content creation because these are people that never really appreciated the shit anyway. The ones that did appreciate the art of it are usually maniacs like Harvey Weinstein or something. So these are the careerist craven people that are like, what's hot right now? I want to be in and that's all they care about. And it'll just shrivel up on its own because they're losing money. They stink.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. So we got to get back to this article, and then I got to get to the super chats. But that's it. All comes together in this bullshit. Okay, so the whatever talent people do have, it's getting sidetracked. What we were talking about with Watchmen. So back to Watchmen, David Lindelof took one of the most horrific moments in our past and turned it into a stupid supervillain story of mind control. So people were like going, this is stunning and brave. And we're like, no, this is like the truest form
insulting.
It's the truest form of exploitation there is. And just think about in 10 fucking years, how people are going to look back at the Doctor Who episode where Rosa Parks, who stood up to a guy who was going to arrest her, needed the doctor, the female white Karen fucking doctor to help her. People are going to look back on that well. And the same thing is instead of the horrific event of Tulsa where actual white people who were not being brainwashed, no, they were actually hateful, were going out to kill black people. No, it was everybody being brainwashed by one of Moloch's fucking
It's to take away the concept of individual responsibility. It's to kill that.
And Hollywood was just like, oh my God, you're so awesome. Awards, and it's the greatest show ever.
You know why they love that?
Applause.
Dude, they love the diffusion of blame. Like, all men are basically rapists. No, I'm not. I didn't do anything like the shit that these people, I've never done anything like that. And I'm not going to go, oh, but I do take some blame for the shit.
No way.
That's what their goal is.
You would not make a good Tom King. You really would.
You would not.
Because that's like a weak Catholic. Dude, I was raised in a Christian cult. I know original sin when I smell it coming out. And that has not been a positive thing for society, telling people they're born bad. In fact, one of the racism against black people, that's a big part of it, was telling them they were born the wrong skin color.
The whole thing.
So that actually, that's the fault. That's a bad program. That's not going to do better applying it to, it's wild, dude. They want, it's to get rid of individualism, which to me is the only way of eliminating racism. Directly, read White Fragility. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a good book, but it's explicitly laid out. She talks about Jackie Robinson. It's amazing how belittling to Jackie Robinson this woman is. The way she sums his story up, it like takes away everything that he achieved and all the shit he had to do to get where he was. Immediately take it away because it's just like it's like a commie thing. Like we're distributing your achievements among all of us. We're distributing your blame among all of us.
It's the exact same thing that we're doing with on with the
it's a
women and
complete
whatnot.
lack of responsibility. This is complete and utter lack of responsibility that people want to take nowadays for their own actions, and they think if they can dilute it, if they can put it out amongst a pool, that it will in some way, shape, or form absolve them of them. And it allows them, which is even worse, to behave the horrendous way that they're behaving because they think as a group mentality that it is going to be distributed amongst everyone. So in essence, they are just trying to find excuses for their horrendous behavior.
Yeah, they go, everybody's like this. Everybody does this. I'm just playing the game. Everybody does this.
Yeah.
That's the mentality. So there's no principles whatsoever.
No. Not a fucking scrap.
Whisper networks are not enough. Oh, no shit. You actually maybe should use law enforcement at some point and not just do it on Twitter. Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. And that's what we're seeing nowadays. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing people. I was this on Twitter. No. If you were, where were the police? Where was your report? If you were so damaged, why didn't you go there? The reason why you're coming is you are coming to destroy somebody's life without evidence, without anything that you would need in a court of law to substantiate your claims. And you know for a fact that on that platform, you are going to be supported by a bunch of mindless, like-thinking, man-hating bitches. And they won't care about if you're disproven or not. They will still have the mentality of, well, he's a man.
Because they don't
probably going to do it anyway.
And if you're a victim of something, that's the thing that people, it's really sad the amount of taking advantage of victims of real things that goes on.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people, that male and female, that foul shit has happened to. It's more common than probably people think. Especially in show business, it's extremely common.
It's extremely common in comic book industry too. You're going to see a lot of people falling that probably need to be gone, and you're going to see a lot of people falling because they cheated on their wife or whatever. Which, by the way, shouldn't get you fired from any job.
It's ridiculous, but it dilutes the real pain of people that went through stuff. See, they also the flip side of not caring if a guy's innocent, which they don't care, because all men are basically guilty, so one's as good as another. The same thing, but they don't care about a victim who a real thing. It's not so much about your individual rape, sweetie. It's about all the women. So for me, I was at a party and somebody said something. I remember this girl came out and said that David Cross said "ching chong" at a party to her once. That was a Me Too from Charlotte. That was a Me Too.
Was she a Ching Chong survivor?
She survived a survivor. Yeah. So you're equating this girl's thing with someone who is physically, I mean, it's so mind-boggling, but that's because we're redistributing. You don't have your individual thing. We need to have solidarity, and that means you're not that important in the grand scheme of things. What's important is women, not any woman.
Yeah, the hive mind, the vagina hive mind.
Yeah, they don't, but people don't. It's sad because a lot of people who it's like people. I mean, it's a lot of shit like that. It's like people taking advantage of molested children with bad intentions. And you see that like any extremist, you always see that. A bunch of people, there's some kind of abuse background, and they get used by bad actors that have, they're like, I want to tear it all down. And this is my way of, like how the Joker
fighting back.
Henchmen. How the Joker picks his henchmen.
January 8th, 2020. This is Alex DeCampi. By the way, if there's ever a comic convention again, I'm going to walk around and ask 25 people if they know who Alex DeCampi is.
I've never heard of this.
Never guarantee you 25 people will have never heard of her.
She's never worked for Marvel or DC.
Got a check mark though.
She just does. Yeah. She just does. I know she did some on Indiegogo lately.
Who are they talking about?
It's pretty big.
Say
she did something with David Bowie's son.
That's right.
Yeah. Duncan.
It made a lot of money.
Duncan Jones.
Yeah, I'm sure it had everything to do with Alex DeCampi and nothing to do with David Bowie's son. And then we have Stephanie,
director of films.
Stephanie Cook. Whisper networks are not enough. They only protect people in the know enough to talk to people with insider knowledge. We need to do better at driving shitty people out of the industry.
Then why would you be there, Stephanie?
Yep. Be the change you want to be.
Start with yourself.
And this person got into the Whisper Network, and here it's basically the comic book women. And listen, you know how they love to a lot of women like Gail Simone love to say, "Oh, women came in and ruined comics." Well, some women did. Sorry. Some
You know what?
actually
Dude,
came in and ruined
some
comics.
did actually.
This is very similar to comedy because like a lot of success. Like I know a bunch of very funny female comics who are successful, and even the ones that spout the worst nonsense I don't agree with, none of them would join a group. Comedy women, you'll notice they'll be absent from those group things because they're like, I'm not with you
But you
guys.
fucking Lily Singwood.
Yeah, no, well, she's not like a. I mean, I'm a stand-up, so I guess that's my own. Like people, the media will say people are comedian. I'm like, what? Like, what? That's a comedian? Like, I barely give it to improv people, so it's rough for me to. But those groups of like when people group together in an identity group in an art form, they tend to be the people that aren't any good at it, or if they are good at it, they just want the chance to rule over the rest of them.
Yeah,
because doesn't Gail Simone
so they
have
can all
some
get
talent?
together and go, oh, look at those people that are actually successful and good at shit, and I'm not that good. So let's all catty talk about them, and then try to get them canceled. So
I would rather curse the darkness than light a candle.
Right.
I would rather get together and curse the darkness.
Well, and Gail keeps getting work, and she's appalling now. Her work is just dreadful.
But she has done
Zoe
good stuff.
Quinn.
Am I wrong? Because I'm not an expert. But as I understand it, is she does have talent, depending on if she feels like.
Well, once
doing-
upon a time, she was fine. I mean, I wouldn't say she was great at all. She
no.
was fine. She was a fine comic book writer. You know, you wouldn't
Pedestrian.
have anything massively praiseworthy to say, but you wouldn't have anything massively negative to say. It's
Right.
like, I read a comic book. It was fine. It was all right.
it's a good way of summing up her work. It's all right.
Because somebody really exceptional is
But
not
now
gonna
it's
be-
trash.
they're not gonna be
Yeah.
thrown out.
Gail Simone
complete
is
trash.
Judd Winnick. That name came up. Judd Winnick was he got famous of being on The Real World. Got some comic book gigs. Pretty much wrote everything in the early 2000s for a little while. Then he went away. I don't know where he is now. Nobody remembers any of his books. He's got a couple of good stories here. Gail Simone, if she was a dude, she'd be out of the industry. A lot of these people would.
Dude, that's what I hate. Somebody actually says, he goes, we need to have more female CEOs. And I was like, why?
Why?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
great.
that's the
That's what
question.
we need.
Why?
We need more
Yeah.
corrupt. We need more corrupt CEOs that we can't get rid of now because they're women. That's
Yep.
going to be great.
Yeah, awesome.
At least the RoboCop evil white
That'll
man.
fix
You can
everything.
call him
Because
that.
Mama Susan's doing a great job over here.
Kennedy.
It's a great way to really sort of see the mark of a great writer is by saying, all right, name just one seminal piece of work.
Right.
From Gail Simone. Yeah.
And you
That
you
fridge,
can't
that fridge
do that.
remark. That fridge remark is
Yes.
the biggest thing.
That's what she's
Yeah,
known
that is
for.
that is the
That's what she's known for. Exactly.
There
Yeah.
might be there's none. There's absolutely none. As a matter of fact, let's just go down the list here. These are powerful people. Heidi McDonald writes for The Beat. And I think she used to
Zoe
write-
Quinn,
Zoe Quinn.
Number 2. Yeah.
number 2.
Notched
Right
up a
there.
nice
Number
body
1 is
count
Gail
there.
Simone.
Gail did do, I guess, a good run on Red Sonja, but that's about all I know of.
Again,
Would
it
you
was
say that
I've
seminal?
heard I heard she
pedestrian.
has talent, and it's just about like
Again,
she
I,
gets on
not,
Twitter.
and I just bring
Yeah.
that up to be fucking fair.
Yeah,
But-
dude, why I like
Yeah.
Zach on that channel is that guy's fair to people. Like, for
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
demonizing they
absolutely.
did. When they do work that's like good or he likes it, he never does that. Well, you said mean things about me, so I hate you.
Right.
Yeah, Zach. I'm sorry to burst the Zach. I've been listening to Zach as long as anybody else since like before he had 15,000 subs. I've been around. The edgiest shit he said man in a wig a couple of times, and
Dude, I can't believe that. I can't believe
no,
that.
I can't
There was the
believe it.
dark roast.
And he
There was the
point-
dark roast.
he emailed me the dark roast. That was fucking. I've heard
Dude,
so
I've
much worse.
participated in so many
worst thing
roasts.
he said
I'm
is that
telling you,
you-
that's nothing. It's crazy that's
No,
something at
it
all.
really is nothing. The worst thing he said was he called Antos a cum dumpster. That was it.
Yeah,
I mean, again, I wouldn't
And
even
he-
know.
and he
That
also
scares me.
argued is factual. So
Yeah, he called people Heather Antos a work
I thought
girlfriend.
roast had to be like
He said
exaggerations.
a lot of these women got jobs because there was a lot of lonely dudes, and they were given an edict by Disney that they need to hire more women. So they're like, okay,
Dude, that's a fact.
a lot
That's
of
not
a lot
that's
of
a fact.
lonely
That's
nerd
real.
dudes.
yep.
Of course.
Disney. By the way, this whole illusion of Disney autonomy is an illusion. They fucking run Marvel. They run Lucasfilm. We just J.W. Rinsler
Yeah,
just
they
did a
do.
video on it, man. You just he said it straight up. The atmosphere changed the day the sale happened.
Yeah.
He said it was a couple of years, but like you could just tell. And what did he call it? An environment of fear, control, and paranoia.
Yeah, it's Disney, dude.
It's Disney.
Yeah.
So, all these young women.
That's
and we
such a
got
great working environment to be in.
Mags Visaggio.
Such a creative space to live in, you know?
Yeah.
So-
Fear.
Yeah, so much of it is like, even if no matter what company, just something that big in charge of all the imagination, all the popular.
No, it's not good.
It's just we have nothing but monopolies in America now, and all these, especially these like the Democrats that I would, because I'm not right wing, by the way. They allowed that shit to happen. They did shit that if you don't like Ronald, shit Ronald Reagan couldn't have dreamed of, as my buddy Jimmy Dore.
I know, it's so ridiculous, man.
And so the Clintons gave us this. That's why the media sucks, because they were all allowed to monopolize in the 90s, and it's
the
just
radio,
slowly ruining everything.
Yeah.
Well, not you could make your own thing, but just those kind of jobs in the official mainstream are ruined. They're ruined now.
Yeah, Clinton did ruin radio. Go look it up. He jacked it up. Alex DeCampi. God. Okay. Here's the Richard Meyer stuff, and I don't. Comics Division did your boy Zach tried to distribute it through Simon and Schuster? I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
Yeah.
I remember it was not Alterna, Antarctic
Press.
Antarctic Press,
Yeah.
but
It was the rumor before.
Gotcha.
Right.
So, hey, folks. So apparently, Richard Meyer, who is your boy Zach, shitty graphic novel Jawbreakers is going to be. By the way, Alex DeCampi.
Yeah, throw that little dig in there.
Yeah,
Shitty
it's
graphic novel.
better than fucking anything you've done, and probably has sold.
She hasn't read it. She hasn't seen it, but
Yeah.
it's shitty. Already.
But it's shitty. Is to be distributed by Simon and Schuster. I have all those folks on mute for sanity reasons. But if anyone finds out more details on this, please let me know so I can talk to my folks at Simon and Schuster and try to stop that shit from happening. Though if you've sailed through the weekend blissfully unaware of this comic's latest trash fire, for all that is holy, do not go back and Google it. It's not worth the turds.
Oh, that's great.
Sounds like tortious interference to
dude,
me.
Yeah, that's tortious interference.
Well,
That's exactly what
they
Mark
bring
Waid's
it
been
up.
fucked for now.
in
Dude,
the-
it's crazy to me, like watching. Same thing with Joe Rogan, by the way. If I didn't watch Joe Rogan's thing and know who he was, and I just read press that people say about him, I'd be like, oh, what is he? Some kind of right wing guy?
Yeah.
Like the amount I have this level of like slander. I definitely have had this done about me from people who've never met me, making up. And by the way, they can just make up whatever the fuck they want.
Mhm.
What are you
Whatever
going to
they
do
want.
about, dude? What are you going to do about it? Sue? I mean, like, I'm really happy.
Yes,
that he's
honestly,
suing.
that's what I think people need to start doing.
You can only do that when, like, Zach, from what I understand of the law, like, that's something he has to do because the guy cost him business. But it's so bad for you to even have to sue when they do that. You're so fucked if someone is a bad actor and wants to ruin you, and they don't even have to know you. Like, and then the media will pick it up. I didn't understand how much they were. I knew the media sucked, but until I personally went through it, I had no idea how much they outright lie. I just had no idea. And it's wild, dude. It's like there's no penalties whatsoever.
No, we just see like
nobody's
CNN
watching.
and Fox and everyone at the moment. They've seen the barefaced lies on the shows, and there is actual physical evidence out there contradicting it that we can all see on Twitter or
At the
anyone
same
else
time,
that puts it out.
At
and
the
they
same
just won't
time,
backtrack.
on CNN, I watched a reporter in the riots say mostly peaceful protest while the car and the building behind him were on fire.
Yeah.
Like, how could you boldface lie to me in my face?
Dude, like Frank
we
Drebin.
can't-
Because
with that in the
that's
background.
that's a team.
Here's the
it's a
deal.
There's nothing to see here. There's
It's
nothing to see
Kurt-
here.
Did you notice,
Frank
by the
Drebin
way,
thing, yeah.
the footage that I saw when that really kicked off that I found really amazing was I would see looters, nothing happening, and I'd see cops beating up people that were just protesting. And I was like, that's a
You're
weird
like,
place
that's
to put
weird.
the beatings on. And that's the thing is like the people that do that, they play into that's what the system wants you to do is more law and order behavior that calls for more law and order.
Yes.
And that serves a lot of groups. That's why these companies that are, oh yeah, it's peaceful. It's in their interest. They can afford it if their shit gets busted. They want small businesses to get busted. Like they're all going to clean up during this unrest and they don't give a fuck.
No, Bill Gates is going to clean up. And listen, and the same thing goes for here. So if somebody goes out, for example, and writes a Reddit thread that Bolstrek and I are racist about Doctor Who or whatever, and so much so.
Did they do that?
They did do that. I can't do anything about it. And even if I did, even if I went out and sued, what it would do is bring something more draconian
It would put your
later.
name next to racist.
It would,
by the
well,
way,
it already does, by the
Yeah.
way. But if we start calling for, if it happens too much and all of us start calling for the government to go in and do something, again, we'll get some kind of draconian shit.
Something
that
worse.
will limit our speech and it'll make it much, much worse. So we just got to kind of sit back and fucking take it because they're using the free expression against it. But yeah, no, if you put Nerdrotic in Google for a little while there, it was like the third thing. It's like,
what did you do? What did you say besides being against? Like, what was the charges of you?
I honestly did not go and read it. Other people went and read it. I don't.
Oh, you can just type it into YouTube. There's videos.
Isn't it, dude? Isn't it interesting? The
Yeah.
people that yell this fucking dog whistle shit, they're like, "Oh, that's a racist dog whistle," and I'm like, "Well, I didn't hear it, so I must not be a racist."
Yeah.
Why is it you seem to be able to hear?
Yeah, why
the
do you-
dog
because
whistle?
I am racist.
is what it is.
I'll tell you what pisses the Doctor Who fans off, and I'll say it fucking right here, and I don't care. The Doctor should be a man. Should always
Yes,
be a
it's
man.
based on a grandfatherly
Always be a male.
character.
Yes.
It's
Mhm.
based on that relationship. It's crazy. It should have been a black guy before they even thought
Yep.
about making it a woman.
Yep.
The fucking, by the way, Tom Baker's my only. I've never even fully recognized the other Doctor Who's that people like.
Other than Tom Baker.
Tom Baker was the
they
only
told
one to
Whoopi
me.
our age
Goldberg she
range,
couldn't
yeah.
be. They told
Like-
Whoopi Goldberg no.
Yeah.
They
But it's
did no.
yeah.
The Doctor is a man. It should always be a man, and you're not sexist. If
That's
you
the
want one
point of-
fictional character to stay a dude. That's
Because
it.
it's a guy, it's a man energy where the guy's not trying to fuck you.
Yeah.
It's just nice
Yeah.
taking you out. It's a thing that they should be promoting as positive.
Yeah.
A male relationship where it's not about his dick and totally ruined. Totally, they made it
No,
about
well, New
women.
Who kind
You
of
gotta
brought
kill
his
it,
dick into
replace it.
All right, I'm gonna get. I gotta before we get back to this. I gotta hit some super chats. It's been a couple hours, so
Yeah.
sorry, folks, but it's been fucking awesome conversation. This has been great.
That's
Kurt,
what- yeah.
You're killing it, dude. Thank you. And so
Oh,
are you
yeah.
guys. So are you guys too. Great job, everybody. Salad Cream Boy 1984 for £5 says there was an explosion reported while Larson was about to go live on YouTube today. No casualties, but there's a debris everywhere. Oh God, I am gonna mute you.
Dude, you remember when
Debris
she?
everywhere.
I
That hurt
worked
a little
on. I
bit.
worked on a movie that she was on, and I don't know her personally, but a friend of mine talked to a lot, and the comparison he made was she was like talking to an empty soda can.
Yes.
but do you remember when she? I think she's probably just very awkward, and she doesn't smile because she doesn't want to look wrinkled. Honestly, that's why a lot of them don't smile.
Yep.
But do you remember when she was mad? This made me just laugh so hard. She's like, "Why are there so many straight white men at my press conference?" It was like, "Okay, honey, they're not straight. First of all,
Yeah.
Secondly, this
you
might surprise
assuming?
you, but black people don't give a shit about anything you're doing.
Exactly.
In case you're wondering,
They could care less about.
I know I don't know if this is going to blow your mind, Brie, but a lot of black people aren't that excited about the project of a woman named after a white cheese, and what like
Right.
that doesn't excite them.
Who's
Well,
been
that's
an
what I was-
entertainer since she was 8 or something like
Well,
that?
that's what I was gonna say earlier. Is I can almost understand where somebody in Brie's position would see nothing but white privilege when she's done nothing but live a life of white privilege.
No,
She's
that's the thing. They're
literally-
right. They're not. It's the people can't see. There's some old saying that I'm going to mangle, but it was about a guy when they first wanted to do football on Sunday. The head of the network at the time was some old rich guy. He goes, "What? That's polo day. Why would they have football?" He couldn't get his head around it. And there's a name for that principle. I can't remember, but it's that these people don't have any idea outside of how would they know?
No.
They know the internet, what they see coming in from that, and nothing else. And I knew Trump was going to win because I just tour all over the place. And I'm around people. And everybody, no, you're stupid. Like, I think I'm stupid. I don't think I'm smarter than people. The smart people all were wrong. It's scary to me. And it's all because they're in a bubble. They have no idea what's going on
And they're
outside
not really
that.
that smart. I mean, they sound
Right.
smart. They're well read, but yeah.
But Brie Larson has zero real world experience. She hadn't gone to public school since she was like 7 or 8. She was all like, kind of
she's
homeschooled.
Yeah, she
Like,
seems like a homeschooled person to me.
in the entertainment
bashing the homeschoolers.
I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, to try to speak. Like
There's a difference between true homeschoolers and Hollywood mothers who quote unquote.
What's a true homeschool? Because I know
their kids. Like, we're talking people who actually take their kids out of school because they're dealing with shit like Gary is with kids, and where they're actually
there's a very big difference between, because you live in a city. I went to school in a suburb, and like Jersey kind of has decent schools, I guess, but New York, and they always go, not enough money, but they've been throwing money in. New York is very expensive education, and they got rid of all the gifted programs. So these people have their kids in charter schools, and they're getting rid of the gifted programs because it's like supposedly racist. So now a poor black kid or poor kid doesn't have any chance. There's nothing for them because they want to get rid of those exceptional programs, and their kids are fine. Their kids are in private school.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't want to go down too far the road, but all the special needs kids are getting completely fucked in California right now. They're just completely forgotten, screwed over, and while Chairman Newsom plays his stupid little games. So
Gary, they don't know if my kids are going back to school next year yet.
They're not. They're not.
Right.
We got into a fucking Catholic private school that we busted our ass to get into, and we just pulled our application. We're because we're leaving. We're like, there's going to be no school in San Francisco not until after the election. They're going to keep this effort closed until the election. It's clear
keep it going.
at this point. So at least there are parts of California that will be open. So we're the immediate thing is to get out of San Francisco, which we are currently working on.
How long you been there, man?
I've been here 18 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I grew up in San Diego.
That's a life sentence.
Yeah, that's dude. I was in New York for 15 years, and I talk about it like I did time.
Yeah, I feel like I did time.
Like
I got the full
years.
San Francisco experience, Gary. Whenever I went there, the first thing we did is we went to a diner, and I got a cup of water, the large cup, plastic, the straw, paper.
Yep.
The tiny straw was the paper part.
That
just makes no fucking sense.
Nothing makes sense
You're
here.
spending way more plastic on the cup.
Oh my God.
I'm going to out myself a little bit.
There's already paper cups.
This is illegal here. This is illegal. You can smoke pot, suck dick, do whatever you want to fucking do.
Yeah. Shoot
but
heroin
you
on the
can't do
streets.
How did Az put it? Oh, I gotta isolate that. Az, you said you come to San Francisco where you could suck dick, but you can't get a haircut or something like that, which is true. Right now, it's true. You can't.
It's true.
Because they're not gonna arrest you for a crime of poverty right now. So yeah,
But isn't that most of the crimes?
pretty much.
Yeah.
Poop on the
kinda what
street,
happens
suck a
when-
dick, but you can't get your hair cut or you're going to fucking jail.
Well, that goes right to what I've said before. This whole thing goes back to a problem of class more than it does skin color. Because I've said it, or even like sex or sexual preference, I should say. Because if that was the case, then Chuck Berry and Little Richard would have never invented rock and roll. Michael Jackson wouldn't be the king of pop.
Yeah.
They
Eddie
want to
Murphy-
get rid of that. They want to get rid of that. That's
Eddie
specifically-
Murphy and
Michael Jordan wouldn't be the best freaking ball player of all time.
Well, yeah, and not only that, we brought, Rob and I got into this the other day. It's like, look, sports, that's the funny thing, that this whole thing kind of started with, Kaepernick and football, because sports has been the most inclusive thing in the last 100 and some plus years of U.S. history. It was the first place they really started being more inclusive than anywhere else. Like
making money was a
Well,
priority.
that's because they don't care. Yeah, that's
Genuine.
because they'll be happy to have slaves of any race banging their heads together. like they're more than happy.
Make money.
The owners are like racist. All these, that's what college sports too, right? That's almost like slavery. Like it's almost racism's like an afterthought to like, we need to exploit people as much as we can, any way we can, and we're happy. All these things about inclusion and shit, that the owners just go. That's why it's so bad to blame the audiences like they're racist. It's what do the investor class believe people will pay to see? So if the investor people think, oh, everyone's racist, they don't want to see, black guys playing football, and they're wrong. People aren't like that, but they project that because they're risking their money.
And the whole fucking narrative has been, it's been the audience who casts these roles and fucking writes these scripts. It's like, shit.
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to put more black people in film and you can deal with it. Well, you're the
But
one
it's
to
you know what? Could you put a black man in
I'm
Doctor
not
Who,
casting
please?
anyone.
I'd be
I would
ecstatic.
Richard Ayoade, did you say that? It should be Richard Ayoade. Was that you, Gary?
nobody here.
It wasn't me, but I would agree with that. I would totally.
I thought it'd be a great choice. He'd be great as that.
Fucking awesome.
In sports, though, like you said, it's very inclusive. However, when it comes to, it doesn't matter that 70% of the NFL is black. There's not enough black head coaches, so we need to change that.
Right. There's not enough black owners. There are not enough black people in the stands. Like what?
By the way, breaking up the monopolies is always good to me. It's disturbing that people think that that's going to just fix everything. It's like, well, there's going to be a woman CEO, and then what?
Yeah.
Her vagina will be the trumpet.
Her vagina's going to solve everything.
I care about which woman or which person it is more than I care
These are the same idiots who say the world would be better if women all ran the world. And no, it wouldn't. The moment they all sunk up,
Well, you know what? I say we'd have world peace because women would never have the camaraderie to form a standing army.
No, we just backstab each other behind their backs, and then this month,
I think we'd end war tomorrow.
Korea.
They're like,
oh, hey, if you talk to Korea, we're not.
I am not going to get into this line, okay?
Yeah.
I just canceled this whole podcast.
I'm not running a mile.
Canada is such a bitch.
I have 3 children. I don't need this shit from you.
Yeah.
Crazy Cat Guy, thank you for the ice cream, $1.49. Mark O'Donnell, welcome to the Proto Molecule level. Cultural Casino, thank you for the phallic unicorn. So yeah, I refreshed the super chats, and all of a sudden, like magically, 30 more popped up. What it does well for $5 Australian. Hail Gary, as in Jeremy's not here. Thanks for inspiring me to create my own channel called What It Does Well. Grateful for any feedback. Love you guys. Yes, this is kind of while we can, despite Mama Susan, this is still a good place to be, a good place to come if you want to start your own platform, sell a comic book, start a web series. If you think you're funny, take a shot at it, and you really don't have to deal with the fucking game anymore. We've over the last 3 to 4 months, we've been entertaining ourselves just fine. Does anybody miss? I really don't miss a movie in the movie theater. I don't.
I miss
I'm not dying.
I miss crowds at sports, and that's it.
I miss being able to go to the movies, but the movies have sucked so bad.
I like to know. I like
movies
to know
have
it's
sucked,
there.
so it didn't really matter.
There's
It's
other
there,
things
even if
I mean, I miss going to the gym, going to an AA meeting, but going to movies, like paying $50 to bring my family to go see something. You know, if it's a spectacle like Tenet, yes, absolutely.
How do you AA meetings? Do you have to like Zoom that? Like, what do you do if you can't go to a meeting?
I tried some Zoom ones; they're terrible. So right now, I've been I meet my sponsor once a week.
How long have you not been?
6 years this time.
Oh,
6. I relapsed 6 years ago. So. I had
that's right when this
17 years before that.
That's when this PC thing started 6 years ago. That's like
Right?
South Park. South Park called it. They go, it's going to last about 6 years on the PC Principle episode.
Yeah,
they got a little Groundhog Day extension because of George Floyd. There's a little bit of a Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
Well,
the election, right?
Yeah.
So it's all ramping up to end. After this election, it's all going to kind of
don't let a good. Oh God, it's not
tragedy.
Tragedy go to waste. Is tragedy or?
Oh my God, a lot of great choices this election, guys.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
When you see such a fine field, it really is encouraging.
But if you have common sense and you have the gift of gab, get on YouTube. We need a lot more people with common sense out there speaking because we're not seeing it right now. Common sense has lost
Do you know
the
who
plot.
doesn't have the gift of the gab, Gary?
Who does not?
Joe Biden. Fuck.
Dude, when he comes out,
I mean, string 3 words together, man.
That just sums it all up. That's who they come up with.
That blows my mind. I'm like,
because
4
you
years,
know why,
dude?
dude?
Find
No,
somebody.
it's because look, they need somebody who's going to be a good corporate beard. Like Obama was a great corporate beard. You could do a lot of foul things with Obama that you couldn't do with Trump. That's why he's such a huge problem. Trump's terrible. I don't want to give the impression I'm pro Trump, but Biden, they're not going for all the people who don't vote that think this is a fake wrestling match. They're like, Hillary just lost by this much. So all we got to do is boost it by like 10% with people who just hate Trump and that's all they care about. And we can win this thing. And that's how you get Biden. With someone with no good idea, somebody like, what do you want? No,
I think Biden is the ticket of getting a
What?
progressive president because as soon as he's in office, we all know he's going to step down. So his VP, whoever they may be, is going to be the president.
He was never qualified. Even when his brain kind of worked, he was never qualified. When he first ran, he was an
He would have
embarrassment.
ran, in the first place. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to yearn for the fucking wordplay of Trump from the press. Like that's how bad Biden is. It's unbelievable. But I guess the plot is just keep him out of sight until just hope Trump screws up.
Yeah,
It's going to be. I mean, it's not going to be. I mean, it'd be boring for us sitting in our here if you're in California, being sheltering in place for the next fucking 7 months because that's what's going to happen. But it won't be. There'll be plenty of entertainment. Stargate 404 for $5. Since Metacritic has fallen, has it fallen, guys? Has Metacritic fallen?
Oh,
they've been.
I haven't heard.
Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. That's
well,
why.
there hasn't been any movies to rate. So
They're instituted a new policy where they're making you wait 2 days before you review a video game.
For fuck's
Apparently,
sake.
Is it like buying a gun?
What?
Is it a fucking waiting period? Like
Yeah, sounds like a waiting period.
God.
Is a review that dangerous, Ryan?
It is. Clearly it is.
That's free, dude. Free speech is a weapon. They want it regulated.
Your opinion is a weapon.
That's an alt-right
what
dog
matters.
whistle.
People waited 2 fucking months to leave their reviews. They'll wait another 2 days if they're fucking mad enough, and they are.
You're only allowed to leave a disingenuine review if you're giving it a positive disingenuine review.
Well, and let's be real. There were almost 3,000 zeros left in the first 24 hours after The Last of Us 2 was released. There were also over 1,800 perfect 10s within 24 hours
That's right.
of release,
Worst
when no
gaming
one could have
experience
finished
of
the
my life.
game.
10 out of
Right?
10.
So it was both ways. There was review
People
on
do
the
not. I don't think people get how sad when they say shill. It's like not people being paid. It's people that are that desperate to just be part of the main clip.
Yeah.
And they're like the who's the deformed hunchback from 300.
Oh yeah.
That guy from Bleeding Cool.
I'm sorry.
Like Rich Johnston from
Rich
Bleeding
Johnson.
Cool is that hunchback. He's got a
Yeah.
helmet and a spear. Like I'm in the army now.
Yeah.
And
And then he's like, "There's the
famous.
path to get behind him over
I
there."
now be
God.
touched by women.
Are you saying
That
Rich
is so
Johnson
accurate.
needs to be thrown off the
Such a
fucking mountain?
great analogy of Rich Johnston.
Yeah. You can see it immediately. Like I'm not even a huge follower, but you could just see him squatting down and like,
It is
Artaxerxes
amazing.
will give him his.
Whenever you talk about Bleeding Cool, he will show up. There's various times where I've referenced
Like
an
the
article.
Candyman?
Yeah, seriously.
Whatever happened to
Fucking Rich
Ace It
Johnson
Cool?
pops up out of nowhere. Of course, everybody ignores him because nobody fucking
Dude,
likes
what
him.
happened? What happened to that guy? Remember Ain't It Cool News? Whatever happened to that guy?
He got
dude.
Yeah, the
Me Too.
big guy.
He got me
The other
too.
unfuckable
right?
who started it all.
Didn't he get
Yeah.
Me
He
Too
got
for
Me
like
Too'd.
diddling kids or something like that?
Oh,
Ooh.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ.
think it was.
Yeah,
worse
he
than-
ended up being a creep.
Stop
Like
diddling
a legit
fucking
creep.
kids, please.
No, they cannot. That is, if there's one thing we've learned, is people will not stop doing that.
No.
By the way, do you realize Epstein? I'm watching this Ghislaine Maxwell thing with how her dad was a Mossad agent.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
Epstein, he basically, it's like if James Bond, instead of having a license to kill, had a license to diddle kids. That's what Epstein was.
I got
A guy who
Yeah.
goes, the name's Epstein. What's his friend? Jeff Epstein. He's like, he'd say his real name, and then he's a secret agent, and they just let him get away with all kinds of
Martini.
horrible.
Dude.
Yeah.
with a roofie in the bottom.
I got the best super chat last night on the Square Up. Somebody said with the Ghislaine Maxwell thing, it's Bill Clinton's the only guy to call up a suicide hotline to place an order.
Have
God.
you seen
Hold
that?
on, like one Jeffrey Epstein, please. Thank you.
Have you seen that Epstein interview when the cops are talking to him and
About
he's
his
sitting
dick
there?
being weird?
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Hey, is it true you have an egg-shaped penis?" And he's
Yeah,
like,
he gets up. I don't know if James
walking, he
Bond had
fucking
an
walks
egg-shaped
up and
penis.
leaves.
Dude, what is with, because Weinstein, you know about Weinstein's weird stumpy dick, the testimony was.
Oh.
And I was like, I'll bet you he
true
shot
joke.
coke. I'll bet you he shot coke in his dick and it fell off.
Probably.
And then it came all out that it was something. Go, it's something that happens to diabetics. Yeah, or people that are into coke and shoot it into their dick.
Yep.
Their dick.
And I'll bet you that's what he did.
Oh God, I'm so
Yeah.
glad I quickly.
That's
Look at all
old,
shrivelly.
dude, that's old addict lore to never do that, but
Yep.
people do it.
Oh yeah,
Imagine
they
all
do.
Imagine all the women that have become famous for sucking that little dick.
Who the fuck stood there while he got the works?
Hey,
Like, you wait 1 second. I just got to inject this into my
Somebody that wanted a
stomach.
job. That
Addicts
thing.
do
Somebody that wanted a fucking row.
stupid
And-
shit.
Dude, the Golden State Killer also had a really, he had a micro penis. There's something with having a weird deformed
It's a
penis.
psychological thing, man.
Dude, there is.
Mess with
I'm
your
telling you,
brain.
that racist thing I said is only half a joke. There's something about penis size that makes a lot of things happen. Racism, murders,
Wars.
there's something about overcompensating
Yeah,
for dick.
overcompensating.
Napoleon. I mean, come on.
Why do you
maybe it
think
was just
John
a
F.
penis.
Kennedy
Maybe it
wanted us
wasn't
to go to
his
the
height.
moon? Because he's Irish. And that's an Irish, we will send a penis-shaped object to the moon.
Yep.
How fuck the moon?
It is not the size of the rocket, it is the amount of thrust.
Why do you think the Irish get so drunk and fight all the time?
Oh my God, the
I would-
best
I would
Venture
know.
Brothers is when they're flying the rocket into the space station, and she's all, "Oh, guide it in the shaft."
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Was that when she had the helmet, the butterface, like hot chick?
Cocktease. No, that
Yeah.
wasn't Cocktease. Yeah, it was
Oh.
the other one. Yeah.
Well, she had that.
You watch the show. It's fucking great, by the way.
Oh, dude, I'm a
sure.
big fan of those old. I actually did a voice on
I love
Aqua
this
Teens
show.
one time.
You
back
did
in the
not
day.
really?
Yeah, I was
Really?
a Flavor Flav impersonator. In fact, I wonder if I could be in
Nice.
trouble. It's
Oh,
not-
yeah, I was gonna say,
cancel!
You're
Canceled.
canceled.
Oh, wait,
Canceled already.
My,
It's too
my
late.
name's not credited because the union, but it's Buddy Nuggets the episode, and it's like Flavor Flav is so cool he doesn't have time to blow off his own parties, so he hires a guy to show up and pretend to be him and poke his head in, and oh, now I gotta go. And they ask him, no, I'm not. So I was that guy, and I wonder. So wait, in a cartoon, if you play a guy who's doing blackface in a cartoon, is that canceled? I've already been canceled. So
That's
I don't
that.
care.
Yeah, that's an
this
inception
point, yeah.
level of cancel. You actually,
It's not so bad. I know people are
they
like,
brought
cancel
you back just
yourself.
to cancel you again. That's
the
what they're
people
gonna
that
do.
can't come back from that are like really like, oh, but my whole world was being part of you. Like, and I never liked these people. So
Yeah, you're like, I'm
mean,
free.
yeah, like I took it as like that's your laws. Like I have a resume that like I but people really, there's nothing worse than not sitting at the cool table, man. That's the hardest thing to grown adults.
Fuck the cool table.
I've always been like, fuck
so-
the cool table. I don't want the cool table. This is a cool table.
Since Metacritic has fallen, Geeks and Gamers for
I do.
For calm review game media feature coming soon. Jeremy, time to be honest. Review aggregates from fans, not critics. I think Odin was working on something. Stargate 404. He was working on his own like Rotten Tomatoes, but I think he's trying to like archive all the films now.
Yeah, you're doing the big archive.
Listen, I'm working on my own personally. Buy physical media. That shit's gonna go away.
Hell yeah.
I agree. Robert Meyer Burnett did a live stream yesterday talking about that. He gave it 10 years. I give it 6.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Physical media, Blu-rays, DVDs, gone.
Because right.
Well, it's the only way.
Yeah.
So, okay.
A mark of the beast. Is that what you're saying? Revelation.
No.
Well, nothing you buy anymore has
it's
this
the
CD
mark
player.
of the beast to the bottom line. Lady Gravemaster, our great producer here, put up a quarterly report from Disney, how much they made off of Disney Plus in a quarter. And this is after Mandalorian. They made $57 million. $57 million whole dollars.
Didn't even pay for the Mandalorian.
And the
I forgot to cancel mine.
the people who signed up on Verizon, the percentage of people who stayed on to Disney Plus from that was 11%.
I'm one of those
11.
idiots.
Wow.
I just-
Ooh. See,
Well, I still have a
probably all the
year
11%
ago.
are just like you. They just forgot.
They just forgot.
They hoped for that
There's
shit.
no
That is
business
one of their
model
hopes.
based on you forgetting to cancel something. Like,
Exactly. Yeah, this is their business model.
But the moral of that story is you still need movie theaters. You still need blockbuster movies, or this shit ain't getting paid for anymore. And you're going to start seeing a lot of dramas where people are sitting around tables crying.
it's too
A lot of
fucking
feelings in
diluted.
hallways.
Yeah.
Oh, so
So
like what you're
Marvel
saying,
Comics.
Marvel Comics. This
Basically a
will-
Marvel comic. Yeah. Written by
There you
Bendis.
go. Comics are on the
Written by
same
Bendis.
wavelength, dude.
It's too fucking diluted. There's too many fucking streaming options right
Yep.
now, even as it is.
Yeah.
So that you can't expect to be able to make that same kind of money when all this shit's so separated. People are gonna
Right.
pay fucking
plus-
$12 for
Right.
10
It's
different.
almost like someone
and
predicted.
people are
this
using
shit.
other people's accounts too. Like,
No,
half of the
and
ones
you-
have
yeah,
accounts.
they share accounts or they're pirating. I mean that's how I was able. Well, I wasn't pirating, but I was able to watch an HBO Max show without signing up to HBO Max. But I did it illegally.
Really, dude, I think it's really coming to be the thing, which will, I mean, for all the nightmare shit happening now, but ultimately, you can't be trolling your audience. I said this before on Rogan's thing, but you now got to make stuff that people want to see.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can't be like,
There's no space
"Fuck
for
you."
that crap.
Yep.
Like I understand that, especially in being a comic and like, you start and you bomb and some crowds will be stupid. There's a thing, and it's easy to fall into, and you shouldn't fall into it, of hating your audience because you're like, you're idiots and you don't get it. And what but that's Bush League shit. Like you're supposed to get yourself remember that you're there to entertain them and makes, you know what I mean? Like,
No, I think
Yeah.
it's still
And
in the message phase.
You're
I
right,
think they're still
yeah.
in the phase where that we need to hear the message from them.
well,
And the
message-
sad thing is, you just described the comic book industry.
I know they really turned into that, and it shouldn't be. The irony of hating Trump and the wall, and these people have built their own the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Them and the deplorables, the people like not even people in another country, your own people
Yeah.
that you're in a separate country now. Don't try to come over this side of the wall. And then it's like the end of Annihilation. Did you ever see that with Natalie Portman with the rainbow monster that she keeps fighting it? It presses her against the door. That's them and Trump. Like Trump is the rainbow monster. And the harder they push on him, the more they get jammed up against the door. It's incredible because none of them figured out to just relax and give him the grenade, let him pull the pin and burn himself up. They're still like, because they refuse to see that. Everybody hates their own reflection for some reason. They just hate it.
Self-loathing. Nikki D for $5. Given the current political climate, do you think the upcoming Marvel films will be rewritten to include an anti-cop message? I don't know if they're going to rewrite it, but we're going to get a good.
They're not going to take that chance. They'll have us like a bisexual kiss or something.
Yeah, and that they can cut out before they send it to China.
No, I mean it takes a long time to produce this stuff, so we're going to see in a couple of years we're going to see this stuff pop up again.
What does China want to see? That's the question. Never mind what you like.
Yep.
Well, China don't want to see black people, and China don't want to see homosexuals, and Hollywood are quite happy to stick their fucking rainbow flags up their asses and dangle themselves from the fucking tent poles saying, aren't we so inclusive? But the moment that fucking China says, they fucking do anything they want. They will sell out their morals and scruples, not that they have any because it's all fake, but they'll sell them out in a heartbeat to just be at the fucking table for China, because that population and that money and that revenue that it can bring in, that will pay for more than enough to bring in.
Well, you just explained it as right there. That's the reason why they do this, is so they have an excuse.
Did you ever go to China, anybody?
And then they overcompensate with us. And instead of just being like, Happy Pride Month, it's like, hey, you fucking racist, bigoted cunt. You better be fucking celebrating Pride and we're going to fucking kill you. And you're like,
well, the assumption of who you are, that's like the thing, the safe space and snowflake comic. I would blew my mind because it's indistinguishable from if I was trying to make fun of woke bullshit, I would make that up.
Yes, exactly that.
Nobody could do it better than they did.
Dude, that guy that wrote that, I guess he because he writes for the Colbert Show, he made some Santa is gay book to like piss off the normies or whatever. So that was clearly he was hired. Like, we want to make something that they're gonna really hate, and he's like, writes
really rub it in their face.
He doesn't even know what the fuck he's doing.
You got an industry that's making a fuck you to its own customers.
It's very today.
And then they're pushing a system. They're pushing a system that's antithetical to everything they do. They are bolstering Marxism right now, and I never understood that. You could be liberal, or whatever, but like there's people like bolstering Marxism right now. Like that, you think you're going to survive? You think Jar Jar Abrams is going to be able to make movies in a society like that?
No,
like Marxism. What
it's all about that Great Reset, man. That's what they're pushing for.
Yep.
The goal is to kick out some rich people and take their place.
Yep.
And that's it. There's none of them are people that are actually left. In the actual sense of it, which is not a lot of people, are not like that. I mean, they're not. Lefties are supposed to be free speech first. That's what they're supposed to be.
Supposed to.
Yes.
You know,
but the people, the useful idiots and the chode and stuff like that, though, are. So what are you going to do with them later? And you're right. It's going to be meet the new boss, same as the old boss, right?
Yes, right. Oh, worse probably.
Yeah,
well, it's probably
down there
much
and they
like
think
the
that
French
they're actually
Revolution.
doing something.
The thing that these people don't get is, like with any revolution, once you hit the top, you start offing all of your lieutenants because you don't need competition.
Yep. What do you do with people like you?
As well as Iraq. So when you hear stupid shit like abolish the police, like, no, it just means defund the police. It's a good start.
Bullshit.
Like, well, you don't have a great start. Fucking Iraq had a great start. If you recall, we won in 2 weeks apparently, and people were landed on aircraft carriers. Where's this ending up? That's what I want to know.
Yep. What's your end
haven't
game?
planned that part out yet.
Well, this is the fun thing. Yeah, I happen to be downstairs. I don't remember the station, but it's whatever one that has the view. And Whoopi Goldberg talking about this. It's like, oh, it's not about defunding the police or abolishing. It's like, bullshit. This is what people are protesting for.
You're
not.
This is exactly what they're for.
An idiot to push a bullshit narrative.
No, when they've tried to give them you don't really mean defund the police. You mean this? And they're like, no, we mean defund the police. They've said
It's like Don Lemon telling Terry Crews that Black Lives Matter doesn't mean Black Lives Matter. It means police brutality. It's just like
really.
What are you
talking
about? I heard was Black Lives Matter means all lives matter. Well, then why are you calling people that say all life matter racist?
Because it's built, dude, it's built. Part of how it's built is to alienate people that would be on your side. Those guys, the militia that they all demonize with guns that were protesting just before the other protests. That should all be one protest. Okay. And they actually opened the door for the other protests by breaking the quarantine. They can never have.
And they were demonized for it, but then whenever the second
we can
one
never
came out,
have them all come together because that's a threat. What we can do is divide you up by your sex and race, and then sell to you in your box and stay in your fucking box. You don't need to talk to them. I'll tell you how black people feel. You don't need to talk to them. They're tired of talking to you. And that's to keep you under control. And that's a corporate thing that's been brewing for years. It's just
I've been saying that for like 20 years, man. It's like the easiest thing to do to control the population is to keep us at odds against one another.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And there's not enough shit to go around. So that's how you make it a musical chairs game of like, ooh, somebody lost their place in the job that I want. Now I might get it. Or even, like that's that's what we're being given now. It's not a thing of we're going to fix stuff and maybe make it,
No.
we just want to tear it down.
It's at the point where medical health professionals, it's now a politicized thing.
Yes,
where
science.
It's
science.
Okay.
Yes.
Science.
It's okay for this group to protest, but not for this group.
Yeah, they can be out there without a mask because they
can't
spread it.
Yeah, that tells you exactly who you can and can't trust.
Protesting cures the coronavirus.
You can't trust fucking anybody. You're right. And they tried to run with that shit like it was real. And then finally, the New York Times comes up. Tim Pool did a video like, wait a minute. Science might be politically compromised now. Yeah, no fucking shit.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it has been the whole fucking time, dumbasses.
Nice to see you get up.
Thank you.
Speed.
Check out this guy, Alex Bostwicky is his channel on here. I happen to find him just going through my feed, but he's a good journalist and he really gets into the mindset because it's not as conspiratorial as people think, but there is a thing of a group just being in their own bubble who will willfully just not notice the thing in front of their fucking face. And he explains it very well. And I don't think a lot of people watch it, but like he really will get you into the mindset of these people, of how they work. Like I've seen it working on stuff, how people are. Like I worked in a lot of writers' rooms and I'll give you an example. Jim Jeffries' show when they smeared Zach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay?
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
Now, Jim Jeffries, I know for years. Like, I always liked Jim. I don't know how he got a position as a woke talk show host. I don't know how the fuck he pulled that off because he's 180. In fact, it kind of was out of Australia for being offensive, but somehow they branded him as that here. But I was talking to one of the writers who's a funny comic on the show about him. Like, why did they smear that guy? And he didn't know what I was talking about. So that means the editor, like, it's not as much a conspiracy as people think. There's someone in charge who makes a decision and they go, we need it to look this certain way. And they don't even know that what they're doing, how fucked up it is. Because the shit really is compartmentalized, you know?
Yeah.
They're not looking, and then the big picture comes out and it looks like a conspiracy. But the only conspiracy is a lot of like nepotism and, you know, the general shit. And the more you can see how these people act as humans, which ironically, people in that mode of thinking want to deny all human. You know, I don't think we should humanize alt-right. Like you need to humanize humans. That's crazy. Like, you know,
and they don't need. There doesn't. That's the thing about conspiracies. There doesn't need to be a mastermind. We do it to ourselves, and it's just got one guy smart enough to know how to take advantage. And opportunism in Hollywood is the land of opportunism.
Right.
So
part of that human condition.
Kip Ellis.
I think Jeffries was in on it. You had that one Jewish guy who secretly filmed their interview.
He doesn't give a fuck. It's not that he's in it. It's like he goes, so I look good.
I gotta get to some super chats here though. Sorry, guys, but
it's all right.
Kip Ellis for £2. Hail the temple of the golden Azda. Azda, ha 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 ha. Azta.
I had a religion made up about me yesterday.
Really?
Oh,
it's pretty funny, man.
Oh, I'm interested in new religion.
It's like a cult.
Is it a?
Did you hear the good news about ass?
Clown.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
it's spreading.
He's
The
a
word's
golden
spreading.
Buddha. It's fucking great, man.
What is that short for?
As it's short for as.
As Brian Lewandowski for $5. They postponed Halloween Kills a whole year. Do you think studios will be doing that for all films? Hail. Yes.
Yeah.
Shelter in Place, if it comes back in California within, which I guess is going to be fall, which you're going to like, they're not going to completely lock down. I don't think. I think they'll, but anything with a group. is going to be shut down. And you're going to see how much power Disney actually has. We'll find out. But no, I think everything gets delayed another year. 9 to 12 months, everything across the board.
It depends on the various branches of government, like the Disney branch, the Chinese branch.
Yep. Now, New Zealand apparently has cured COVID somehow, and they're back in business, but they're going to be blocking Americans, so they can't move all their productions down there.
There's a few
It's all the
things
deep
that are
states.
going, but it's funny you said
They'll
9 to
move
12
there.
months, Gary, because that's oddly the number I heard coming out of Pinewood, that Disney is going to be delaying its productions another 9 to 12 months.
Well, here's what's going to happen, Tom, if this thing keeps going, because it's the union shutting all this shit down, by the way. They're going to have to break the unions at some point if they want to stay in business. If this keeps going on, if this goes across another year, there's no way you can have a fucking
they'll be
a union
shut
of
down.
any kind, because the unions won't get paid. PPP money's going to, and PPP money's that's the thing floating everything right now. That shit's going to run out.
We're talking about, because I'm like, what's the deal? Because they said limited crews. Well, sooner or later you're going to have all the other guilds and all that stuff get pissed that they're not working.
Well, no, the guilds that are going to get pissed right now. Well, for one, the group of people. Hang on. The group of people in Hollywood right now who don't have a fucking guild, the only ones who actually need one are the ones who work in metadata and post production. They don't have shit, and they're the ones who get fucked the most. But the ones fuck a guild of grips and the construction guys and stuff, the guys who actually need to start working pretty soon and can kind of work in this environment, but are kept. That's the question. I don't know if any of them are working right now, but they're the ones who can't not work for a year. They're the ones who need to fucking work. Right. And you're going to start seeing that crawl up. The actors are going to be fine. Producers are going to be fine. But, the people building the sets, that's the question I don't know. How do you survive that? How does a guild survive that when nobody's paying dues, nobody's getting paid, there's no movie fucking theaters, and it looks like one of them's going to go bankrupt, and they're not going to open up every, everybody's been talking about this. Are we going to have $1 billion movie again? Is that a thing of the past now?
Well, it depends if it can be shown in China, right? I mean, is that what it is? That's how you get it in the first place?
Well, how's China doing? I mean, we don't really know. I asked the question, we don't know.
Right. I mean, you're not going to get any
I went there a
information.
couple years ago, and it was before the election. I guess it was 4 years ago now. By the way, they were into Trump when I was there, the Chinese. But
they are.
Because
they are.
I mean, these are people who built a giant wall to keep foreigners out.
They actually did it.
They're like, that's my kind of man right there.
Well, yeah. They were like the hipsters of it too. We were building a wall thousands of years before you were.
I can relate to him.
It works. A businessman, and I don't know how now they feel. Now, what happens is they have. While I was there, all the TV shows you'd watch would be about in World War II era thing, and there's a Chinese hero versus a mean Japanese general played by a Chinese guy. That's all. And Japan, it was like the scapegoat for like. They would reboot them, kind of how we do with Russia here, where they reboot the national enemy.
Yeah.
And so everything is blamed on foreigners. So, in fact, the thing is really funny that comedy goes over quite well there. In the local Chinese comics, I was surprised how well they got stand up, because they're all getting streaming services. People get VPNs and they watch comedy. And the note that I got was I wasn't being racial enough. I don't really tell a lot of racial jokes, which is what they want.
You got to step up your game.
The jokes that they want to hear are the stuff that you would be called racist now in 2020 America. All the things you hear about anger, about Asian, this or that is American bullshit. It's the ABCs they call American. They call them American-born Chinese. Actual Chinese people don't like it. When you see Matt Damon in their movie about dragons, they want Matt Damon.
We've said that.
Superstars.
That's like us getting Jackie Chan in a movie or something. We want the white monkey in our movie.
Well, that's what they said about Kelly Marie Tran and stuff like that. It was they don't, they want it for the Asian market. They don't want to see that. They want to see Will Smith. They want to see Angelina Jolie.
Well, not only that, she's Vietnamese, not Chinese.
She's not Chinese.
You want to draw a crowd in China? Go be have blonde hair, have a baby with blonde hair and blue eyes, and people come around ooh,
take pictures of you. Holy shit!
I look at it in a way.
I was in DC several years ago when my oldest was still a baby, blonde hair, blue eyes, and we were literally swarmed by tourists wanting to take pictures, not of the fucking Lincoln Memorial, not of the fucking Washington Monument, not of the White House, of my fucking baby. Because
there's work you can get called white
Aryan baby. I love it.
If you go there, I had a friend that had a business and the government just kind of stole it from him. That's what happens if you build a business over there as a foreigner. They're not going to ever let you.
Right.
So and also they do things like these like dirty tricks of like the Whisper Network shit. That's what people do to ruin your business. But because they have more of an established police that handle that, it's almost in some ways better than America, where freelance militias do lynchings online. Like
it's just the mob here, I guess.
I was told the rules. Like, okay, you can do any jokes you want about anything, just don't joke about Chinese government.
Yep.
All right, I don't know anything about it, so fair enough. So I knew going in what I would say that would get me in trouble, and the parameters are clear. Here we have ever shifting based on some corporate capitalist value of. It's like when we used to get standards and practices notes on shows I'd work on, and we'd all laugh at the notes because they weren't based on anything you would have thought. They're just based on what some lawyer thought would cost profits. So they'd be the most bizarre. Like you can't show like a full jet of this robot coming, or have a little weird trickle of robot come. There's a real note from I did a cartoon called Ugly Americans, and the note with this robot that was supposed to inseminate women after the end of the world. They go, it's too gross. It's too gross to have the robot shooting the sperm, but he was allowed to have this weird.
I need to see this.
Yeah, Ugly Americans. It was on for like 2 seasons, but I was a zombie on it.
Yeah, and
all right.
Not only go ahead.
No, you finish your thought. Then I got to get back to the super chats.
I was just going to say it's. Go ahead, Kurt. You go.
No, I meant you. The thought I think you meant. Sorry.
I was just going to say that it's not just that it's not necessarily clear, it's ever shifting, because something that happened 15 years ago is now not allowed, and you're fucking canceled for what you did then. What was acceptable then.
Their own rules. They like the luxury of I make rules that change that apply to you.
Moving the goalposts.
Yep.
Yeah, great. This is good for business.
All right, we're gonna get to Shane O'Reilly. Thank you for the phallic unicorn for $1.49. Retro haft for £5 says Gary. Gary, gotta thank you for recommending The Expanse. I'm in love. It's a sci-fi show at its purest, and I couldn't be happier on season 3 currently. It's a great show.
Really?
It's a show, yeah. It's a show that
very good show.
Hasn't been derailed by any identity politics. It's naturally diverse. It's what you call a TV show. They go with the narrative first. They have a story in mind. Yeah. It's
a rarity, man. A TV show that has a story.
It's like a unicorn. Nicholas Horton, thank you for the phallic unicorn for $1.49. Louis the Plank for $5. Hail Friday Night Tights. Welcome, Kurt. Will Brie be joining us tonight? No, Brie. We have well, you know what? People have tried to extend an invitation in the comments, and they keep disappearing. They're
come on here.
I heard there was some rumors that she's flagging. So I don't know if she is not in charge of her channel, folks.
She has people doing all these people are not in charge of their shit.
No, she couldn't give any less of a shit about her YouTube channel.
There is no way she's ever even logged in to a YouTube account.
No,
never.
I mean, if you thought that cable was D class A to people in movies, the YouTube is like, you know.
It's peasant stuff.
Yeah, she's not going to have an active.
Thank you for the phallic unicorn, Scottish nerd. Butter Biscuit 92 for $2. Greatest opening ever. Perry Chan. Fucking Perry Chan.
Perry's the man. He's the real
genius. Bleeding Fools article. And yeah, folks, I got the message. Usually we don't get political, but sometimes, it's really hard to right now. It's really hard to stay away from it. It's being completely thrust upon us in our entertainment. Right now, the mask is off. We're seeing people's true colors, but it all still comes down to money and power. It's really not about left or right. It's about money and power and a fucking narrative right now.
The thing about that, not being political, honestly, when I think about it, I don't mind things being political. Things were political all the time. I don't want to be in a war all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
I don't want to be, I'm not an ally.
Every second of every day.
I'll be a friend. I'm not going to war with you against people for minor shit. So politics would be fine. Let's get into politics where it's talk. Now it's a failure of politics.
Yeah.
It's full on culture war. And I don't think people always say keep the politics out. I don't think they mean that. I think what they mean is, can everything not be a goddamn war all the fucking time? If I'm wrong, you could tell me.
It's tiring, man. It's fucking sucks.
It's very tiring.
Well, and that's why we were trying to bring it up, especially those of us, in and around the Fandom Menace here in this whatever the sphere is on YouTube. We were trying to like keep it in pop culture, okay? Trying to fight this in pop culture because we saw it coming. You know, the reason you're here in the chat is there is a type of person who can just see, you know, cut through bullshit quicker than other people. And it's clear there's people who are still in denial about this, who still have their fucking head in the sand, or they're just so fucking biased they can't see past it, and they'll believe the news when they say, hey, COVID doesn't affect BLM protesters, but it affects people who want to protest to go to work. Are you fucking, I mean, that's the moment where
This
it
makes
just
sense.
went crazy. And I'm like, enough. I'm so you now. I mean, I've always thought this. You are less informed if you watch the mainstream media. It's poisoning your mind.
Dude,
it's propaganda.
Yep.
It was never great, but it was better than this.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like I'm not particularly bright. Make the illusion good enough so I can't just see through it, please. Let's just take it to where the Matrix is good enough to fool me.
That's the thing that's so funny about it, is they're not even pretending anymore. It's like if you saw the whole thing that was happening with Reddit, where it says it's okay to discriminate against the majority. That is now
It's insane
in Reddit. It is insane.
That's how it's been for 20 years.
Against the majority. What did they say? What's the exact?
I have to go Google, but literally they said that it's okay to discriminate against the majority.
See, the difference is though, Ryan, is like it's been here for years, right? But now it's blatant. Like there's no, like you said, Garrett, like the mask has come off. Like they're not hiding it at all. They're just blatantly saying it's fine to discriminate against the majority.
Once you decide that people are like bad, you know, it's in the heads of someone doing that. I know Pete, like a guy that I always liked a lot is Patton Oswalt. Okay. And he's, and I know the guy is principal. He's on Twitter too goddamn much. And, and like a lot of these people, and I know these people that are like good-hearted people, and they get their paycheck through this. So it's like default. Your default thing as a human to me is to see through bullshit. And it's like, okay, but where's my paycheck come from? And that governs how much bullshit I'm going to see through. Because a lot of times
I used to like Patton, but he's gone off the rails.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed
Patton.
And also, I used to like the guy. I thought he was a funny guy. Used to like him, and now he's off the rails. He's another fucking Trump derangement syndrome case.
Well, that Trump derangement syndrome thing, dude, it's a real. Like I'm telling you, as a guy I genuinely like I've messaged him like, dude, this thing is not a good thing to jump on. That guy helped when I had the press trying to ruin me like 5 years ago. There were people. This website heavy.com who. Ironically, I had written 4 years before. They did an article, everything you need to know about Kurtz Metzger's girlfriend, and they had her where her parents work. And I was like, what the? And Patton, he helped fucking kind of shame them out of that. What happens is this Trump thing has made people, they think that this is the greatest threat that's ever happened in history of mankind. And they've been asleep for the shit that was going on the whole time. And now Trump just being a symptom to them is the disease. And that's how they operate. On every, you know what I mean? Like I remember turning a blind eye to like Obama building the baby cages that we're now mad about Trump.
Yeah.
We're just like, well, Obama probably has to do that. He's a good guy. He's cool, you know, but I don't like Trump. So what he does is bad.
Yeah.
But Mark C talking about the Bleeding Fool article that we'll try to get through the end of it. There's a lot there. Okay. But basically a bunch of women who, quote unquote writers, got together in comic books to try to, it turns out to be men, but it's just, there isn't a lot of prominent conservative women. They have gotten rid of some, okay, but there just isn't a lot. That's why it's been men. But they did get together to do that. Bleeding Fool's article was brilliant. Contact AT&T, contact Disney, let them know your outrage. The comic industry may be dead, but this is about punishment. And Mark C, I agree with you, but you know what? Disney in particular is not even going to give you the time of day. They don't care. They flat out don't care. They agree with a lot of this shit. They sign off on it. They're aware of it, Mark. They are 100% aware of this shit. It's not like Disney's like not noticing what people are saying, what their employees are saying on Twitter. They know. They fucking know. They just don't care.
Keep in mind how much people on top are hiding their crimes by allowing this to go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's so much shit that you're never going to find out about. That's so crazy.
Right. And I believe, Mark, I could be wrong about this, but what I've seen out of AT&T when it comes to dollars and cents, all right, pure business, their finger is hovering over the button for DC Comics. It was already there, and every time they see one of their employees attack another fan, they're going to go, we just don't need this. They don't, because they can't side with us. Okay, the reason they can't side with us is because there's been a narrative. It's wrong, but there's been a narrative that we are ists and phobes. So if they're even seen giving us anything,
I can confirm that
they will be seen as bending the knee to our side. So it'll be better to get rid of it altogether. That will be the path of least resistance. So they are killing themselves. But you know what? They're going to walk away. A lot of people are going to walk away happy. We destroyed it. We took it away from them. Just like when they took away Doctor Who, they took away Luke. That's a victory for them. They don't.
It means nothing to them.
Yeah. No.
I can confirm that because when we got Jim Zub, I can't tell you what we had to go through to get that, but I can tell you this. We tried to get an interview with somebody at Pixar, and we were flat out told no because we are anti-feminist.
Oh, yeah. I got an email.
I'm proud.
I got an email today from a TV show asking if I want to interview the director, and they're all hello press. So it wasn't to Nerdrotic. They have no idea what I'm about. And it's for the director of The Chosen, the freaking King Arthur, the girl King Arthur.
Oh, yeah.
On Netflix. I'm like, I should totally bring her on.
Do it.
Yes.
They won't make, but here is.
Who made that comic? I forgot who it was. It was
Frank Miller.
Frank Miller. I was going to say, I couldn't remember the name. But
I won't say it's from. Oh, it's Cursed. I'm sorry, Cursed. It's Cursed, not Chosen. Cursed.
Yeah.
Dear press colleague, I hope this email finds you well as we're gearing up to more and more TV shows premiering this summer without actual premiere events for press. Wanted to reach out to you to see if you were covering Netflix's shows. Also, I wanted to see if you would be interested in an interview Q&A with director so-and-so. Would love to introduce to you to so-and-so, a dynamo who has established herself as one of the industry's most in-demand directors as she continues to helm episode after episode. And I don't want to call this person out or anything, but it's just a blind email out of nowhere. I'm like, we'll see how far that one gets. You're right. It won't get.
Yeah.
I got an email to help sell some Last of Us Part 2 phone covers because they saw that I do Last of Us Part 2 videos.
Hey, it's cheddar,
that's hilarious.
It's cheddar. Can I get everyone to say hi, Neil, in the chat? Says Gray Ghost for $2. 3, 2, 1. Hi, Neil.
Hey.
that was like a robotic mess.
It was. Destiny Captain for $4.99. Gary, don't get on that ship. The rest of the book to serve man. It's a cookbook. Yes. Well, that was when the Twilight Zone was good. So long ago. One of the best written television show in the history of man and women. Twilight Zone. Scottish Nerd for
Hard to argue with.
£5. All hail, the Long Man has released his The Force Awakens 3 critic. Yes, I did watch the first hour of it today. Now Friday Night Tights. It has been a good day. Praise the dawn. Yeah, praise the dawn. I love that Mahler obviously is on a bit of a Lord of the Rings kick, like a lot of us have been, and he worked Lord of the Rings.
Right in the middle.
He worked Lord of the Rings into that so hard. It was great. I was like, yes. Adrian Nazaruk. Sorry, Adrian. Thank you for the super sticker for $2. And Composer 49 for $10. Have you guys heard the new rumor that Disney is combining the MCU with Star Wars and they're making Captain Marvel a botched Palpatine clone? We got this covered.
Do it.
Do it. I absolutely believe Disney is going to try to copy the Marvel Cinematic Universe, starting with The Mandalorian. I think that's a thing, and we'll see where they go from there. And I do not believe that Disney will be erasing the Disney trilogy from canon. I just don't see how that's humanly possible. without getting your ass sued off and pissing off every blue check mark on the planet. But I would love it to be so. If that's wrong, I will be the happiest person to be wrong on that one. Stargate 404 for $2. Friday Night Tights now has previews and cartoons just like in theaters. Yes, I used a cartoon without permission too. So that makes me punk rock. Riff Magos for $5 Australian. See that extra little smile on Az's face during the No Jeremy announcement? Smooth as. Good to see Ryan in here. It is. Thanks, Ryan, for showing up.
Thank you, Riff. Appreciate that.
Is Az back yet? Did we lose Az?
He's Az backwards.
Oh.
Beat me to it.
Is his mic still muted?
Yeah,
I think
Okay.
Yeah, it's muted.
Yeah. I actually got to step away here in a second there, so somebody's going to have to take over.
Oh,
for a
no.
second. Just for a moment.
I'm not hip. I'm not with it.
Yeah, I got my buddy right here. So he's going to be wearing Ryan's fuck Naughty Dog shirt because I ordered Ryan's fuck Naughty Dog shirt, and I guess I ordered a kid shirt. So I'm going to put it on him. Yeah. It's okay.
Hell yeah. I didn't think I had kids ones. It should just be, well, I have female, I have sweatshirts, and I have Abby, so unisex.
Okay, this shirt would fit around like maybe my calf. And I'm not like a big dude. So
what the fuck? That's weird.
But I can put it on my mini me. R.I.P. Vern Troyer. Gary, have you okay, yeah, okay, this one, thank you. Lady Grabmaster's been awesome, like being a great producer, so everybody hail Lady Grabemaster.
Hey, isn't it weird?
Hail.
Hey, like, back at exactly the same time.
There he is. You
Hey,
didn't miss
sorry.
much.
What were you guys doing?
My weed delivery, the saving grace.
No,
of
it just
living.
looked weird.
No. Okay.
Did you guys like go and smoke a bowl together, like virtually?
Yeah.
I can't even get a pizza.
No, I had to
He's
go
trying
pay-
to get a bowl.
Yeah, I had to pay the driver.
You had to pay the driver. Okay, I've actually got to I got to take a leak, man. I'll be honest with you. But
And Gary don't partake.
No,
so.
Jaloja.
I know another one.
Jaloja.
Hey, I'm
Jaloja.
50, dude. I can't. Gary, have you heard about Dynamite funding Antifa BLM organizations? It was done selling via Humble Bumble. I looked it up, and it looks like it might be the case. So they have some explaining to do.
Wow.
No shit.
Well, the thing is,
it went to a whole big group of different charities.
Which
One of
BLM?
them,
so
one of them happened to be one of the ones that helps bail people out.
So what,
Dude, how many? There's a bunch
What,
of
the one
BLMs.
that's embezzling all the money?
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4.
Yeah. So I got to look into it before I make any accusations of any kind whatsoever, because it could be. Listen, we're going to donate some money to shut some people up. Although that's not a real excuse to me personally. I've always liked Dynamite. I like Nick Barucci. So we don't know if it was him or not. And but we do need to hear an explanation on that one. But I guarantee you, Marvel's donated to him, and Disney's donated to him, and
Well, it's put forward that this is like, it's a bunch of people sincerely are angry that George Floyd and a bunch of other people got murdered, and they don't fucking know these. They don't know these groups, like who's doing what, and they're sincerely trying to help. And then you find out later it's some kind of. It's a lot of charities like that. You find out are some kind of fucking.
Well,
scam.
I used to say that. All the time. Yeah. Double check anytime you're giving to any charity and see how much a percentage actually goes to the actual charity itself, because you'll be surprised how much goes to everything else besides the charity.
Dude, in a legit charity, it's like only 30% makes it. And that's a good amount.
I can tell you for a fact, those dollar things they have at fast food restaurants, look at the back of them. 9 times out of 10, it says right on the back, 10% actually goes to charity. So that means if you get $1, they get 10 cents of it to the actual charity. The rest of it goes to advertising and whoever gets it in their pocket.
Right.
Yeah.
This is insurance to not get in trouble, especially BLM. What if you're like one of the major sugar producing conglomerates killing black people? Like, then I donated Black Lives Matter. I'm not gonna, stop making the food that's killing them and all poor people. But I look good now. This is all.
See how virtuous I am. Look, I care. Brand cares.
Obviously, I don't know if me and Gary know specifics, but this was one charity in a group of like 20 different charities that it goes to from this humble bundle. For all we know, it could have been a random fucking low-level employee who was in charge of getting a bunch of fucking charities together.
Yeah.
And it's
probably
not.
was.
It doesn't say. I don't even think it says to Black Lives Matter. I think it says to like.
It doesn't.
It's something that essentially goes to help bail people out. One of the things for some kind of racial protesting.
Damn
things.
you, Ryan,
So-
for being fair and balanced.
It says it says organized by creators and industry leaders like Gail Simone and Karama Horn, the Blurred Gun. The bundle will support the Bail Project,
which I think turned out to be kind of controversial because they're not transparent or something. Isn't that going on right now with them?
Yeah, I can check.
I saw some video about that. Like they've only distributed. It's like they got $30 million, only distributed like 220,000.
That doesn't sound surprising.
But in fairness, they might. It's not that easy just distribute that money. That could be legit. It's just they're not they're not transparent. That's the problem.
But it's run by a bunch of white guys, and it's by a bunch of white guys. It looks like they just run off with a lot of money.
Yep.
Yeah, dude. People really. I love when people make it's such like a DC. It's not like hipsters, but like the kids that grew up in Washington, D.C., they always go into these fucking rich kid nonprofits. Like,
if I didn't have a conscience, I'd be a evangelical, just you know what I'm trying to say. Evangelicist, or run a friggin' charity for myself at this point because it's so easy to do. It's so easy to do.
Well, you also legitimize yourself. Like, just like when you see a TV preacher that's rich and you're like, how do you give money to that guy? For some people, that validates that he's real, the fact that he's got all this money. So that same thing applies to these charities. Like the shit you would think would make people run the other way, they go, oh, it must be the real thing because look how rich it is. Like, look how much they took in, and they tend to give more even when they know it's not good.
Well, I mean, and like Nick Ferrucci is somebody, Ethan could ask. I mean, I don't know the man, but I can talk to somebody and find out what's behind it. Yeah. I mean, like the truth. If we know the truth, that's good.
Who's Nick Ferrucci?
Nick Ferrucci. He
Ferrucci.
he is the owner of Dynamite Comics. He is a comic collector. He started out, having comics signed and stuff like the Dynamic Forces. I don't know if you heard of Dynamic Forces. I have a ton of Dynamic Forces stuff. I have shitloads of Dynamic Forces stuff. Love it. I love Dynamite comics. It saved my friend's comic, The Boys. And they put like fucking hot women on covers still. So they do some things right. They got to work within the industry. They have worked with Gail Simone in the past. But I'm not an SJW. So I don't cancel people through association or anything,
right.
But I do not like somebody supporting Antifa. That's the one that bugs me. So we'll see if that what's behind that. But thanks,
dude, I got an argument when I was writing for Sasha Cohen. We got an argument because I didn't want to do a support Antifa sketch. But he he doesn't know. Like they don't know. They like, oh, those are the people that are against Nazis.
Right.
That's
They're
good.
They're against
detached from it. They
fascism.
don't even know.
Yeah.
Like he's a genuinely good guy. Like how would you even know unless you either got burned or you were watching something that you're not supposed to watch?
How could you not? Okay, so I'm not going to accept that anymore because and again, I don't want to get super political, but good guys don't wear masks and fucking burn down fucking Starbucks and shit like that.
I don't mean now, by the way. This argument was a while ago, before the bike lockings and what have you.
Yeah.
That dude was here. He was here. He was in San Francisco. He was
he was
doing the thing. Yeah.
So I found that the change to the Reddit, the thing I was talking about was saying it was okay to discriminate and get the majority. Apparently it was made on the 29th, but they changed it. So I did find it on the Wayback Machine. So that's the thing I'm sure.
Just while we're sort of like on this whole kind of business of current day stuff, you do know that NBC guy that's been up in bed with COVID giving his, harrowing story, which people have been following. He's not been tested positive for COVID at all.
Cuomo or whatever.
Chris Cuomo.
I'll get his name. Dr. Joseph. Dr. Joseph Fair. Is it?
Wrong one.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, Joseph Fair, and he's never tested positive for COVID at all.
Oh, okay, now who I thought
he's been testing negative all the time.
Oh, weird.
It sounds like that's
not his truth.
You could also have a corona.
Well, yeah, sorry, it's not his truth.
There's a virus you could have in the same name, I guess you can't say, of the beer bug that is not necessarily number 19. There's a bunch of other ones where you think.
Yeah, it's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
And there's a new model coming next year, I hear.
Oh,
I heard Tesla's making a new one.
They are, yes. Driverless.
Just don't throw no rocks at the windows.
Durkown for 10 pounds. I'm still getting that truck. It's kind of crazy looking. I like it. Lee Dana Jackson of Apple's adaptation of Asimov's Foundation attacked Gamergate reactionary cis-het white dude bros in a Wired interview. I hope some YouTubers will take that interview apart. Listen,
I'd hate to be a white cishead guy right now.
Yep. Right? I mean, that's so edgy to go after that, isn't it? The Foundation, it just sounds like everybody who's a fan of Foundation is completely pissed off about this. I can't say I'm like passionately into Asimov, okay? But like, I think it's going to be boring and probably woke.
Yeah, I'm not that into Asimov either, dude. I liked, what's his name? Who's the guy that wrote A Boy and His Dog? Harlan Ellison.
Harlan Ellison's a shit, but he was a nut too, but we like him that way.
Yeah, right.
For as there is no U in color, says Mark C for $2. Color.
And there's no letter Z. It's a Z.
Z, yes.
Yeah, come on.
Like, all of them are letters, but one of them's a guy's name.
Racist, and now you're just all ganging up.
Xenophobic, right? Did I get that right? Maybe not.
Z is problematic.
Xenophobic.
Xenophobic.
Gotcha.
Xenophobic, right?
487 Sean Tower for 20 Canadian pesos. I have left YouTube and spent most of my time with BitChute. Closest to alternative YouTube I can find. Nerdrotic, Doomcock, Babyface need to be the change they seek and upload to BitChute. People need to start somewhere. 487 Sean Tower. I am on BitChute. Have you not looked for me on BitChute? I'm there.
On BitChute, by the way.
I have been uploading on BitChute
I
for a
can't get
while.
the fucking.
That's why I keep loading stuff up to Twitch because nobody ever watched it.
It's inconsistent, and it also, if you do unlisted live streams, it makes them all public, and it's fine. Except, BitChute needs to give me an incentive to go over there. They need to, I don't know, contact us, monetize it. Advertise.
They've got one thing that's good.
I don't do Bitcoin. I'm sorry. I don't do Bitcoin.
They made one good decision is the mirroring. So if you've got a new up and coming like social media platform, it's never going to go anywhere these days because nobody wants to jump over to your platform that's like 10 years old. It feels like a 10-year-old platform.
Yes.
The best way to do it is do the mirroring so you can still use your Twitter or your YouTube and just mirror the stuff that they post over there. So whenever you do get up to snuff, people go, oh yeah, I've already built up a following over here and it's actually good now.
The thing is too that they're actually getting a lot more donations, which is nice. So they're at 69% funding at the moment. When I first started with them, I think they're like 23%. So
guess
they're getting there.
The link is broken too.
Yeah.
The link, it is not fucking. Hang on, I bet you YouTube cut it off.
Well, and this kind of goes to the thing where we were kind of complaining about too many streaming services. You run into the same issue for like us on YouTube. Like, we've had people come at us. Oh, go on. What's the one? Not Spotify, but SoundCloud and stuff like that. But like the thing is we've got Uncle Ethan in the chat, by the way. Hello.
I have a BitChute exclusive video, by the way, where
how many views has it actually gotten?
681, and it's the Dead Zone predicted coronavirus. And it predicted, dude, have you watched the video? Watch the fucking video. It predicted everything. And it's a show about a psychic.
Just to go with what you're saying, like not that many people have watched that compared to if you put it on here. And that's the thing I was trying to say was like, everybody's like, oh, go put it over there, put it over there. Well, like, we tested it. We tried to see if people would actually download our MP3s on our Patreon. Nobody cares. So I get it. Like one person is watching it here. Maybe one or two people are watching it there. Spreading yourself out too thin in some places like this.
Here's the deal. It does you no good. We can have our principles. YouTube has its problems. It also does some shit pretty cool. You can have your principles and you'll be all principled and nobody will hear you. You'll be by yourself principled and you'll be doing no good. So we got to stay here, fight within these constantly changing fucked up rules.
Dude, the one that blows my mind It blows my mind the amount of words that you can't say that are just like getting those notes from standards and practices where they're not curse words.
Yep.
It's just algorithm words. I'm not allowed to say more things now than when I was a child. When I was a child, I was allowed to say,
Isn't that ridiculous?
As a 43-year-old man, I can say less things than as an 8-year-old.
Yeah. Did you ever predict that we'd be living in this world right now where there's so much just censorship and canceling and all this shit?
I was trying to run away because when I was Jehovah's Witness, it was, I always had a fascination with like I got in trouble for having a D&D monster compendium when I was young because I could have brought a demon into the house.
Yeah.
And that's and so
dude,
a metal demon. So when you live in that world, like the threat to religion is it's funny. It's same why they attack comics and shit. The threat to religion is never like science. It's other made up shit. So like Harry Potter. Harry Potter was a threat to born agains.
Yeah, rock and roll before that.
Because
rock and roll.
The shit's boring. It sucks sitting as a kid through fucking church shit. And they know it's competence. That's why in extremist Wahhabism, you can't have musical instruments. You're supposed to keep your mind focused on the thing at all times. And so that's why it's important to get the comic books under control, and Paw Patrol has to be because our made up thing, the only threat is a better, more interesting made up thing. So that's what's it's never like evidence. That's almost never a threat in any.
I had a feeling this was coming because back whenever I was a kid, there was this toy line that my brother had. It was called Rescue Heroes, and it was all individual. Like there was a firefighter, there was a medic, there was a cop, and the cop was a black guy. His name was
like the Village People.
As cover for me for a sec, okay?
In
charge.
His name was Officer Jake. So they had that back in the day whenever I was a kid. Then it went away, and then they did like a revamp and brought those same toys back. And I saw them like last year.
Yeah,
I saw them, and then they had every single one of the original characters except for the cop. And this was like last year, and I thought,
really?
Oh, so they didn't bring back the cop because it's problematic.
Racist.
So it was kind of like the beginning of that. Yeah, it was a black cop. He was the best toy, anyways. He had a bike and it was badass. It was awesome. But
I had that, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I was 32, but I really enjoyed it.
They were well-made toys.
But what you're saying before, Kurt, when I was younger, I had a big bunch of fighting fantasy books. Steve Jackson in Livingston, fighting fantasy books. The ones where you used to go through the different. Do you want to go left or right? Go to 250. Right. And my mum was born again, and she got rid of them because they were demonic.
Right, that you could bring a demon in your house.
Yeah. They were of the devil, and she was sensing a demonic vibe.
My aunt and uncle were like that, but thankfully my mom wasn't, so I got to play D&D when I was a kid.
Well, that's demonic.
Well,
yeah. My mom's Christian conservative.
That's why you've got that
I'm
goatee right
Christian,
now, because you're looking at
Christian.
Well, I forgot. So I'm sorry, I'm smoking this stupid thing.
But like my mom was like, "Oh, that stuff's bad." No, I was gonna say like I was growing up that way. My mom was Christian conservative. I'm Christian, but my mom was like had the sanity to go, "Oh yeah, just like it's not gonna hurt you. It's not crazy."
Well, you cut out, right? You cut out just as you said. My mom used to say,
motherfucker.
As true today as it was back.
I was gonna say my mom.
Yeah, well,
my mom is sane enough to go. It's like it's not crazy. It's not gonna hurt you.
It's Satan. It doesn't want him to get it out.
They're trying to get me, man.
Satan's doing it right now. You got a demon.
Your mom to stop hitting the block.
Yeah,
mom was right.
That's my demon, dude. Sorry.
Well, my
son
mom
of a bitch.
But so I thought it was always like the world, don't be worldly when I was growing up, they'd tell you. So when I went out into the world, I thought I would escape the thought control aspect of it. And then all that it turned out, this is what shocked me, was it's the same nonsense, but not even as good as the cult I left. Not even like the love and forgiveness. There's none of that. Like Jesus is stupid. And we threw away all the good parts of it, but they want the part that people love is the shitty parts of telling you what you can think or read or laugh. That's the part they love, the control for some reason.
Control. Yeah.
So I just see that shit everywhere all the time. Like that, if there's any bias I have, it's to see things in those terms all the time. But it seems to be everywhere all the time.
But Lego recently, they did the complete muck-up because when all the companies went virtue signaling at the same time, when the George Floyd incident happened, They wanted to remove all the police sets and anything that contained a policeman, which contained donut shops, hot dog joints, stuff like that. And they only wanted to remove them for one day, for the Tuesday, Blackout Tuesday, or whatever they wanted to call it. And then all of the retailers, because the email had been phrased so badly, like there was basically the email was like, take these off sale, and they're to be off sale for good. All marketing gone. They didn't say just for Blackout Tuesday. And so all these retailers just took to Twitter and they just atted Lego with the fucking letter. And Lego were just going, oh my God. They were like, please, can you stop tweeting and showing everyone our correspondence? And we only meant this for Tuesday. And we're not taking Lego police away. And because everyone's fucking hammering Lego.
Yeah.
Well, we want Lego police stations. We'll fucking leave Lego.
Yeah, well, they're all doing this. Have the local stores by me have stuff like, we support BLM. Please don't break our shit.
Yeah. They put it in their windows so they could be like, look, it's like the Passover. Don't come to my place. Well, BLM, we support you.
Well, we've gotten all kinds of crap all the time.
Putting lamb's blood on their fucking doors overnight.
Ever since we did that video,
I'm thinking that the lamb's blood on the door. It's the angel of death. The angel of death passes over our home.
Ever since we did that video on the cop movies and stuff, like in the cop shows, like I've had people following me to other streams and crap. It's crazy. I'm surprised we haven't had them show up here yet.
They're crazy.
What do you mean
They're crazy. They'll follow you.
Stalkers. It's basically cyber stalkers.
Always leave me alone.
Oh, you know what's funny, man? Because I've had so many of those, and like I barely go on Twitter. You know, like I try to have Brie Larson people handle my, just put up my dates.
Right.
Once in a while, I'll tweet something out and it'll make somebody mad. But it really amazes me, like when I'm not on it, how much. I think somebody tried to cancel me recently for some horse shit, and I don't know. Did they? I'm not. I never see it.
What didn't you do?
We were all canceled twice during the stream, probably.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's
Life moves pretty fast.
You don't have to give a shit about it. Like a good buddy of mine, Ari Shafir, got in a big one for. He said something about Kobe after he died. Some like shit. He always says something shitty about famous people. After he died. I don't get the joke. I mean, whatever, he does it, and boy, the fury directed at him. And you just don't go online and don't address it. And guess what? Everybody moves on.
It goes away.
You do not have to engage with this.
Don't engage.
Yeah.
Don't apologize.
Just ignore it.
But a lot of people they're sincere and they're either dumb or they have people giving them bad advice. And that's why they do that bend the knee shit, because there's now a business giving bad consulting to all these people.
Just say no.
Because it promotes their business. Like, oh yeah, you got to keep you got to keep people in Afghanistan. They're going to do that with this. With cancel culture. They're gonna no, you need these people here forever. We need to have this war forever.
And yeah, it's good for some businesses. You're right, for the big ones, and it's gonna like lay waste to all the small ones. And it's just like a town like mine. People are leaving, man. There's U-Haul trucks fucking everywhere now. There's moving trucks. People are getting the fuck out of here. I don't know what it's like in your big city, but people are getting out of Dodge. I am one of them. And it's gonna fuck the economy up, and they're gonna come in and buy up a bunch of land and buildings cheap in San Francisco, and you might
great with the people left. That's the jobs you'll have. Like all these businesses will be gone. There's all this competition getting ruined.
Yep,
and it'll be like 5 or 6 big companies that have everything. It'll be like Cyberpunk. We'll have corpos.
Oh God, yeah.
Yep. By the way, hail EVS. I don't know if you're still in the chat. What's up, EVS?
Oh, I like that guy.
Yeah. Neil Cuckman gave us £2 and he says, "You know nothing about me." Nothing. He says.
Why would Neil Cuckman call himself that and then give money? I don't get it.
Because he's a cuck.
Self-loathing, self-hating.
I don't get it. He's a cuck. By the way, 487 Sean Tower, thank you for the 20 Canadian pesos. And yeah, I'm on BitChute. It looks like the link has been severed, though. Simon Wright for £5 doesn't say anything but just donates. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate you. Durkown for £10. Space Command, a crowd-funded independent sci-fi series, is on Kickstarter. I hope the Phantom Menace will help make the campaign a success. F Hollywood. Support indies. I mailed you the info and links. I have interviewed Mark Zickery. It is on my one of my rare interviews because I don't usually like to do them. I like to have people on Friday Night Tights, but one-on-one interviews, not my thing. But Mark Zickery was special because he wrote one of my favorite all-time books, The Twilight Zone Companion, and he is doing what we have asked. He's gone outside of Hollywood. He's actually going to start a thing called Greenlighting Yourself. He's hustled and crowdfunded a traditional science fiction show that's like old school Star Trek. Nice. And it's pretty good for how much money he's been able to get and go like completely outside of the studios. And listen, this shit costs a lot of money, and it's probably one of the last things Nichelle Nichols will ever be in. It's got a bunch of ex-Star Trek people. Bill Mummy's in it. So yeah, and he just put up a Kickstarter. If one of the great Nerdrotics out there could find the link to it, go ahead and put it up. Thank you. And yeah, Mark Zickery's awesome. And he could be running Star Trek right now, and it would be fine. It would be absolutely fine. And I don't think he would even be as expensive as Alex Kuxman. Hail, everyone. I love you so much. Hope no one gets canceled tonight except Jeremy. Jeremy canceled himself, big fat nerd.
Yeah. Big cancel.
I don't even know what the hell he's doing. But he said, fuck you, Gary.
Do people from I mean, that's really true. Like people from like Disney and shit, like they watch him. Like that's what blows my mind.
Yes.
Is that these people are watching this? Really?
Yeah.
No,
just focus on your own shit.
Okay.
they're all mad about
crazy.
it. They're all hate watching.
No, I completely agree. Jeremy and I were at New York Comic-Con the day before we saw Ethan. That was it. By the way, Ethan, I heard you talking about it on your live stream. It was fucking epic when Ethan was walking down Artist Alley at Comic-Con, and he had like a posse of basically us. It was me, Cecil, Jeremy, and he's like fucking confronting all the people who had called him a Yahtzee, and he's like, "How you doing?"
God.
I mean, just
That's
whipping
awesome.
It's
it out. It was fucking great.
Such fucking internet muscles people have with that shit. It's unbelievable. And you see their road rage.
Oh, dude!
In person, the road rage dissipates.
They're a bunch of noodle fucking.
Well, Mark Wade run away.
Artists.
Turned and
Every
ran.
time.
Oh no! Cecil trolled him. Mark ran away. I was there. That was fucking great when Cecil trolled him. But the day before,
Oh, that was great.
The day before, Jeremy and I were
Yeah.
walking up to the con, and this guy pulls us aside. He was in cosplay, and he's all, "Hey, I work for Bob Iger, and you guys have been brought up in a meeting. They're fully aware of you." And I'm like, "Whatever." And he showed credentials of where he worked, and sure as shit, he worked for fucking Bob Iger, and Bob Iger knew about the Phantom Menace, knows everything, watches all that shit. Yeah, they all watch that shit. And
you know what I want to ask him the most, because I saw him advertised it was like something for American Express or something, and he goes, "People say to me, what does it mean to be a Disney princess?" You know that commercial? And I'm like, why the
and he used
fuck
the
are
line
you still...
again in his master class. He used the line again.
Dude, why are you selling that Disney princess bullshit? Like, that's really such a huge problem.
That's the
talk
problem.
about
All these
damage to
Karens got
society.
princess complexes.
Stop selling little girls princess complexes.
Well, yeah.
Oh, now it's diverse. You're just creating new classes of awful. It's so much more damaging than anything with a superhero for a boy. It's so much worse.
My favorite thing is they bought Marvel and Star Wars to bring more boys to the girl brand that was Disney.
Mm-hmm.
Disney was straight up a girl brand. I would argue it still is.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
And then they took the boy stuff and just wait. You know, this wasn't about
over the shoulder, man.
inclusivity, by the way.
Well, you're ruining
taking stuff away.
Dude, you're ruining it for like the gay kids too, because the whole point of if I'm a boy that wants girl stuff, I want it to be clearly identified as girl stuff, so I know I'm getting girl stuff.
I mean, there's a reason.
And vice versa. Like the girls that wanted boy stuff, like, oh, I want to do boy stuff. You're like taking away what the appeal is to the people. I'm all for everybody's welcome to do it, but let them go where they want to go.
No, you know what? Yeah. No, yeah, my manager for my comic shop, he was gay. He wouldn't want like a butch Care Bears. He was fucking into the Care Bears. He doesn't want a butch Care Bears. He wants
it like destroys a certain. It's like destroying the culture. Like,
right?
Yeah.
Mr. Garrison said it best, I guess.
Oh yeah, Ms. Monopoly, where you start with more money for the female.
Yes.
It's so unbelievable that they push that. Like that's the good guy. Monopoly, the game of hating your own family.
Yes.
10 years ago, that's satire. 10 years ago, that's
well, yeah, they had the communist one, which was
How's that
satire. I don't remember. I just remember it was making fun of like Marxism or something like that. And then
It was an off-brand.
they had Miss Monopoly and they were being serious. It's like, this isn't satire, really?
But that dude, it's just like Harley Quinn. You're like, Harley Quinn's a psychopath. Why are you making her like a
why is she the hero?
Anti-hero.
I know.
She's not like
no fucking sense.
Deadpool, or, you know. That it's wild to push that. It's like I guess that's what the clown world meme is.
But now they're getting that men deserve
inverse
it vibe, so men deserve it. Men deserve to be treated.
I mean, that's just one aspect. The joy of like someone else being harmed is so insane. Where it's what's his name always says it. Zach always says like the villain behavior is heroic.
Yeah.
Heroes are like the worst thing, and they just invert, and it's mind blowing. It's like you're in an opposite world.
Well, Batwoman was a villain.
Oh, no.
If you watch that TV show, she's a villain.
Not my thing.
She's self-ingratiating. She's not altruistic. She's very self-absorbed. Her story arc was resolved in the first episode. She only held on to the suit because it gave her leverage and power to do what she wanted. She walked into Wayne Enterprises. She took it over immediately and took all the billions of dollars that came along with it. She's only interested in I'm in love with Sophie, this girl. But I'm banging this girl, and then I'm banging that girl, and then I'm getting together with Sophie. But Sophie didn't want me that night, so I'm going to bang the other girl again. It's fucking crazy when you watch it. It's crazy.
Right. Then she gets bored and quits. It's really a metaphor for the entire.
Yeah.
But now, if that was a guy, whoops, sorry, you're breaking up
Didn't
there.
somebody get crippled for life on that show too? Like in a
one of the
it's like one of the
paralyzed.
when the stuntmen or stunt women.
No, it's just a like a assistant.
Was it PA?
Someone.
Yeah, she was just walking along and something fell on her.
By the way, Gary, Courtney Chris is saying your mic is a bit low.
Yeah, I heard it. I can't do anything about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair.
Mic is up as long as it's StreamYard and it gets confused between signals. Not much I can do until I hook up the new sound system. Well, I would have to silence everybody and reset the mic. If you guys are up for doing that, that's fine.
You know,
play some Perry Chan.
There you go. That's a good idea.
Yeah, good idea.
Play some Perry Chan.
Like
Let's
Perry
take a little
Chan.
break. Here, hang on. Give me a second. You guys vamp for a second. I'll get some Perry Chan up here.
I found to suck your blood.
Oh, that kind of vamp.
Yeah,
that was a good vamp.
The biggest pile of trash.
Well, we'll just replay the intro.
You could possibly imagine.
We'll
on
just
the TV
replay the
show.
intro. So hang on a second, everybody, and you guys are muted now. I'll be muted, and enjoy some Perry.
Nerdrotic.com. Hello, young humans. It's me, your old friend, Michael Chabon, and it's story time.
Look upon my work and despair.
Victimizers beware. The racist and bigots' greatest nightmare. Social justice warriors. Get triggered. It's the bias response team. If you've been offended, your feelings must be defended. Freedom of expression is a microaggression. Here comes Angela Frey. He's always ready to fight fascism with fascism. Starbucks windows don't stand a chance. Ethic enhancer. He's a systematic racism finder. Using the powers of screaming and shame, they win every debate by calling your name. They're heroes who think that they're victims. Social justice warriors. Get triggered. Are you looking for me? I'm looking for someone. Where can you be?
Hi, I'm Maurice. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
Gary has a big penis.
Hi, my name's Monroe. You've probably already noticed that I have incredibly blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Brie Larson. I'm an actor. You might know me from Captain Marvel. Or maybe you know me from nothing. Hello. So I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling like I'm gonna pee a little bit. But there will also be deep conversations. Gosh. Oh no. Anti-racist rhetoric.
I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him.
Inclusive content.
And I'm also saying I don't hate white dudes.
I'm a 25-year subscriber to both Playboy and the New Yorker magazine.
Crazy doing that.
Hopefully that sounds. No, I'm talking to them. So I'm not. I know. Okay. There we go.
5 minutes later.
They can hear me. They can't hear you. And there we go. I was testing it with them,
There we go.
not with you.
Okay.
It should be fine now. So we can take that off and say hello. And yeah. Oh, now it's blasting way too loud. There we go. There we go.
What do you want?
It
You
should
want
be
up or
fine.
down?
It's fine now. Yeah. No, StreamYard. Hey, what can I say? I got to hook up my sound system that's been sitting behind me for a month. Shit. Let's do some super chats. Kurt was just telling like an awesome story. I don't know if we can tell it out in public though. But
ISIS terrorist.
yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have. I don't know what became of him either.
That's
well,
Rumor has it he just went to pieces.
I just dawned on me a couple years ago. It dawned on me. I was like, wait, that was ISIS.
SCOTUS gave Oklahoma back to the reservation, says Big Red Bullfrog for 2 pounds.
That's a thing, man.
Like the entire state?
No, it's like the Tulsa area. There was like that some guy challenging something, saying that because it was wasn't incorporated into the United States properly, that still belongs to the Native Americans in Oklahoma. So apparently, they it's a loophole. They gave it back because this guy was being tried for murder, and he's saying this, U.S. law doesn't apply because he committed this crime on a reservation. And so it went all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, "Yep, there was that loophole, and we're giving half of Oklahoma back to the Native Americans."
So wait, is it legally correct? The decision is the thing. Like, how come you just didn't find a way to make it not correct? Or like, did they technically totally have a point, and they just had to do it legally?
I don't know.
Sounds like. That's what like, oh, well, you got it.
I think it opens up a completely nasty can of worms to where you're going to have all the shit going on throughout the rest of the country that was like pretty much all of the United States.
Have you ever been out there to Oklahoma or like any?
I've been to Oklahoma City. I have not been to Tulsa.
Because I did a casino, and like where this is why I'm curious is how much that would change. Because where I was, it seemed like the whole thing was all Native. Like on the East Coast, we had Native American tribes, but they were like not like real. Like this is like, oh, these are like the remains of all of
It's weird because you'll see commercials where you have white guys talking about being Native American, and it's partially true because
I'm Native American.
They bred in. Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm talking about.
You to see what he did.
Usually I'd see that somebody white talking about it, but this is where I met people that actually were. And by the way, Native Americans, most of them don't even give a shit if you're white. Like,
no.
The thing that got introduced to them of like you're only a quarter or whatever. Like, if you got adopted into a thing, they don't.
The Native Americans are really big on adopting people into the tribe. So which is really funny about the whole Liz Warren thing, where they're like, "Nope, bitch, you ain't one of us,
not you, not
you."
They could have said if she had been, they could say, "No, she's white, but she is one of us. That's how we do it." That's the thing.
You bring her into the tribe.
Yeah, it is.
But they were like, "No."
Here's the thing.
But she just totally like how, after my DNA, my 23andMe, I'm like, oh, I'm a 1% African. Everybody has that pop up.
It's funny.
If you make
That's the whole joke of my name. It's like I'm a quarter black for real, but like it's so stupid that's my name,
What?
So,
Oh, your name is Black. Oh, it's
Quarter
not
Black.
Like
Yeah.
your nickname. It's like your name is Black Garrett.
Yeah, Quarter Black. Yeah. So.
That's your
Oh, you're saying.
legal name.
That's
There
what
you
I
go.
said earlier. He's our diversity quotient.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I did my 23andMe, and like I am white as you can get. I am freaking whitey McWhite.
That's pretty
white
rare.
pants.
That's
I'm
one
Scottish, dude. As
one pigment from translucent.
As I'm Scottish, and I didn't know it. Like my entire
Oh
life, I
my
thought I was
God.
like German or something like that, but no, I'm Scottish.
I saw you as a Scandinavian Viking.
You know, if not
coming over here raping as women.
Yeah.
not for Quarter Black Garrett, you would be almost white enough to have an anti-racist seminar.
Exactly.
Question for Az.
Understanding whiteness course.
I'll get on it. Chris Persia for 5 Canadian pesos has a question for Az. The good Rabbi Zvi Lebetkin, Mazel Tov Zvi, would like to know if he'd be willing to do a review / watch along for Blazing Saddles. If you'd be willing to do a watch along of Blazing Saddles.
I'll do that at some point. Yeah, sure.
That's my favorite.
Great movie, man.
Great.
I
I'll
own
watch
two
Blazing Saddles
copies.
Phenomenal.
A gold standard of comedy, kind of.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I got a Blu-ray. I ordered a Blu-ray to make sure I got a physical copy, and it was a 3-pack, and it came with Blazing Saddles, Caddyshack, National Lampoon's European Vacation.
Fuck yeah!
Come on.
Did you ever?
Yeah.
That's great.
That's a trilogy right there.
That is a trilogy.
The greatest trilogy.
That or I can't recommend that. Mel
Did
Brooks
anybody
talks
see
that enough?
Did anybody
It's
see
out
the
there. It's
article
cheap and
floating
it's
around
got
on
everything
Twitter
in it.
about Greta Thunberg? I mean, it must have been like a joke, right? Greta
She added
Thunberg
to the
calling
Black
out.
Lives Matter
What is it?
thing?
No, she was calling out Star Wars fans.
What?
Yeah, well, I saw the article clipped out, but there's no.
Dare you?
There was no headline or anything, and the context of it was she was calling out they should be more socially conscious and not be a bunch of man babies just worried about Star Wars.
Greta.
Oh my God.
Darling, Greta, shut the fuck up.
How dare you?
Shut the fuck up.
What's the?
You have no life experience. You're a child.
Yeah,
Shut
my
up.
response to you, Greta, is no.
How dare you?
I don't think so. It's on ifunny.com.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
that.
I didn't think so either. Well, they cut out the headline, so I'm like, yeah, it's probably some bullshit. So
Much like Gillette, like much like
Yeah, I
Gillette,
gotcha.
like weighing in on something, like where I'm just like, why would you be saying anything? Like, I don't understand. This Swedish teenager thinks like I don't even understand.
with
Like how that is
Asperger's,
even a thing. Where you're like, did you know this one Swedish girl who's a little bit on the Asperger's thing is really upset? Like,
We all got to
so-
listen to her. We got to
she's
listen to
a
her.
lot on it,
Like,
by the way.
they're not listening to scientists. What the fuck do you think they give a shit? What
They tried this shit in the 90s. I mean, she's repeating talking points that have existed
That her
for
parents are feeding
20
to her.
years.
Just being fed to
Yeah,
her.
her parents.
Yeah,
Yes,
her parents are
fed-
doing
fed
100.
talking
Worst
points.
When I was
parents
Jehovah's
ever.
Witness, that's what I would do. I would do my little presentation and I would pair it and I would say the things the adults liked. And I was a good boy. And that's like, I could see that as soon as somebody has their kid saying something, like, just shut up. I don't care what your kid thinks.
Yeah.
Remember, remember
No
we
life
had-
experience. Let's listen to the
No.
kid.
What's
Yeah.
abusive
You
to
can't
the kid?
criticize her. She's a kid. Okay.
Except-
Wasn't she on the CNN COVID fucking expert
Yes.
panel?
What's that?
Experts.
Well, she was also on like another panel on
CNN
racism.
got
It's like
her
all
on the
these like black
COVID
people and then
expert
Greta.
panel.
No,
Fucking
but they
Greta
had no
fucking
idea.
Thunberg.
She comes from a country that has probably a 2% black population, if that.
If that, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not even kidding, because like we checked, Rob and I,
Most
one
of that
time,
was
and
probably-
Ireland has like a 7% black population, believe it or not. It's
Yo,
like,
how-
okay.
UK's 87% white.
Dude, black UK, when I went there, it seems so much less racially fucked up between black and white than America.
Because
Like, I'm
we get
shocked.
on.
They're pretty homogenous there.
Dude,
Which there's very little racial tension here.
Yeah.
It kind of manifests more in London areas or built up metropolitan areas, but we're talking once in a blue moon as well. For the most part, everyone just gets along.
yeah, I had a fucking killer time there. I had a great, like, I bombed a lot too, by the way. Like, I wasn't successful on stage. And, dude, like, fucking, like, I never would get, like, you know, I get black girls here, but not like in England.
The vast majority of America is fine. That we've got little pockets on the streets that are organized, but dude, I am not in a white fucking neighborhood at all, and I get no problems.
The interracial kind of dating is just seem more like ubiquitous and done.
Yeah.
So this is where we go back to the whole.
It just seemed integrated.
Yeah, the whole mockery of diversity, because it's such a fucking buzzword. But I go out my door. I go to my local shop. There's a lesbian that works there. There's a Chinese woman that works there. There's a black guy that works there. There's white guys that work there. I go to my gym. The employees, there's about 3, 4, 5 black people, about the same white people. It's actually quite a split in regards to that. Asian people as well. Every shop, there's probably Asian employees. It's just a natural fucking cycle. And so people don't think in terms of color because we're just experiencing it every day as a natural progression. Then we come home, we sit down, and we have some fucking bitch called Karen with a fucking terrible haircut telling us about how we need to be more fucking racially inclusive and how we need to open up a bit, allow more diversity in our lives. And you're just like, I think it's you. I think it's you that needs to go out your fucking door, darling. I think it's you that needs to go out into the real world, because I don't know what world you live in, but it sure as hell ain't the fucking world that I live in.
Yeah, dude,
because right now, I see everything.
That's fucking New York. The comedy scene I watched that as the alt Brooklyn, the white part of Brooklyn comedy scene.
Looks like Kurt froze.
Kind of became mainstream. They're like,
I rubbed off on him.
White. Well,
it's my fault.
Wait, am I not?
Yeah, you kind of froze up, man.
You froze.
Oh no,
you caught a little bit of quarter black Garrett.
You pulled a me,
dude. All the people in New York, because New York is so integrated. Like, everybody lives on top of each other. That's just how it is there. So it's the most diverse place. I mean, it's just so. The thought of it, comedy's not diverse. Yeah, in Brooklyn, in the white part of Brooklyn, the Lena Dunham section. You're right. It's very overly white, and it kind of sucks. But the rest of us weren't living like that. It was just this one little patch that's like the trendsetters that. So however racist they are is how racist all the white people are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because they only see it through their own fucking blinkered eyes. And they don't realize that the little person, who they love to talk down to all their fucking lives and lecture, we live in a diverse world. We see a diverse world. We engage in a diverse world every fucking day of our lives.
That's the thing.
But
let
me sit you down so we can talk about race relations.
Yeah.
That blows me, Will, because I've seen this, throughout comics, going to comic shops, playing Dungeons and Dragons. These hobbies of mine have always been diverse. Like the majority of the people I played with, because I live in Texas.
Yes, dorks
in the part of Texas.
That's why.
Has been Hispanic. One of my DMs in high school was black, and you're telling me that Dungeons and Dragons is not an inclusive game? It's like, go fuck yourself, man.
You can't get more inclusive than fandom, because fandom doesn't discriminate.
Diverse. Dude, in every hood part of America, for everybody I knew my whole life, especially comic books in particular. That's even in what's the movie where Ricky gets shot? Boys in the Hood. That was a big thing. Boys in the Hood. He always comic. Like, there's such a tradition of people that aren't white being into that shit that it's to deny it, to come, it's too racist. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Comics were always diverse. It was always people. And nobody gave a shit. It was like great female writers, artists who they act like never existed now.
Because it wasn't about getting people; it was about putting out good products that people like.
Exactly.
So just all kinds of different people came and got it because it was just good.
Well, it's also the corporate awful was a different directive of corporate awful back then. That's what this is. Like the layer of corporate garbage that has to be put on everything that becomes big. This just happens to be the worst one ever that they've ever adopted. Like, that's why The Boys, which I like, I didn't agree with because they showed them the corporation has some Jesus thing where they try to make you pray the gay away. That's not what a corporation would be doing. They wouldn't have anything with Jesus. They would have a thing to like make you more gay, if anything.
At this point, yeah.
But The Boys I like, but they had that outdated, like the Christian right controls the corporate. That's not how it works now.
Yeah.
Max P123 ABC for £4.99 said, hi all. Did Cuckers only make T Louie 2 because he thinks having a male lead in the first game was a mistake after seeing an Anita vid or something? Thanks. God, that almost sounds like Neil wrote that super chat. No, just kidding, Max. But no, no, they took
you
out.
saw Anita vids before he made it,
right? No, it was The Last Jedi all over again. You took a beloved male character, and you not only killed him, you killed him in a way that symbolizes the death of the patriarchy, using the tool of oppression called a golf club, and trying to place the release date as close to Father's Day as humanly possible without it actually being on Father's Day. There's no such thing as coincidences, all right?
Gary, what do you think the psychological message of him coming out with that after he became a father?
Right?
Now that you're the father to a daughter, you realize more than ever you need to destroy the very concept of father.
The connection between father and daughter. Yeah.
So ridiculous.
It's such
But if you
I
listen
don't
to
want my daughter respecting me growing up.
Right?
I had a goal to create a female protagonist who was completely not sexualized. Then in the DLC, I made her sexuality the entire point of it, and then I made her fucking scissor in the next one.
Well,
Fuck you.
the translation of that by not sexualized, what they mean is not sexualized in a way that you would like, as a cishet, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
It's okay
he might
as long
like
as
it.
they think you would
It's
hate
fine
it.
to sexualize in any other way, just not any way that's natural.
It's almost like a fetish, this like whip yourself.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Yeah.
I think there's some sort of
Like, this is
thrill
what I
going
need
on
right
here as regards to that. Yeah,
It's
and
because
if you listen to the narrative surrounding the game, what are people talking about? Talking about Abby's figure. They're talking about Ellie's relationship with Dina. They're talking about the trans character. If that was all people were talking about my game, my fucking magnus opus, I'd be mortified.
Yeah, that's
I'd be mortified.
Yeah.
That was
What
the
about my
goal.
great story? What about this? What about
What
that?
about the gameplay?
Why are you
In a game?
reducing it just down to identity politics? Oh,
Well,
guess
that's
why?
what I was saying before. Is because like their first excuse back will be, well, every story's always been about hetero relationships. It's like, yeah, but the difference is Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese didn't spend most of the movie talking about wanting to have sex, or how they were attracted to each other, or how one was attracted to men and how one was attracted to exactly my point. Yeah,
He's probably not qualified to write about a fucking lesbian relationship and barely qualified to write about a heterosexual.
And
you know, like
that's what I joked about.
But
before.
he said that Naughty Dog have a dedicated team that will look into where they can insert inclusivity into their games.
In a dystopian America, two young women by themselves wouldn't last that long. There will be warlords. There will be tribes. There will be fucking slaves.
Yeah.
They would not survive. Okay, unless it's
that bigot sandwich line. I'm like, you're telling me in the fucking mushroom zombie apocalypse, people
You're not gonna eat a steak sandwich?
Twitter level bullshit.
Yeah,
in this nightmare. I mean, I guess
all that shit goes out the door.
How it is.
Welcome
She
to
didn't
their world.
think of
she didn't forgive that guy for calling her a slur, but she forgave Abby for killing Joel.
Dude, like,
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
And then the saddest part where she gets her fingers bit off, so now she can no longer make love to her wife.
No. She can only use her tongue and stick a guitar up her because she can't play.
Well, her wife did leave her after all, so I guess it really
I love
doesn't
how
matter.
she can't play the guitar that they want to sell you. Right? There's a guitar that for $2,500 that's actually worth like $500.
And then Jesse very kindly donated his sperm into Dina's womb so that they could have a ready-made family. But thankfully, Jesse got shot in the head just a few days later. So
You look like a
he won't be in
That's
trouble to be a
convenient.
father figure.
Solve
you
that
know.
problem.
They make it
wow.
like
Good point.
you know what these are like? Poochie. It's like Poochie all the time. Remember Simpsons when they put Poochie in?
Yeah.
Hey kids, I skateboard. That's the new Poochie. Is like, I'm lesbian and I'm Asian. And I'm also like, hey kids, it's me, Poochie. That's like, it's just a never-ending series of Poochies coming out.
Purse Poochies. Purse Poochies. Gray Ghost for
Purse Poochie.
Purse Poochies. Gray Ghost for $10. The argument.
Purse Poochie.
The argument
That's
that
fucking
fans,
brilliant.
The argument that fans are man babies over a fake character dying, Joel, falls apart when the whole point of making characters like Abby and Ellie prominent is that people can see themselves in them. Yes, it's the same. Gray Ghost. It's the same fucking argument. Why should it matter if the doctor is female? Well, if it doesn't matter, then why change it? If it doesn't matter, then don't fucking change it because it was working before.
No, of course. I love the thing of stop your toxic masculine hiding your feelings. And then you're like, I didn't particularly care for this new Star Wars. Shut up, baby.
Yeah, baby.
They get man baby.
Yep.
But we identify with Luke Skywalker. Well, you don't count because you're white.
You don't
That's
count.
a typical thing to do when someone says shitty things to you and hates you.
Oh my
Say
God.
you don't like it.
When I was making my Star Wars video, I had to like watch Han Solo, and honestly, I've only seen The Force Awakens like twice, and I've only seen The Last Jedi once. All right, so I had to watch Han and Luke die over and over again like 10 times each, right? Getting the edits right. I fucking got so fucking mad. I didn't think I cared anymore. I didn't think I gave a shit. But watching fucking Han and Luke die, and listen, that was like the second time I had seen Luke die.
Let me
I was
ask you
like,
this, dude.
fuck these motherfuckers. Like,
Gary, do you think if at the end, and I think somebody else already said, maybe it was Kevin Smith, but I felt like if he had Luke at the end in person do some crazy shit and fuck up all those walkers,
like take down all the.
If you had him there in person,
Totally different story.
I'll bet people would have not even got mad because I could totally relate to the broken down Luke Skywalker. That's an interesting
Well, that's
idea.
what I've called it. I've said if we got the unforgiven Luke Skywalker, people would have forgave them.
Unforgiven Luke Skywalker, but the fact is, because he's such a low T Joss Whedon, he couldn't conceive of a world. I think this psychologically, he couldn't conceive of a man pulling it out. He's like, no, real men don't exist like that. That's the message of this.
And
But maybe will move the rocks.
And J.W. Rinsler,
Right.
I
disappeared.
And J.W. Rinsler, I used his audio in the beginning, and I'd love to get him on and ask him what the context of what he said was. George sold his characters to Disney because he didn't want them to die. And then they fucking killed him. It's the first thing they did.
First
Has
movie.
anybody asked?
Second movie, Luke.
Has anybody asked George Lucas directly, did you want Han Solo to die? How do you feel about that?
Why did he put Kathleen Kennedy in charge? Like, how
'Cause he
fast
thought-
did she bring coffee?
He did that to hoodwink Disney. If you read Bob Iger's book, mentions
didn't read it.
that he wanted to be in charge of Star Wars. Bob said no because Bob's ego got in the way because Bob wants a creative legacy. So George thought he'd get one over on him and put one of his people in there. Well, it turns out she wasn't really his people. She was Spielberg's people. And
Wow. Dude, I've seen that play out, by the way.
Jar Jar.
I've seen the industry that play out, like the old kind of like boomer dude that's liberal, not seeing what's coming with his somebody wants a woman to take his shit and he's just dumb.
His
Like,
assistant
she's gonna
that he
tell
thought was
us that.
loyal.
That's a
Yep.
common tale.
And then look at the end. Spielberg walked away too. So
Yeah, no. Kathleen was all about Kathleen.
Sold them to the white slavers, so you got that right.
Yep.
George Lucas had two people that he was close to. He turned the company over to one of them, Kathleen Kennedy on his left hand, Dave Filoni on his right. So for all you Dave Filoni fanboys out there, George might not be the best judge of character. Just saying.
Yeah, but isn't Filoni the reason that the other thing's good? Am I wrong? I don't know all this shit. But
No,
That's
actually,
I may have went too far.
Kurt, if you go to Ichibaka's Disney Star Wars is dumb, and I didn't want my video to be 30 minutes long. It didn't make the cut. It got put on the cutting room floor. But J.W. Rinsler says, and Ryan already knows this. George Lucas was there for the entire Clone Wars. J.W. Rinsler says, I wrote a script for the Clone Wars, and he said about three sentences of it were written by me. George and Dave rewrote the rest. George was heavily involved in the Clone Wars. Heavily
Yes, he
involved
was.
in the Clone Wars. So that's why Clone Wars season 7 still feels like George, because it was George. And it didn't even hit me until I did this video, because I don't give a fuck anymore. But why not put George in charge? He just wants to be in charge.
Yeah.
Disney gets to keep all the fucking money. Put
that's
George in charge. It makes no sense. Well, it was
too late now, I think.
No, it was Bob Iger's fucking
amazing
ego.
the level of people not getting. It's like you get handed this thing that it should be a no-brainer, and I mean, I've just seen this the entire time I've ever worked as an adult. Is like they fundamentally don't know what the fuck they have ever. Like that. I mean, was in Just for Last Festival, and Colin Quinn was doing they do the State of the Industry address that used to be awesome. Andy Kindler used to do, where they just mock the industry. And he was like, listen, if you guys were right, even like half the time, if it was even a 50-50 that you were right, then it might matter what you're not even 1 out of 10 times right about why anything, they just fundamentally don't know what anything is or why it's good. And it like I don't know, makes you appreciate, I guess, George's fucking narcissist fuck ups with the prequels.
Yeah.
Fuck ups of an odd tour.
I'll only say about Clone Wars Season 7 that, and about Dave Filoni, that George was really involved with Clone Wars, especially the first couple seasons. He kind of stepped a little bit away after Dave kind of got going with it. But Clone Wars Season 7, a lot of that is Filoni. Specifically, the 4-episode arc in the middle was completely rewritten by Dave Filoni and only Dave Filoni. And also, George Lucas wanted Ahsoka to die at Order 66. He repeatedly fucking said that. What happens as soon as George is gone? Dave Filoni keeps her alive. It's almost like George knew that if you have this fucking character that becomes so super important, that knows who Anakin Skywalker fucking is, and somehow survives, you have a fucking problem.
That's a
that she
narrative
never
problem.
came up. That she never came up to fucking Luke Skywalker, the hero, and said, "Hey, your name's Skywalker."
It's almost like taking Captain Marvel, the most powerful thing in the Marvel universe, and then sending her off on a stupid mission while the entire universe is actually
Falls
in
apart.
danger, and it falls apart. Yeah, it's stupid. You're right.
That was unbelievable, that fucking movie. How I saw it on a plane, like not even on a plane. Is it?
I can't believe they'd show that on a plane. That's almost like a hazard.
Do you think that George was like, especially when they kept, because the thing that I hate is the original. You can never get the originals because he won't let you have them before he did all that shit to them.
Yeah.
You know, like the Jabba the Hutt thing that they fucked up. You know what? I don't have kids because what's the point? I'll never be able to show them Star Wars now. He fucking fucked up all that shit and then made it so you can't. It's
You
almost
can
like
find them.
it's like these women in Hollywood, they age and they go too far with plastic surgery. That's how he got with his own. Like now, all his stars have big, stupid lips and like ugly.
And nobody had the heart to tell him, like, "Hey, it doesn't look good.
Like it doesn't look like
don't do
tits,
it."
George. It's just like age gracefully. We love you, you know. And then and now it's even sadder. Like this fucking this fake titted monster now is owned by another.
Listen, I went to Skywalker Ranch during the making of Revenge of the Sith, and you can tell. I mean, it was Rick McCallum was there. And that's like the guy George surrounded himself with, like fucking yacht douchebag. I mean, that's like who would just say yes to anything. He was a producer of the prequels, and he looks like a yacht dude, a guy who rides around in yachts and is a douchebag, and says yes to George.
He kind of speaks like this as well. He's like,
it's gonna be fucking amazing.
How many of them were at Epstein's?
Everything you need to know about the Star Wars prequels is in the beginning. It's a documentary that was on the first Blu-ray or DVD release, of Phantom Menace, and they've taken it off since. It is on YouTube. I think.
They show the test screening, right? Right when they get out of the test screening, and everybody's like, "Oh,
it's like
I may have went a bit too far in a few places."
In a couple places maybe.
But it's too late to fix it now.
Like it's great.
And everyone's mortified.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see it in their eyes.
McCollum's in the back, like
nobody wants to say anything
down
about
in
it.
his seat and shit.
They're like,
all
what if one person was just like, "This sucks,"
and then Ben Burt lays it out. He's like, "Look, you go from the death of Qui-Gon Jinn to the celebration of the Gungans to them fighting in the other hall. You've got too much shit going on at once." And George is just like, now what do I do? Why didn't you say this 6 months ago, asshole? You know?
Right?
Dude,
how is it?
It's very hard to work with somebody like George Lucas and like put the right checks and balances on every little thing. It's like a legendary creator of Star Wars. Like
that's why Gary Kurtz was around, man. He kept them in line when he was making the original stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and you see it in an earlier scene when they cast Jake Lloyd. Everybody's in the rooms just like agreeing with whatever George fucking says. The moment he walks out of the room, they're all like, "Oh, he should have picked the other kid."
Yeah, I kind of like this other
boy.
kid.
The second boy was the best.
I love the complaints because I'm supposed to be upset. Like Kelly Marie Tran was chased off of Twitter.
That's bullshit.
I'm like,
Bullshit.
Did she say thank you for that? But meanwhile, fucking Jake Lloyd's life was ruined.
Right? By the media.
Nothing
And
happened.
Ahmed
By the
Best.
media,
That is what
yeah.
happened. Became
And Ahmed Best.
And Ahmed Best, and that was the media.
And Ahmed Best, I believe, was physically lynched. Like, didn't he have the most tragic fucking outcome?
He tried to kill himself, didn't he?
Yeah,
Wow.
he did.
Yeah.
And you know,
Because of the media.
Only the guy who was the voice of Elmo got more fatty Arbuckled.
oh, Fatty Arbuckle. That is a deep cut right there.
There's a bunch of them now. There's a Fatty Arbuckle every week now.
Fatty Arbuckle is the
There's a lot of
like
Fatty
the
Arbuckle.
OG
Were
Me
we just
Too.
talking about him last
Fatty
week
was there.
on your show, Comics?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, that was here, man. That was
Oh, that was here?
Oh, it,
no,
yeah.
always here in San
Media
Francisco.
drummed up a bunch of
Oh,
fake-
okay. It was on
Yeah, we
Comics
did. We did talk about last week, though.
All right, so Young Frankenstein references. I got that one. Darn, guys.
Whoa,
classic, dude.
Soundboard.
Later. Adam Wolford for $5. Yeah, that was wow. Aiden McGurr, what's up, Aiden? For £5. Hail Nerdrotic and Company. Hey Gary, I'm going to be posting something on Twitter soon that you might like. Well, I'll take a look at it in a second. Bowie 8085 for $9.99. And thank you, Aiden. I will take a look at it. I just got to go to the next window. Calling Drunk 3PO out. Guys, please archive your streams. Some of us work in areas that we don't have Wi-Fi or poor reception, so we download these later to listen at work. Thanks. Drunk 3PO is an asshole. Yeah,
I'll speak for Drunk 3PO. He's intending to create a live channel so he can do that. But as Gary knows very well, when you leave up a stream, especially if it's public, it's really not good for the algorithm. So that's why
It murders it.
Yeah,
As
that's
a
why
matter
you
of
create a live
fact,
channel.
Doing some more work on that. Even when you unlist them, it doesn't. It's still damaging slightly. It slows your roll. If you have a video rolling and getting, and by the way, new subs come from almost exclusively from YouTube recommended videos. Otherwise, you're kind of playing to your base most of the time, right? And if your YouTube isn't recommending you, and what YouTube does is it falls in and out of love with you over a period of a year. So it'll get and it tries to spread the wealth, but what it does is, and I think it's just an algorithm thing. They pick a section of channels to recommend more than others at times. So I could see a video like fuck. The fucking Doctor Who one when BBC hit it was taking off. It would have been my biggest video ever, and they fucking shut it down. But
Part of the reason why they shut it down.
But the weirdest thing happened though. That and my Game of Thrones video, like 2 days later, shot up to where I was getting more views than I did on the first day. And
Nice.
all of a sudden the subs come because it was from outside recommendations. I didn't do a live stream for 3 days. Did a live stream, boop. Just stopped. So even if you unlist it, it still affects it a little, but not much. Definitely archive it and archive it off of YouTube too. It's easy to get a WordPress website or whatever, and you can just download the audio file, download the MP4. It's actually just an MP4. Separate the audio, put it there, and that way people can listen to it on iTunes. And then I have every single thing backed up on my website. I mirror everything over there. So if you don't want to go to BitChute, go to nerdrotic.com and the website's $300 a year. It's not that bad. It pays for itself. So
Pretty cheap.
But yeah, I would highly, and Drunk 3PO, I mean, isn't he busy on Geeks and Gamer or doing the gaming channel too?
Well, he's doing park hopping. That's what he's doing.
Park hopping. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and he's just busy being the best looking guy on the internet, right? So Jane Theory's
There it
awesome.
is.
That's a channel you should go check out. Jane Theory, thank you for the super sticker for $10. Equality 7-2521 for $10. Wasn't Abby's dad black in the first game? Whitewash.
Wait, yeah. What the fuck? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, one of the surgeons
he's black.
I guess he was the lead surgeon and was black. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, why is it a white guy? What the fuck? I remember that. So
That's weird.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you look at the image, it's kind of ambiguous, but it's definitely
definitely
darker
dark.
than lighter.
They whitewashed her.
Well, and also there's a fucking flaw in this, because if you play The Last of Us and you get to that scene and you just stand there and you don't do anything, the doctor will eventually just come at you with a scalpel and try to kill you. So,
dude,
that's hilarious.
I was killed by a scalpel in the Happy comic #2, right in the mouth.
Nice.
Yeah, whitewashing. Joel had to die so he could have only strong women so we could only have strong women heroes. Misogynist Druckmann thinks women are weak around men. They all do. That's why they have to make women look like men. By the way, the whole getting that muscular during the apocalypse is freaking retarded.
We have a thing.
Did you see that he commented on that too?
Yep, I did.
Sorry, Kurt. That's what my video is about today.
Thin-skinned, thirsty millionaires. Is there anything more pathetic? Really? I don't think so. I missed one up here. Sorry, give me a second here. Hell, Druckmann's last two. Thanks, first game. I know I missed one up here. Maybe that was this one. The argument that fans. Oh no, I read that one. Okay. All right, good. What's this? The Vegas get together is solid. Planned NK33 for $2. It is absolutely solid. The only thing that will close it down is if the state of Las Vegas shuts it down, which I don't think it will. So I have Mrs. Geeks and Gamers is helping me out because I've never rented out a hall before, and I'm trying to rent out a hall at the same place where Star Trek Las Vegas is. Because it's a big arena and they're not taking up the whole thing. Yeah. So I'm like, wouldn't it be awesome?
Just make a party room like right across the hall.
Yes. So that's
to the yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's my first. If that doesn't work, then I'm just going to rent out the Millennium Fandom Bar for a couple days by the Stratosphere. But I'd rather do it at the event. Father Chris. By the way, go book your hotel rooms now. Father Christopher Miller booked his hotel room. We are going to have a priest there to help forgive us at the end of the week.
We're going to fucking need it. So
you need to see the info so I can get that set up.
But yes, NK33 this is solid. I mean, listen, I don't know if a meteor is going to strike the earth and kill us all. I don't know if I'm going to survive till then, but it's solid. Okay. And if I don't survive, then Mrs. Nerdrotic will be there in my stead.
I'm so down. I'm so ready to go.
I can't wait. I mean, I just want to go out and do something. By the way, somebody here has been to Vegas recently. How was it? Somebody on this panel.
It's pretty closed.
Pretty close still?
Everything's pretty closed. Yeah.
Dude, I was in Phoenix.
But everything was closed.
Yeah. Phoenix is pretty open, right?
Dude, they don't give a shit about a mask.
Yeah,
they all looked at me like I was a pussy. I was like, elbow bump. Well, I was afraid of the virus. Everybody's like, come on. Everybody's drunk too, so that's probably right. I heard they have a spike there.
Well, yeah, I'm sure these spikes had nothing to do with the protests at all. It was the people going to bars.
We know that for a fact.
Right. Yes. Coronavirus can't survive on the sun, so I'm guessing Phoenix is probably pretty safe. Hey, Gary, love your work.
Probably good.
Hi to Quarter Black and Heel and everybody else. Thank you.
Yo.
Automation D&D for $2. Earth Prime 232 for $5. Do you think the comic book industry is at the end of the current modern era? Do you think the collapse of the industry will affect collector market? That is a great question. The collector market only survives as long as collectors do. So think about it. We are not making new collectors. So it will die out. Now, does that affect value? Yes, but we have really nothing to compare this to other than maybe stamp collecting. And what it does is it fades out at the same amount as the collectors fade out. So you're not going to be able to like, hey, I'm going to go get I'll be able to get Spider-Man, #1 cheap one day because I'm just going to outlive everybody. It doesn't work like that.
Was stamp collecting laid low by SJWs into?
Yeah. Oh my God, that would be
this president stamp is racist.
Kurt, I got to ask you. There's so much comedy gold with SJWs. How come there isn't a bunch of fucking comedians like just ripping the shit out of them? They'd be fucking heroes. They'd be heroes.
I mean, well, there's no stand up at all now because of the thing. But I mean, there's plenty of comedians. I don't go on a million podcasts to go. Check out my podcast. Can't get right on.
It's linked in the description, by the way. It's linked in the description. Well, we need to get them out. A lot of people have said this. I'm not the only one, but we need like the Blazing Saddles for SJWs.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, well, listen, I can't say any more about it, but me and Kyle are working on Time Canceller right now.
Right on.
It should be it started as a sketch, but it's been ballooning into a bigger thing. But I can't talk more about it. But it's almost right. We'll have the promo.
I support that shit.
Nice. Yeah, I will support the hell out of that. Cancel everyone that doesn't smash the like button. And Ryan too, says Oscar Mayer for $5.
You can try.
Better have tried. Chris Foster for £1.49. Thank you for the phallic unicorn. Problem being for £2. Smart praise to be the golden Asda. Asda. How am I pronouncing that right? The Asdaha?
Yeah, it's like Buddha,
Asdaha.
but more as than Bud.
Asdaha.
Asda.
I mean, that sounds like, you know what? It sounds like new lore from a live stream that I am not caught up on yet. That's what it sounds like.
This is my religion. This is the religion that was
Nice.
created yesterday.
Oh, good. Good. Well, you didn't even tell me. Oh my God.
Happy
I'm-
anniversary.
Man, you were too busy reading super chats or something.
Fucking goddamn. Yeah, I'm so
Or
yesterday.
taking a
news.
piss.
Taking a piss.
Or taking a piss,
Oh
yeah.
my God, I was fucking
Hey, did anybody
great.
used to read Martial Law? That was my favorite one. Martial Law, the one that.
Are you talking about with the person that trained Jackie Chan?
No. Martial Law, the comic
Oh.
that
comic.
the boys is kind of looks like they were inspired by a lot.
Yeah.
It's like a guy that hunts superheroes.
Yep.
Oh.
Martial
so boy,
Law.
okay.
It was good.
Yeah, I used to love that book.
Modalicious for $2. Alex Becker's Star Wars restaurant analogy. Oh yeah, I mean that he took from somebody else, by the way. Alex Becker's his Star Wars analogy with the
What
restaurant.
was that?
When Alex Becker isn't he like a motivational YouTuber? How would you classify him?
Awesome.
Oh,
that sounds
the guy-
great.
He's the guy with the
guy with
Ferraris in the background.
The Ferrari behind
Yeah.
him or whatever, yeah.
Oh, guys, awesome. What do you say?
He used the restaurant analogy with Star Wars, basically. Like, are you going to come out and get served shitty food and then, insult what we were talking about earlier, and then insult the customer?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
That analogy goes way back.
Well, I love you ever see people? What's his name said it? That he's a voice on one of the cartoons because it's for kids. I love that it's for kids, so it's okay.
Freddie Prinze.
So because it's for
Freddie
kids,
Prinze
it should
Jr.
be like your kids pay to go to the movies. like it's okay if it's pure shit. You give shit to children. What? Like that's my favorite excuse for garbage ass.
Hate to
Star
be his
Wars.
dad, his kid, had to
Right?
have him.
My dad took me to Star Wars. It was a thing he liked too, so it was kind of extra good, I'm
Guess
into
that
tradition.
explains Scooby Doo.
It does. So, I mean, that's what the fucking comic industry is right now. Here, I'm going to pull up this Beat article. Hang on. I'm going to show you why the comic industry is fucking falling apart. If Facebook comes up here, we're going to go to my good buddy Brian Hibbs wrote something for Heidi McDonald's The Beat. She is part of this Whisper network, which we never did finish the article. Bleeding Cool Fool, I owe you one on that one. We're gonna have to kind of sum that up later. Sorry, but if we go right here, you're gonna see fucking pie charts, man. And this pie chart is gonna really kind of say it all. So this is by the way, this is the comic book industry. See that right there? That is the comic book industry. That's what's keeping it alive. That's what comic book shops are going to have to sell from here on out. Fuck Spider-Man. It's now Dogman for whom the ball rolls. And it's shitty fucking Cal Arts. And they think this is what kids want. When kids are just buying this shit because they're fucking locked in school all day and they're bored. By the way, we're going to see how good these sales are that all the schools are closed. We'll see how fucking Scholastic bails the fucking comic book industry out now. So let's go down to the fucking P charts here. And this is just from booksellers. This isn't comic book shops, folks. By the way, Brian put this shit together, and he's autistic when it comes to like he's like really into this shit. I think he's more into this shit than actual comic books. So there is manga right there. Manga just rules. But manga,
yes, it does.
Isn't that kind of what dominates still? Is that?
Absolutely. It's not even close. Here's the comic book industry. And I just showed you what the comic book industry is, that dog boy shit, whatever. Listen, it's got its place. That's great. Scholastic books, 40%. Now, these are books.
Jesus Christ.
Damn.
DC Comics, 8%. Marvel, 6%.
Oh.
You're dead. You're fucking dead, comic book industry.
By the way, Garrett is back.
Is that because they're just like, because they're owned by all this other shit, they're just kind of like, if it does well, it does. Like the movies are where we make our bread and butter.
Yep.
So do whatever weird experiments with the comics you want. Like they're
Sorry, guys, I got yeeted.
And yeah, no,
well, the weird
you're absolutely
experiment
right.
is they're not selling any comics because they're writing absolute trash.
Like I think they get like a tax write-off, like a diversity
It
tax
might be.
write-off or something.
I wouldn't be surprised.
A loss leader, yeah. I mean, that's I think it is. Your boy Zach did a video today on the comic book numbers. The floppy industry like grew like 5%
No, it went down 5%.
Did it go down? Okay, crowdfunding's up 25%, and they fudged the numbers there. But the truth of the matter is, Scholastic is propping up Scholastic and manga are the comic book industry. The American superhero comic is dead. And yeah, so all you're gonna get now is, and they pulled this shit, of bringing in Scholastic. And for one, these aren't even comic books; they're graphic novels. They're barely graphic novels. Like Captain Underpants. Like my kid liked Captain Underpants.
Okay, do you remember? It's actually a cool movie, the Tom Cruise one that they renamed it Die Repeat.
Yeah. It was Day After
Beyond
Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
All you need is kill. Was that kind of? It wasn't quite a comic, wasn't it? Kind of one of these books where it was like a.
I don't remember. On that
Partially
one.
illustrated. So I thought that's what it was. Like it wasn't actually a straight up manga. It was like one of these young adult kind of books.
I heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
I thought it was just a sci-fi book.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it had like illustrations and like, it wasn't a comic book, wasn't quite a book, I guess, is what.
Oh, but I see that chart and I see a connection here. I see they're trying to feed into this Scholastic program, which what are they trying to do? They're trying to get to the schools, which what are the schools
There's
anymore?
grants.
There's
Yeah, they have grant
propaganda
money.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all just feeding into the other thing.
They've got $1 million grant to find a Puerto Rican Batman, so they
That's my point. Exactly. Yes. One feeding into the other. It's just like that fucking like the whole
it's crazy.
Shit.
Dude, I guess it goes back to a psychological thing you said, because it is crazy to me. I never in my mind wanted to watch a thing and go like, oh, that's me. That's not the Batman. Like I'm him making me, so I'm the one doing it. Like I never looked at things that way, but that sounds like the little girls playing with Barbie's way of doing it.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and the thing is, they know their audience is 18 to 49, right? So we're not playing to kids. So we have
Right.
25-year-olds who want to be Batman.
Because now you stay with your parents longer and shit. There's also this economic thing where people can't afford to be adults. All the rich people anyway are still going to have 5 kids. Like Kim and Kanye are going to have plenty of kids. That's a new show of your wealth, is to have like a traditional family. All that shit about you don't need no man.
turning into China.
Yeah, dude, all that you don't need no man in your career. That's like, oh, well, you just have to work like a man. We can't afford for you to be forming these families where the woman doesn't work. It like you guys all got to do it. like we'll do that, but you guys should get real like unisex real quick and fill these service jobs for us.
That's a scary thought, man. I think you're onto something.
Do you guys sell T-shirts for tall people all sizes? Bowie 8085 $4.99. I do not sell T-shirts, but some of you guys do.
I don't think my Teespring comes in like tall sizes or anything. I think the biggest is like XXL or whatever. Fortunately, I've had a couple people ask for like tall because got some tall people out there. But I'm sorry, I can't do it right now. Fucking Teespring.
Yeah. The one idea I had for a shirt had a very limited time, and I just couldn't get it together. But you're McQueen when the Game of Thrones stuff.
Oh yeah.
This one's done pretty well.
No, I imagine, yeah.
This one's done pretty well. You can go check it out on my Teespring store. Fuck Naughty Dog.
Well, I remember Ethan's Soilo shirt. I bought one. Fucking, he must have raked it.
I didn't see the naughty. I just saw
Our
it said
Last
fuck a
Jedi-
dog. I'm like, that's a
By the
bold
way,
statement.
Well, that's a bold statement.
Wait, do you sell a lot of those shirts?
Like Christopher K. Harris says, our
What a
Last
big follower.
Jedi is not
Hey,
canon.
hey,
Should
as-
sound pretty good.
as there's an account called Heel versus
I want one of those
Breeface.
Yeah,
Heel
I
versus
saw
Breeface. Is that like an O face? Oh. Hey, Crypto Fashion. Did anybody hear if they got their website back up or not?
Is this why be canceled for saying that face that she makes, the Captain Marvel? It's like the same face that black men make when they see her ass.
Oh. Damn.
Oh.
No smiles into.
I laughed. Hey, so Crypto Fashion makes Ethan shirts. They do other shirts. I heard they got canceled the other day. They got taken down. Their payment system was yanked by SJWs.
Fuck, man.
I haven't heard any news on that. So if anybody knows on the chat like how they're doing, I mean, I don't use them or anything, but I hate fucking hearing that. I think it's lame. I don't care who you do t-shirts for. I don't know if anybody has any news. I know Nick Cade.
I just went to their website and they have a message saying they'll be back soon.
Okay. Well, let's hope they get back up soon.
That was what my video was about last night about the VG 24/7 guy Kirk McKean calling for people on YouTube that helped encourage the threats and harassment against Laura Bailey and Neil Druckmann. They need to be deplatformed. YouTube needs to step in and stop this kind of behavior. I said, I may think that Kirk McKean is an idiot. I may think he's a huge piece of shit, but I'm not going to try to take away his platform or take away his monetization because that's what pussies do. And Kirk McKean is a fucking pussy.
What he can't do is provide evidence. Provide evidence to support that. And
they're not showing
provide
messages, right? They're not showing messages of like threats. That's
Well,
always
they
the
are
go-to thing. Yeah.
No, but
Of course,
saying
and if you ask for receipts,
that
it's
are riling
harassment.
them up to
Did
do
he
it.
not post a thing that was evidence? I thought he did. Maybe I'm wrong.
What he did. So he did. He posted a thing that was, threats. And listen, I'll be quite honest with the kind of shit that even us here that are lower profile than Neil Druckmann receive on comments or DMs,
Yeah,
Instagram
right.
DMs, whatever. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure it exists.
Crazy.
Like
I
we
will
get shit. There's fucking weird people out there. But find me one fucking YouTuber. Find me one motherfucker who said I condone threats. Go send hate to these people. You can't fucking find it because it didn't happen.
workaround, dude.
Right.
What they do is they go.
Never happened.
It's here's the justification. They don't think that you told people to do that. They go, just by you airing your grievance, it inspires.
Fostered that. Yep.
Yeah, and that's like saying don't protest because it's going to drum up. Like, shut up. Like that. I'm not supposed to plan around other people talking to you. I'm in control of what I do, and I can say, hey, don't do that. Which, by the way, it's crazy to do that.
Oh, but you're dog whistling. You're secretly telling them to go do it.
What's this dog? This dog. I heard they have backwards messages in heavy metal too. Did you know that?
Yeah. The Ozzy album told me to kill myself.
The demon. Let's just lay out a scenario, shall we? That because as far as death threats go, of course they're lame. I've gotten maybe one or two.
You know what? If you get a death threat online, here's one thing you could be 100% sure of: you will not be killed. That's almost like
exactly.
The exact way
Anybody that gives out a death threat online is a pussy. Straight up.
So
you meet them in real life, they'll shrink away.
People will kill you, but they're not going to go, I'm going to kill you. They're going to go, hey, let's hang out.
No, they're not. They're going to exactly. They're going to be your buddy like Chapman. But no, let me just lay out this scenario that's obvious that people listen. I'm sure she got death threats. Okay, I got to say that first. But it's just really, I'm going to say convenient to pull those out at this time to get all the right articles written. And then you can demonize your critics to, I don't know, perhaps use that pressure on YouTube to take out their memberships or their money. It just, everything lined up almost perfect, except it just the
rather
momentum.
Convenient.
And it just
I think it was just to scare away the negative press which has been going on.
Yeah,
I think that's what he was attempting to do. They were just trying to say, all right, maybe we better back off because they're getting this sort of pressure on them.
Right.
It's a cowardly tactic, but Cuckman is a cuck. That's why he got his name.
Yep.
The guy is an absolute narcissistical pussy. He's a bitch. He's a fucking person who doesn't care about his audience. He's more interested in creating his fucking woke piece of trash, which didn't make any sense, which was fucking poorly put together because he wanted all the accolades from the people that he truly wants them from.
Okay, wait, but tell us what you think about him.
Yeah, he's all right.
No, but
tell us how you feel about it.
But the thing is,
the cock.
He's like more thin-skinned than Rian Johnson. At least
And
Rian
he's getting more
Johnson.
direct.
Rian Johnson threw a couple shots at the fans. They were, and he's still a dick. And it still sticks with it. But like, I do think Cuckman like actually is truly bothered by Ryan's criticism and Jeremy's criticism. I think it actually gets
blows
way
my
under his
mind.
skin. I know,
like, why
right?
would you even think about that? Like, I'm like, if you have that much success and that many 10s on your game,
right?
The wolf.
It's almost like you don't believe your own press.
The one dissenting article, what did they do? They contacted them to pressure them to give it a 10.
Dude, because I don't even like calling him like Cuckman, like, because that's the thing. It's a shame to me that story. That could have been. It's like you went for too much sticking it to the crowd for no reason instead of making it. You could have sold Abby to everybody, and that would have been stunning. Like that Conan the Barbarian story is a universal story, and you apply that to Abby. She had some crazy life because of Joel killing her dad. She's like slavered by slavers or whatever. Am I saying that right? And then they put her on the wheel, and I'd be like, wow, that's badass.
Yeah.
That chick's badass.
Make him sympathetic.
And then I'm like, oh my God, Joel did put her through all that. Like, but instead it's got to be, you're going to up front accept that your thing is dead. Like, I'm not going to earn it. You're going to just, the price of admission is no, and I'm going to destroy what you like.
Earning things is patriarchal.
But the way he tried to do his story was Abby in the first part of the game where she kills Joel is not the same character that he introduces halfway through the game when you take over from her. So there's nothing that marries those. You wouldn't know that it was the same person because she's now suddenly got a completely different temperament. She's got a completely different personality.
Well, that's why I asked if other people wrote the first one with him, because that's what it seemed like.
That's a good question.
It was more.
Yeah.
Because he's probably talented
like
and needs someone to like balance it out, you know?
Bruce Straley was a big part of Naughty Dog. He was there for Last of Us. He was right with Druckmann for Last of Us. And he was part of it when they basically forced Amy Hennig out and took over for Uncharted 4, right? So Neil has, over the past 7 years, accumulated a lot more power than he had initially.
That's true.
Like I said, when he in 2014 spoke at this event, he talked about how Anita and Feminist Frequency inspired him for The Last of Us, the original Last of Us, what he wanted to do with that game. This has always been the way he's thought, but as he's acquired more power and been more successful, it's all gotten to his head, and he completely did exactly what he wanted to do.
Dude, I've watched it personally with people where as they get famous and they start to think it's like what they do is genuinely important to the fucking. I mean, it's not even it's like this thing like, oh yes, of course I need to weigh in on and of course I need to bring my thing. Like, and it's like, you don't, dude. Like, you're only hired to do this thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have a right to your opinion. I'm never for like, shut up and act or whatever. Like, have your opinion, but don't get it twisted that you think that's why people are into you.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? You can have any jerked off opinion you want, but just understand where your money's coming from and what you're paid for. And it's not necessarily tell me how to live my fucking life or decide what my medicine is. That's what this sounds like. You need 50 cc's of an unpleasant, very masculine looking woman stat.
Yeah.
and you need to see her destroy everything that you liked about this thing. And then and you're going to sit down and shut up, and you're not going to like, now's not the time for you to get the experience you paid money for.
No fun here. No fun allowed.
It's just like that thing. No. It's like the Hannah Gadsby comedy. There's a thing across the board of it's time for your medicine comedy entertainment. And the person is not a doctor who's coming up with the medicine. It's some fucking maniac.
I remember they did an article where they interviewed her and she said that men need to be more like women. It's like, no, we don't.
I mean, where in Hollywood?
No, I didn't read it. I wish I did.
But that's a Gloria Steinem. Do you know that's a Gloria Steinem quote? Was like, you know, you have the guts to raise your daughters as boys, but you have the guts to raise your boys as daughters, which is so bizarre because I thought the whole fight was that people are who they are.
Yeah, you would
You know,
think.
and you can't. That's why so many people kill themselves that are trans or gays because they couldn't turn into something. And now we're going to pretend that you can just turn people. I think honestly, I do believe in a spectrum. I think people are on a fucking spectrum with that shit, and you're not going to tell them. So it's weird to prescribe it. Some people who are naturally masculine or feminine. I don't know. It's a shame. That Abby character could have been.
But now they're only feeding them.
I still think,
and it's not good either.
It's too.
They're feeding into
yeah.
Well, now it's some guy imagining what somebody like that
It's way
feels.
too complicated of an issue to broadly generalize, right? Like that's the biggest problem is they were running out of victims, so they need to find some, which is such a small percentage of the population.
The main thing is that it gets him a check mark on the right side of history, which is
Yeah.
basically atheist heaven.
And that is as good as money.
You don't want to be sent to the wrong side of history when you die. There's a lot of these themes will be in Time Canceler. I want to add.
Yeah. He can cash that in woke heaven for a big cuddly toy.
Oh, that's great.
In 2015,
check mark in the sky.
in 2015, 2016, Neil Druckmann went out and found Ian Alexander, who was a trans child actor who was 14, 15 years old at that time, to play the part of Lev. He was specifically, he didn't even audition. He sought him out and found him to play this character that
and
he
they
wanted.
got him to do that role for 12 hours a day with no overtime pay.
Probably.
It's a
We're
video
going to
game.
call the government.
So
but
virtuous.
It was too important.
Does video game acting fall under the same rules as acting for film and TV? Is it the same stuff?
I guess.
Dude, it probably should. I think it's pretty fucked up. The guy from Grand Theft Auto, who was Nick?
Right?
Nico?
Yeah, Nico.
Dude, there was like a reckoning
kinda
that
got
should have
screwed
happened
over.
that kind of didn't, and he got fucked over. And a lot of these companies that's notorious. See, this is why you see this woke shit that's how Vice turned into garbage. They've got to cover the tracks of their execs who are guilty of all of these things: harassment, sexual assault, racism. They're guilty as sin of it. So that's why you're going to see all this projecting outward everybody else, because we got to protect these guys. And that's why you're like, why does this suddenly suck? Oh, someone on top is going to be in deep shit unless he does this, and maybe still.
That social restitution. Drake is 6 for $5. Hail Gary and panel. Loved Perry Chan's opening, although I would have named the social justice jackass. Well, he didn't make that one. I stole that one from somebody on Twitter.
That was
social
amazing.
Justice jackasses, SJJ instead of SJWs.
I need a Purse Poochie t-shirt, dude.
Purse Poochie. Purse Poochie. CP the Nerd for $2. You can't tastefully write a trash agenda. Nope.
I like if you have an agenda that I don't agree with, and you get I love the original Red Dawn because it's such like the dude's like kind of a right-wing maniac, and it's just so purely his thing. And it's, by the way, this is very political, right? But you can tell he's trying to tell a cool story, and it's very like reactionary horseshit that I'm like, but I watched it. It got me involved. I'm like, that's cool. If you can draw me into something where I don't agree with you
within that world, right?
Yeah, within that, because it's ludicrous that the Soviet Union was going to invade fucking Kansas,
Colorado,
but still, it's cool. It's a cool idea,
and it's like a glimpse in the mindset of the person who's like, "This is why we have the guns for when Cuba invades." And like, I like the Megiddo Code. It's some crazy Christian movie with Michael Biehn as the president, and it's like, me and my friends used to watch like crazy Christian movies to see, and some of them are well done. And it actually adds, the craziness makes it watchable as opposed to unwatchable. And the Megiddo Code has Michael York as the Antichrist.
Oh,
and I think he wrote a book about being.
I need to see that.
Yeah, it's a sequel, something part something. The Megiddo Code.
Well, isn't there a whole series Left Behind? Like that was
They're not as good as this.
They're not,
They're not as good as Megiddo Code.
20 of those.
They got Michael York as the bad guy.
Oh fuck yeah!
It's like a real movie, and it's kooky Christian horseshit. Left Behind is too like.
Wasn't he the pilot in Left Behind?
Nicholas Cage did play
Nicholas Cage
in one of them.
Yeah,
in the reboot. Yeah.
Did you ever read any of the Tex Mars books?
No.
Okay, yeah, it's crazy Christian
I can't
stuff,
read.
man.
I should have said before.
Okay.
I'm illiterate.
Yeah, the Tex Mars stuff is pretty out there. It's full of like conspiracy stuff.
Yeah. What's crazy to some people isn't to others. Okay.
If you make a compelling piece of art Like that first one that what's his name made that I thought was awesome. Get Out. I thought was a great movie, and that had a specific kind of political paranoia thing that I think it works in a horror in a horror movie. It works great, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something. Like I was like, oh, I like this. I didn't like the one that came after it very much, but I like you can sell me on your thing if you just do it well. But,
if the story comes first, yeah.
Watchmen,
yeah.
What's
Story
his name?
comes first. You could.
Well, Romero's Dawn of the Dead, right? Isn't it?
His last one stunk when somebody told him he had something to say, and so he ruins the last one with Leguizamo and the first one.
That wasn't even the last one.
No,
but what's the one that he made? Land of the Dead.
Oh, but that wasn't the last one. He did
I know.
3 more after that. Yeah.
I don't recognize the ones after that.
Listen, I always bring up A Song of Ice and Fire. People love that fucking story. People on the left and right, just like people on the left and right love Star Trek or Doctor Who, these things that were always political. But if A Song of Ice and Fire is a good story first, filled fucking to the brim with feminist messaging. Like it's fucking
it's political.
everywhere.
It's fine.
George
it's
R.
propaganda.
Martin. George R. Martin was a stalker, basically not a stalker, but he was in love with a famous feminist author. And that's who he was.
Was her name Cindy Lanistrosky or something?
No, but it was another famous one that he helped write a book and launched her career and everything. But you know what? It's still what it doesn't do though. It doesn't make men completely the butt of every joke, and women are just as flawed as men, if not more, in that. And
that's when you have a compelling female characters when they're human. Like it's crazy that people can't write humans. Like they always talk about humanizing someone who's already human. It just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Like Ripley was awesome because Ripley was like not the leader in that movie with the first one, right? She just works there.
Yeah.
And it's just some blue collar
She's kind of
lady.
like thrust up into the.
Yeah, she's just doing her fucking job in
Yeah.
her Kmart fucking period panties that look great, by the way. They look great on her. Hands up. She was the total package, dude. It was great. There's
And the aliens, she's more of that mother figure, and that's still
Dude, she
badass.
had
Like she was a mother
alien
figure, and
space
she was
bush.
taking care of that kid.
You could make out some real blue collar space bush, and you knew she was the one that was going to fight this other alien. Get away from her.
kill the
She's
shit
the
out of some
woman that
aliens.
saves you from the worst.
Oh man,
that guy loves that. The space
bush.
Space bush. That's
yeah.
funny.
He always has like a short haired kind of like butch haircut space woman who fights the.
It
alien.
wasn't short haired. That space bush. That was not short haired.
No,
that was long hair.
Crispy Critters for $2 says Jar Jar Abrams is this generation's Michael Bay. No, Michael Bay is at least entertaining. The fucking Rock is awesome. I like Armageddon. I mean,
I thought you meant Michael Bay has a penis nose, and I said no, he doesn't.
No. Maybe I don't know. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten Me Too'd yet. Wasn't he? Wasn't
Megan Fox?
Megan Fox, yeah.
I heard some things swirling, but I don't know.
Well, it was on the.
I don't think people take Megan Fox seriously.
No, she was 15 years old, and he had her like under a waterfall dancing or something like that in Bad Boys 2 or 1.
Did you remember when Natalie Portman was like, "I can't believe the sex"? I'm like, weren't you singing "Happy Birthday, Mr. President" to a grown man in a movie when you were like 12? Like,
Leon the
these people are
Professional.
all- I can't believe the sexualizing. Like, weren't you in a kind of sort of pedophile movie?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you really think about
that
it.
movie-
Professional. Yeah, the professional.
Yeah, Leon was in love with her. It was.
You watch The Professional now, and I remember when it came out, I liked that, but I'm like, if you watch it now, it is really has some.
Whoa. Is it called The Professional where you are?
It's yes, it's called
I was
The
gonna say
Professional.
you think that's bad? See Leon, the other version, the uncut version. There's even more. There, it's not just a subtext anymore. It's completely
as it's called The
France has
Professional
a
here.
thing with that.
Yeah.
You know, when they had their like cultural whatever in the 70s, the pedophiles got in on it apparently. So France has a lot of that.
Oh God.
Yeah, Leon is. It's crazy.
Pop Culture Avenger for $5. Hail Gary and all. Friday Night Tights is an institution. Do you think Brie would enjoy some cuttlefish and asparagus? Yes.
The pudding or the cuttlefish?
No, heel
think
versus
Brie would
Brie
like a
face.
cracker.
Is it Odorous Arungus's cuttlefish?
Her
Guar.
videos at like 52% like ratio right now.
Who?
Yeah, it's
Breeze.
going down.
Yeah.
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 What? I didn't watch it. Like, what is she doing? Anything? It's just like
she's literally just going like this. I guess I'm gonna be a YouTuber. Is this thing working? Am I recording now, everyone? I'm relatable, right? You get this.
4 different camera shots while you're doing that too, by the way.
It's like my mother on Facebook or something. Like, Mom, don't get off.
No,
I'll be honest.
Embarrassing.
I don't give a shit that she's here. I'm glad she has a channel. Whatever, it doesn't bother me. The only thing that is a little bit irritating is how quickly she got a verified check mark and how quickly she was monetized.
Well, that shit's crazy, dude. I don't know how I got a Twitter one, but Instagram, like, I have to have a better agency if I want a blue check mark. I can't believe that that's a thing like that.
Hi, I'm Brie Larson.
Ugh.
Oh, God. Hi, I'm Brie Larson. I'm an actor.
I've literally been in
You
front of a
might
camera
know
for
me from
20 years.
Captain
I'm out of
Marvel,
work.
Or maybe
Well,
you
she
know me
should
from
flush
nothing.
right after
Maybe you
she
just randomly an algorithm clicked on this. But regardless, hello, I'm starting a YouTube channel. Why am I starting a YouTube channel? Great question. YouTube has been a place that I have learned so much. Whether it's been like how to use my printer, or it's been watching
This only
like how
makes
to
it
be
slightly
an
better.
activist. This is like the place to talk about things that are
Let me
important
slow
and
it
that matter.
down.
It doesn't mean that there isn't also silly content, that there's ways for
Oh
you to
God.
express
20 minutes.
personally.
She seems like the most awkward, like a very awkward person. That's how she comes off as.
She sounds like she comes across as an awful person. That's what I've always seen.
Okay,
Why are
she
you
had-
doing
that was a
this?
Not even
cut.
likable person.
That was a cut. She saw there's also going to be, and then there was a cut. Deep conversations. She's cutting in the between sentences. Why is she touching her chest?
Personally,
Trying to find it.
But
That was a cut right there.
This is torturous.
Sorry, I'm going to stop now. I
Who would watch?
apologize.
Like, who would watch that beyond? Like, this is what I understand.
Less Brie.
103
Less
million
Brie.
people.
Do people watch the stuff? I mean, seriously, do people really watch this stuff when it comes? Even if there's an initial, you're famous. Like somebody's watching Will Smith on here.
I went down like the word. Yes, they are. Okay, they are. But they also their videos
Well,
get
they get in the
embedded.
trending.
They get in trending. Their videos get embedded and stuff. But dude, yeah, I went down a rabbit hole because of PewDiePie. I was watching his live stream talking about the whole James Charles makeup thing that's like causing a bunch of shit here on YouTube.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah, I don't even understand it. So I watched.
Wait, something new is happening?
I watched it 3 times. I don't
This
even
dude's in the
understand what
news
happened.
all the time.
James Charles, like what? Do you know, Ryan? Do you want to like break it down?
So,
break it down.
Yeah, break this down.
Last year, there was a huge fallout because Tati, who's a big person in the makeup community, came out and basically said that James Charles did all these shit things, and that she had evidence about it, and basically just called James Charles out. James Charles lost millions of fucking subs. Now Tati has come out and said, actually, that didn't happen. Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star were the ones that manipulated me into saying these things. I was just kind of along for the ride. So now there's a bunch of shit. Shane Dawson is fucking fake as fuck, freaking out about shit. The beauty
What does he
community
do?
is
By
a
the way,
fucking
what the fuck does he
disaster.
do? Like, I've seen him a lot. What is he? What is he?
What is
Shane
he?
Dawson?
No
fucking idea.
Who knows?
No fucking idea.
I don't think he
I
knows.
It's
All
like
these-
one gay guy and then another gay guy. We're mean to this one gay guy and use this girl to do it. And something
Yes.
with makeup.
To do stuff with kids.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
and-
And I'm supposed to care about it.
Fucking
spoiler alert, they're all fucking pieces
Shane
of
Dawson
shit.
was feeding his child fucking
They're all
hot
people.
cookies.
Ryan, isn't it? I mean, basically, this 38-year-old woman, what's her name? Tati?
Tati.
Yeah, so she takes 19-year-old James Charles under her wing and rides him to success or something like that. Tell me if I'm going wrong, or was she successful before that too? And she made
They were
him
successful together. They
Okay,
were successful
okay,
together. And
Okay.
all these people fucking feed off each other, and like half of this shit's. I
Well,
think
you know,
half of this shit's
people like-
fucking
listen,
fake.
People like to hang out. I mean, that's a lot of the appeal of YouTube. I mean, that's why I wanted to do this thing. Like, I've seen you start. I'm like, oh, cool. I want to hang out. So that's an appeal. And then people want to hang out with the pretty girl in school and the coolest gay friend. Like, that's ultimate popular girl kind of.
Yeah.
So that's the appeal, right? Is like popular girls. So people love being drawn into like the biggest. I used to see it with Stern. Like, I liked impressions and stuff, but my buddy liked when he'd yell at Benji, like the gossipy nonsense part. People love that. They like that better than content.
No, I used to love Stern. He was one of my inspirations. Can't stand him now. I think he's a huge freaking sellout.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, he's disavowed everything he used to do. I mean, he was always, remember, he used to be man of the people, always, humbled Hollywood, gave celebrities a bunch of shit. Yeah, he just wanted to be one of them. He was dying to be one of them.
I guess I should have seen that from way back when.
Yeah.
That I did read his books where he said that's all he ever wanted.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I couldn't say
didn't take it serious.
But that thing that leaked of his meetings that he has with in fact, my buddy Kyle that I do these videos with, like they're mostly Kyle's videos, he used to do impressions on Stern. He used to do Caitlyn Jenner. And I think because on my other podcast, we happened to be on Sirius at the time, he made an appearance. They stopped using him at Stern because he went somewhere else one time.
Oh, petty.
Yeah, it's not like a thing where you're going to be told. They're just like, I can't believe he went somewhere. But there was no rule given to you that you can't. It's just, I'm the greatest there is. Why would you ever?
Well, hey, the James Charles thing, the whole drama started because he wanted to get into Coachella. Somebody got him in and said, "Hey, just pub my vitamins or some shit like that or something." And he said, "Sure." Yeah. He was just trying to get, I think,
that's right. Yes,
get into Coachella for free. And
then his other lady was like, was mad about it.
Tati was upset.
Yeah,
Tati was mad about it because she had her own snake oil pills.
Yeah. So she went out publicly.
Why did she have my snake oil?
So he was canceled for that.
So once that happened, and Shane and Jeffrey wanted to fucking bring James down, they fucking supposedly got in here and manipulated her with all this shit to make her fucking take James Charles down. Because both Shane, I know, both Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star, like no one fucking respects them because they think they're all fake as fuck. But Tati, people know that she's loyal and that people would respect her. So when she came out and said that, that's why James lost fucking millions of subs overnight. Now, in the past year, he's kind of regained that. But.
None of this is as important as Jake Paul looting vodka from a P.F. Chang's.
Exactly.
Hang on. We got something from breaking news from Twitter here.
We're all cancelled again.
We're all oh no, this is one step closer. YouTube creators. Let's see if I can type here.
There's a lot of people in the chat saying, "Why the fuck do I know this?" Don't fucking ask me why.
We spend a lot of time on YouTube. You got to know what's going on in your platform, dude.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah.
Get out of town!
You have to understand.
You're gonna love this.
The path of being radicalized on YouTube takes you through James Charles and Tati.
Oh well, do you have an inclusion check? Do you have an inclusion check?
What?
YouTube creators. Check-in time. Have you gone through the checklist and the ways your channel can be inclusive on camera behind the scenes? Let us know if that sparks any ideas.
Are people not insulted by this utterly? This is
I am.
Yeah,
patronizing.
No.
Like, what fucking? Who reads this and goes, "Oh, I really need this list. Thank you." I would have forgotten if I know anybody to include. Oh my god.
The idea. So. Of what percentage of people that fucking use YouTube do you think have a team behind them?
Like a very small percentage.
Doesn't those guys like Shane Dawson and them, don't they have that? They must.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. I'm sure like the bigger channels probably do because they can afford it because
if I have a team making my thing, by the way, like I said, just based on my general life, it would probably just be diverse because that is my life. But I would never in a million years consider anything except what helps me because I'm trying to run my goddamn business.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Have you checked a box today?
That's exactly what this bullshit is. Have you checked a box today?
I think there should be a checklist for y'all for minority creators that actually make it onto the recommended suggestion page lacking. So essentially, if you follow this BS list, you're going to be a racist. Giving people special treatment because of their skin is racist. Things can't be organic. It's all about shallow pandering.
That's a rosary. That's a new rosary.
Yes.
That's what that is.
It absolutely is,
Why
man.
is Disney...
Now, if I check the box, that means the police don't shoot the black man anymore? Okay.
Hey, 2 people are canceled already. Look to the right. Disney is over party. Harry Styles is over party.
Why is Harry Styles over?
And sandwiched between them, there's a transgender swimsuit model.
Hey, phrasing.
Az clown horn, please.
Oh my god.
Az, where's the horn? You should just have that on speed dial. Thank you.
I have no idea.
Oh, man.
I have no idea why the Disney is over party is. I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
I think it's
What happened?
BTS.
Did a black
Some kind
actor
of
slip
BTS
through in their Chinese
fans.
market?
Who was
Oh,
on
it's
my
K-pop
team?
stands?
Cameraman, me.
Yeah, it's K-pop stuff.
Yeah.
Writer, me. Editor, also me.
Does this
So
mean I've
modern.
got to blackface to try and get some inclusion? Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get fucked over if I do.
You're perpetuating it. My team is not
YouTube,
solid.
why do you want me to be racist? Why?
Apparently, YouTube is over party is trending.
Oh, God.
Is it?
Oh,
that was
The
number 5.
world
Never mind.
over party.
Why is Disney? I don't even care.
Oh, a few different things. It looks
it's
like
it's K-pop fans.
Yeah, it's K-pop.
I wish I had a team. Your team is completely angry white men. How dare you? On Greta's
No,
voice.
Derry, you've got
Hey, I'm
a
not
team,
angry.
and you employ a woman. There you go. Boom.
My
don't
team
know,
is
that's
entirely
fucking-
angry white men. It's me.
What is like? I don't understand the thing of like saying angry. It's so weird how it becomes a negative or perfectly. You can't be like an angry woman. That's like outrageous to say something like that.
It really does. Thank you,
Will
Mama Susan.
Will Smith's crying because Jade is fucking other dudes in front of him.
Well, no, Will Smith is trending because it sounds like everyone thinks that him and Margot Robbie were fucking.
they
So-
probably were.
Yeah, they probably, dude. They probably have an arrangement. Is my guess.
Well, no, I was just gonna say everybody seems to forget this. This has been like a non-open secret for years that him and Jada Pinkett Smith have an open relationship.
Yeah, Will can fuck
Yeah,
any dude he
that's
wants.
surprising. I feel like I've already heard that.
Yeah, it's like this non-secret.
Oh wait, didn't Shane Dawson get in trouble because he jerked off in front of a Willow Smith poster? Are you fake?
Yes.
Yeah, he
And he,
jerked off.
and he also wore blackface, and he also
did you
like
see
gave
the
his
picture?
cat. roll.
Hold on, did you see the picture of Jaden Smith being angry about it with his pink hair and like teeth?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. He's a more jerk off in the picture than his sister.
Hold on, I got something. Hold on, let me
Okay.
see if I can find it. Here we go. You should, yeah, you can show this on YouTube. Hold on.
We're pretty late in the.
That's a good start.
So I think this is what Jada meant when she said that Will got his payback. My man was blowing Margot Robbie, and then just pictures of them. I mean, this doesn't
Dude,
mean they
in
were
that
fucking,
Kanye
but
movie, they had a lot of chemistry too. I thought, and
Yeah, they did.
Will
I mean-
definitely fucked the hell
I mean-
out of her. Are you kidding me?
I think he was doing it right there. I think they were actually having sex
That
right
is
there.
post, pre, and yeah.
dude. I mean,
yeah.
Will
Yeah,
not
and it's
get
this Black Lives Matter right below it.
Yeah, these fuckers.
Faithful husbands don't act like that.
what? Show their boobs on a thing with a girl?
Yeah.
I mean, like, hey,
It really
way to
does
go,
look
Will.
very sexually charged.
Attaboy.
That's good
People
on.
were freaked
good on
out.
them.
I'm sure.
Like when
I'm
they
sure the thing
recently-
is, don't be seen. I'm sure the arrangement is do what you want and don't embarrass me, which is a lot of these
pretty
fucking
much it.
people do.
Well, like I say, to be fair to Will, he is married to Jada, and she's kind of annoying. So
Well, and people were just recently freaking out because they found out Dolly Parton has the same arrangement with her husband for the last however many fucking 80 years.
Dolly
You had $1
Parton's
trillion.
straight.
Like they're
and you're
pregnant.
around hot people all the time. You wouldn't have that arrangement. And you're in a business. A lot of these marriages are business arrangements.
They're more of a business arrangement.
They're-
Yeah.
It's like
That's just good
feudalism.
business.
It's like
Yeah.
feudalism. It's like, yeah, it's marrying
Yes,
in. Yeah.
yes, it's like that.
It's like creating allies and stuff. Yeah. What
This is like
how
our
the
royal-
entire institution was created in the first place. So,
Duke Smith and the Duchess of whatever, like secretly fought. That's what
It's
they
like,
said.
why am I supposed to care? Well, who cares? Who cares?
Ray is following the family trade and reputation of styling and taking everything. She is stealing the name and reputation of Skywalker, says Muffet1 for $5. Ray will be forgotten. She's already being forgotten. It's in the process. Exactly.
I wonder if you think that Hitler's granddaughter had it this hard.
No.
Are we back up to Will Smith again? Are we back up to
No, my name is Washington, Martha Washington.
Yeah. That was a good comic.
My
That was a
name
good
is
comic.
Churchill, Laura Churchill.
Laura Churchill, right? Oh.
Hey guys, I didn't realize it's 8:00 here.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
dude. No. You
gotta do
got to
this for
take
6
off.
hours?
What was that?
Did we do this long? It's crazy.
We really did. Oh yeah.
I had a good time, man. Yeah, dude. I want to get all these on my podcast. So,
Do you want to plug before you go?
Dude.
Yeah, please.
Everything.
My check out Can't Get Right, which is on Gas Digital, and then comes out free on iTunes, and there's a YouTube channel of it. And then me and Kyle Dunnigan we got a sketch thing coming out. Go to Kyle Dunnigan 1 on Instagram to see his sketches, and Kyle Dunnigan's YouTube channel. We'll start putting stuff out there. Time Cancelers is coming out soon, and then we're gonna have a Patreon going and stuff. So I'll send it to you guys when we have it.
Kurt, thanks for coming on, man.
You guys are fun, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It was a blast.
It's been great, man.
Catch
Been a blast
you
having you.
later.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Wow, dude, that got me in the ear. I don't know why it did. I think my mic like went up. Oh,
yeah.
My worlds collide.
We all have tinnitus now.
Metzger, where's Big J and Louie? He just left. Man, I should have got Joey 75 for $9.99. I'm sorry. My worlds collide. Metzger, where's Big J and Lewis? Sherrod, who? I'll pass that on. I'm gonna be on his podcast soon. So, Sean Johnson for $5. If they come for Lord of the Rings, we wait 3 days, then we ride for Gondor and war. Yes, Sean, I mean it. I mean it if they go after Lord of the Rings. I am dedicating my entire channel. I'm going to go Dark Side Phil. I will record 4 1-hour live streams a day, break them down into 15-minute segments, and have 56,000 fucking uploads about Lord of the Rings.
That might happen with Amazon.
Gary, in all fairness to Kurt, when I started this podcast, it was still slightly light outside. It's now light outside.
Well, dude,
I literally podcast through the dark hours.
Sweet. You're at the North Pole up there, basically. I mean, well, dude, I mean,
what are you
guys
talking about?
pretty
As
far
it's dark
north.
there all the time, I thought.
No, it's during the summer. It's light longer. How many hours?
He
is it
never
light?
sees the sun though. It's always raining.
In the summertime, it kind of like this. The last bit of sun will go around 10ish, and it'll be up around 4. So
yeah,
it's like 18 hours.
Well, yeah, but isn't it always cloud covered up and rainy and shit, or no?
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
That was like a perfect burn.
It was.
It really was.
Perfect timing.
I always try and avoid those,
That's
but
skill.
Az just rolled right into
I
it.
know,
That's
just rolled
amazing.
it through. Just
Only
rolled it
Az
through.
could.
It was the perfect word. Not like it was
Now,
the
if the
perfect
rest
word
of
to
us
say
did it,
for
it would
that.
just be wrong. Only Az could get away with that.
For Motley 1969 for $5. Reading and imagination are hard. They are hard. I gotta
So hard.
yeah, okay. We got some of the big ones. Okay, this is kind of a cluster today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, like the conversation got rolling, and we'll get things down a little bit better. Listen, we're not a professional show, obviously. We do the best we can. But yeah, I'm still trying to work out the producer thing, and so we'll do
Despite
a little better
rumors.
next week. Yeah, we are all in the cultural dark age from
Just blame
Star
me.
Wars to Doctor Who, and everything in between has fallen. But there still will be a new renaissance, and people like you and I will lead the charge. A new worlds, new heroes, new legends. Hope will rise again. It will, Miguel. It will. An independent movement has already started. Okay, it's starting with comics, and that's where the independent movements start out. Think about with music. It always starts out with the garage bands, with the little, with the punk rock band with 3 dudes who know how to play like one instrument. And that's how it starts.
They're already doing it. The fan films and stuff that now people are just doing shit in their backyard, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what's going to happen is,
Do it yourself. Make it better.
honestly, yeah. And Hollywood has a very difficult thing. Listen, this is why Quibi was created. They saw what their competition was, and they tried to come up against YouTube with Quibi, and it was a fucking joke. It was
It crashed hard.
joke. And if you don't know what Quibi is, not surprised. They were advertising everywhere. They wanted to compete against YouTube with 10-minute, like professionally made A-list actors and creators entertainment, and they didn't put it on TV. And Robert Meyer Burnett's been all over this. Did
And
you
had to
guys
subscribe?
Did you guys know about you? So you had to subscribe, and by the way, they only had 8% turnover from their subscribers. And the thing I found out from Robert Meyer Burnett yesterday is the creators get to retain the rights to their shit. Quibi just plays it once. It's the dumbest business deal of all fucking time.
Because they pulled in like Reno 911 and shit.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
didn't they?
And guess who's behind it? And it explains it all.
Jeffrey Katzenberg, I think
Meg
it was.
Whitman.
Oh,
fucking the one who fucked up eBay. Fucking dumbass.
Wow.
No, it's happening. The independent with your boy Zach and EVS, what they're doing, Dan Fraga, everybody over at Comicsgate, and we've got people making fan films. Don't waste your time on fan films though. Make trailers, but don't make. You know what? I would stop making Star Trek fan films. They don't fucking
do your own
you.
thing.
Yeah,
do your own thing is what I meant.
They don't deserve it.
Yeah, because they fucked up. They had a shot. How many years have people been out there making some of the coolest fucking fan films ever? And what do? It started with Star Trek. They go after the people who make the fan films. And then that guy who did the Darth Vader one last year, I got pulled down because the music bullshit. It's like, come on, guys. They've made nothing but enemies out of the fans. And, we'll go back to George Lucas again. But you know what he did?
He hired him.
He hired him. And not only that, he encouraged the fan film because he knew that's how he was going to find the next generation of talent.
Mm-hmm. And then Disney came along and fucked all that up.
Yep.
Dicks.
Yep.
I like turtles.
Yeah. No, I was listening to that JW.
Did you leave your computer unlocked?
What was that?
No, it was a joke. He said, "I love turtles." Whenever someone left their computer unlocked, we'd always do that.
Oh, I have no idea what that means.
It's a corporate thing.
I'm just making sure we're still up. Cool. All right. So, yeah, sorry we couldn't get to these sooner, folks. I'm gonna read a bunch tonight. You guys come and go as you please. If you guys need to take off, just let me know. Just holler.
I need to bounce. I need to get ready for the Game with Geeks thing. But thanks so much for having me on, Gary. This is awesome.
Dude, you're always welcome, son. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Dad. I know even though we're separated, I still feel the love all the way from San Francisco.
Well, to make you feel better before you get into plug-in, I'll be moving closer to you very soon. As a matter of fact,
we are one of the few counties that's still relatively open. In some ways, you can actually go to the beach and shit around here. So yeah, that'll be good. We need to definitely do something.
We do. I heard gyms are open down there. So
mine is. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
I also am working 10 feet away from someone who has tested positive for the beer bug.
No shit.
So, yeah.
Oh no.
And, we're not working now, but
are you quarantined or do you have to or?
I don't have to as of right now. They are now, but we're wearing a mask. Should be good, right?
Oh,
that's the
mask
theory.
secures you.
The mask.
Were you protesting at the time?
No, yeah.
No, I was not protesting. I made the mistake. Maybe I had more than 10 people in my house because they say that's bad.
If you were
but
riding,
1,000 people
okay.
protesting
that's
is good.
Right.
Yeah. But I do need to bounce. But thanks for having me on, Gary. You can catch me on my channel, Ryan Kendall RK Outpost. I just hit 22,000 subs while we were on the stream. So
nice.
Thank you guys.
Congratulations.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Nice.
And and we're headed over to do a Game with Geeks stream. We're going to stream some Battlefront 2, so that should be pretty fun over on the YouTube channel. So check us out there, guys.
But Ryan, thanks again for coming on. You're brilliant, and when I'll be down in a week or so. I'll give you a buzz if you're not on quarantine, dude.
yeah, man. Let's fucking do it. It'll be
Take
fun.
it easy, man.
All right, see you guys
later.
Laters, dude.
All right, and fuck, I don't have my mask near me right now. I threw it and I can't find it. My Dalek mask. So we got a $49.99 super chat. It says, "Love you guys. God bless and keep up the awesome work. You are more inspiring than you'll ever know," says Morgan Naslin for $49.99. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here, for supporting us through this. Thank you for being sanity in this fucking ridiculousness. That it's funny, it's entertaining. Memology's been great. It's a gun. I mean, these type of channels clowning all this shit are a gift from the gods, to be honest with you. And we just need to keep this up and fucking stick together on this one. It's going to be tough. This is going to be a tough fucking fight for the next year or so. So dig your heels in, get comfortable, because everything just got fucking reset back to 2016. For $50. Hail, guys. You guys make my Friday special. Thank you to Kurtz Metzger and Quarter Black. Yeah, Quarter Black, thanks for coming on today, dude.
Hey. Thanks for having me on. I'm usually don't have time and I can't do it. But
no, I told you, no, just hit me up anytime you can. Hit me up. Looks like I'll be in Tejas in it looks like September is my first first time I go out and start seriously looking for a place to go.
Let me know, man.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, dude, when I
a lot of friends here.
When Mrs. Nerdrotic gives me the okay to make a video and just tell you how fucking fucked up the situation here is in San Francisco to small business owners, to female small business owners, and LGBTQ plus business owners. It's pretty fucked up. They're making a lot of enemies. A lot of enemies.
Do it. That's what I was saying last night on Comics Channel. We just need to start. I'm not saying use cancel culture, but just start using some of their own bullshit against them.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying last night. Is that we need to go and pressure these companies just like the SJWs do.
Yep.
We
cannot be the silent majority any fucking longer. We cannot sit and stand by. We gotta
stand up.
Call them racist. Call them whatever their fucking faces it's gonna take. Like I said, up to cancel culture. That's about all. I'll take it up to that line. But
we need to be as vocal as they are.
Agreed.
We don't need this stuff. We're not racist for this. We will not give you our money if you continue to call us racist. So we need to just fight back. And their businesses, they just want to make money for the most part.
Yeah, money talks and bullshit walks. So yeah.
Do you know who got my money? Optimus Prime.
Not the BBC, right, Al?
Optimus Prime. You know who's been getting my money is guys and gals on eBay supporting small businesses. That's exclusively who I'm buying from now.
I'm also paying hookers.
I can't do that because I'm happily married. But that's good. Hey, you are supporting. You are you are helping
local businesses.
Yes,
you are.
Yeah, the oldest industry in history.
I appreciate that.
I said to the last one. I said I really hope that you appreciate that I am supporting local business. And she said,
You said,
and I said,
that's high praise.
Don't talk with your mouth full. It's rude.
It's rude.
I mean, there might be small businesses, but
you're not getting the tip.
No manners. Oh, she got the tip.
Oh, okay.
Just the tip.
Indeed.
Just the tip.
I'm the chef. That was no.
Marion
I'm here
from
for a reason,
Norway, by the way. Marion is a longtime supporter. She is awesome. For 55 Norwegian krona, says, gotta say, that's a bad, awesome panel tonight. This is the way. Thank you, Marion. You're the best. You're the best. Ian Slater for $5. Question to the panel. Is the she who will not be named channel a Trojan horse situation for something bigger? Thoughts? Am I wrong to think this? And the Brie apocalypse, the larcening guys, do you think is she here because she's a fucking narcissist, or is there a lot? I think it's just image. I think it's to try and boost her image leading up to.
I think it was pre-planned.
She's trying to boost her image.
Mm-hmm.
She got nothing else to do.
Well, look at it this way. Look, you guys, biggest celebrities in the world aside, you go into YouTube and what celebrities probably trend more than anybody on YouTube because we all make videos about her and so do everybody else. Brie Larson. And if you've seen Robot Head's video, he points out how many times she promotes or talks about YouTube in general, and it's like sickening. There's no way YouTube's not behind this. They picked her for a reason. She was picked on purpose.
I think you're right.
Is completely YouTube
doing
it.
There's nothing organic about this. No.
Yeah,
I know, right? And Robot Head, that's somebody we need to get on. I have not.
Yes, I'll get it. That's a great fucking video if you guys have not seen it.
Yeah, it is.
And this is what's funny about this. He has almost 300,000 subscribers, has never had a video demonetized. All of a sudden, this Brie video gets demonetized.
What?
And and he can't even fucking fight it.
Oh, dude, no.
Wow.
No, my superheroes, cancel culture comes for superheroes. Demonetized.
Really?
And I didn't get a chance to review it. No, it was like they decided on it. I've said saltier stuff.
Wow.
I don't get demonetized. I don't mean to sound like a dick or anything. I just don't. And the rare occasion live streams get demonetized, but none of my videos, like zero. I've always been able to turn it over, but dude, and yeah, it's demonetized, and it's got a little bit of Brie in it, just a little bit of Brie in it.
Wow.
Typically, all my live streams get demonetized. On occasion, I'll have a video get demonetized. Specifically,
Do you fight it?
Do I fight it? I need to.
No, yeah, because if you don't fight it, the algorithm will not learn, and they will continue doing it. You're still up and coming, so it's still learning your channel. You need to fight it every single time. Because the worst that can happen is they say no. It doesn't harm your channel or anything. And usually they overturn it like 9 out of 10 times. You think, oh, this one's pretty salty. We've had like Friday Night Tights has one demonetized that's stuck that's on this channel, and the other one that it went over to fucking Nerdrotic Live, and it's fine. But live streams get demonetized.
There's no consistency.
No.
Oh no, because it's different people in different places.
Yeah.
And again, it all depends, and that's the shitty part is it all depends on somebody's political background or religious background or however they see things, and one person can vote one way or the other, and they won't tell you what it is. That's the other problem.
This one's probably demonetized. Let me check.
My live streams get pretty political, so that's probably the reason why they get demonetized.
This one has to be demonetized. Hang on. I'm going to check real quick. And I bet you if I fight it, it will win. Let's go see. Boom, 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 boom. You know, I was wondering where Perry Chan got all the, those weird noises I was making. And I'm like,
there you go.
Oh,
it's when you read stuff.
Oh, we're demonetized, ladies and gentlemen.
Surprise, surprise.
Yes, and I'm going to fight it. I'm going to
And water is still wet.
Hey, that's racist. That is racist.
And we will
I'm
see.
disappointed.
I am very disappointed too. So, we just got $100 Australian super chat. Whoa, holy shit! For the cause, hail from D.
Yeah,
thank you, D. That's awesome.
Just gave us the
Back
D.
at you.
That's awesome, man.
It's taken care of. Now, I know like Nick Barucci watches the live streams and stuff. I listen. We had the guy, and I'm not gonna. It looks like they did give to the organization, but did you see what I was sharing earlier, everyone? Where Mags Visaggio was saying that Dynamite donated to Comicsgate channels. So they're getting it from both ends. And that's what this is the situation a lot of these companies are in, and it's easier to bend the knee to the SJWs. In their minds, now it's dumber, and in the long run, it's way more damaging to their company than it is bending the knee to people like us, and not because we don't need you to bend the knee. We just want you to be neutral. We just want to keep
need you to
giving
not
money.
bend the knee. That's it.
Right.
So you're actually companies. You need to fucking wake up to this shit and be like Dynamite and ignore it. Just fucking ignore it. Don't worry about what people say about donating. Just be consistent. Don't stifle free speech. And I personally would not. I would be very careful where I donate to, because nowadays everybody's paying attention. So that would be my only advice: is if you're donating to somebody, people are watching right now. Everybody's watching your every single move. Especially if you hire somebody like Gail Simone. Listen, when they hired Gail Simone, they probably didn't see her as that much of a problem, but now the Whisper Network thing is out by Bleeding Fool. I mean, it's fucking out there now. There is no question. She has been instrumental in getting fucking rid of people in the industry that she just flat out doesn't like. And Ethan already told a story of her fucking over an editor at DC just because she felt like it. I mean, that's the kind of person she is. She's not nice. Just not a good. Good people don't do that shit. And she could be redeemable. Stop acting like that. Apologize. Treat fans with
No,
respect.
Gary, no,
Yeah.
no. You can't redeem somebody who's been like this for so long. It's ingrained in them.
It's ingrained.
Well, in their eyes, you can't be
got some
redeemed
stories.
I
anyway.
hate to think that though. I hate to think that because like
I know, I do, but
You want to
she's-
think people
she's
can
been-
come back.
She's been at this for too long, doing all this stuff. This is the whole reason why she got in the industry in the first place, and all she's done is create a whisper network to continue it with others and gang up to ruin people's lives.
No,
This person is irredeemable. She's irredeemable. She's cancerous. She needs cutting from the industry.
I would say that she's irredeemable because she makes herself irredeemable. She would never show the
would agree with
desire
that.
to
Yeah.
try to be redeemed. I mean, she looks like
It
a
was
very
her
unhappy
agency.
person.
Seriously,
Her
if former
agency allowed
neo-Nazis
her
can
to be-
find redemption, so can her, but she needs to seek that out.
Yeah.
Which she's not going to do. That's the thing.
Never. So you're
Redemption
right.
has to come from within.
Yep. You have to want it, and she will never want it. She will. I mean, I hate to say this, God, it sucks because I mean, what a waste of a life. It's so, especially if you're like an atheist, right? You're here once and that's it. Why would you spend it being a miserable cuss?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cosplay pornography has more integrity than all Hollywood comic movies. Said Luger long last
It's more
name.
screen accurate. I mean, right? It's more like the comics.
Yeah, Kinsey Taylor is my Captain Marvel. Hail Kinsey Taylor. And good job to my man Lethal Lightning for getting Axel Braun on and stuff. Well done, sir. I like Lethal. He's a good dude. Twitter has ruined society from the great Yellow Flash. By the way, if you are not subscribed to Yellow Flash, please do so. He does a couple videos a day. He's a solid dude. I like the cut of his jib. He's pretty smart. He calls it like it is.
He's got a great channel.
Great fucking channel. He's like zero bullshit from that dude.
Yep.
So that's why we like him. These lunatics are not leftists. They are progressive fascists. Get it right. I know some people who are a little left and some are liberal. They are awesome. Absolutely. Nody One.
Yeah, sure.
We've always said that, but here's the problem. I mean, the SJWs are left. They're uber left. They're uber left.
Yeah.
I don't think they're normal left or I hate saying SJWs. I hate saying NPCs, but what else? NPCs.
What else do you call them?
Yeah, NPCs I think is way more accurate. Because
I
they're not
call
about
them
justice.
progressive authoritarians. Is
Yeah.
what I've been calling them lately.
Yeah, I mean,
Just call them what they are, fascists.
fucking fascists. Yeah, you know what? That's
Well, they're authoritarians.
I-
Cancel culture is fascism.
I agree with that. I think fascist is a good thing to call them from now on.
Yeah.
I fucking totally agree with you. For the cause, hail again from D. Appreciate.
What the hell's going on with Tom's fucking...
Free Kodak Black for $100.
He's on the moon.
Yo, Mr. Gary, heard Spielberg is in the Epstein's flight logs. Probably explains why his daughter's doing porn. You think he brought the babysitter with him to Fantasy Island? When's that crazy white man Razorfist going to be on this show? Soon, dude. Soon. No,
Yeah, dude, you got to get Razorfist
no,
on.
he's okay, man. I gotta admit, he's kind of a star to me, a rock star to me. I've been watching him for a long time.
He
and
is.
I've been kind of chicken to reach out, so I'm gonna reach out. I'll reach out because I heard he's open to it. I heard he's totally open to it. So, I fucking love Razorfist, man. The last couple
he's
months,
great.
he has been absolutely on point. So, yeah. Thank you for the $100. And Spielberg and Tom Hanks, and there's been a lot of hearsay, we'll say. Can't prove anything. Spielberg was a legend to me. Absolute fucking legend. He was a god. Him and Lucas were gods to me when I was a kid. Spielberg was a man of the people. His fucking Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Jaws, Poltergeist, which he practically directed, E.T. I mean, that he knew suburban America. Like he was there. It's like he was taking a slice of our lives. So whatever fucking happened to him, I don't know. He used to be ostracized in Hollywood. Remember, he was an outsider. They wouldn't give him Academy Awards, and I fucking liked it that way. But I guess he, praised Moloch at fucking Bohemian Grove or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did some kind of sacrifices.
Kate Capshaw is the Yoko Ono of film, basically. That's the way I see it. So, and I'll stick by it. She started dating him at Temple of Doom, and he went to shit after that. I mean, Last Crusade was good, but don't get me wrong. But
Last Crusade was amazing.
It was fucking
Schindler's
good.
List was good.
Yeah, I loved Last Crusade. I did. I saw it with
In
Mrs.
full
Nerdrotic.
disclosure, that is his stepdaughter, by the way, or something like that. But yeah,
That's his daughter.
I thought it was a stepdaughter.
She's adopted. She was
adopted?
Still a daughter.
Okay, I didn't know that part. But
she's adopted. She's officially his
Adopted?
daughter. Yeah.
That's a little weird.
No, I don't think he's got any real kids of his own. I think they are all adopted kids.
Max.
Does he
I thought
have
Max
one?
was his? I thought Max was his real kid.
I didn't know.
I
I heard
could
he
be wrong,
adopted like
but-
9 kids.
Damn.
Right?
Well, that's possible.
Like a baseball team. You know?
Yeah.
Or like a
Well,
Harry.
George Lucas keeps adopting.
I can't
kids,
not
too,
think of like
George
the
Lucas is,
conspiracies. It creeps me out.
It's sterile. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah, he's, as they say, I have a narrow urethra, as he says.
Yeah. Well, I mean, passion.
Shooting blanks.
But science gave me a real kid now.
I'm
Cloning?
trying to catch up here. Attack of the Clones would take a whole new meaning then.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that part.
Clone army.
Gary, that sounds like the Maoist struggle sessions. Yeah, what we were talking about earlier. Yep. Thank you, Stargate 404 for $2. What do you expect from people with $100,000 gender studies degrees? The Motley 1969 for $5. Exactly what we're fucking getting right now. We have have a country filled with too many of these motherfuckers. One of these days I gotta start. I don't want to. I want to talk shit about my ex. I really don't. She took a women's studies class. We'll just leave it there. Gary, you a fan of Miracle Man? Will Gaiman ever finish his arc? Yes and no. Why do you think Gaiman came out in such defense of George R.R. Martin? Because Gaiman's got a bunch of shit unfinished too.
Yep.
No, you know what? Ask Jon Favreau if he'll ever finish fucking Viva Las Vegas. It was a 3-issue miniseries, and we just need the last comic. And it was great. It was fucking great. Fing, fing, boom in Las Vegas. Mark Mardisonian for $5. It's a Ponzi scheme based on merit, but colleges sell people that it's based on earning the degree. Degrees are going to be more useless than ever. Just saying.
And there are
Get a trade, people. Learn a trade.
Trade, yes.
Trade.
That's something I've been telling anyone who asks me about college. I was like, don't go to college. Go to some place to learn a trade.
Apprenticeship. Yeah,
Yep.
get an apprenticeship.
You can spend less money taking online courses now to learn technology.
Yeah. If you can just basic.
You learn a trade, you're going to be invaluable.
Basic automotive class. You're right. As automotive technicians, electric car or gas, they need them so bad. There's such a shortage of mechanics right now. They make $100,000 a year. You can make $100,000 a year working on cars.
Yep. Damn.
And you get full benefits. They're dying for people. If you are a female mechanic, you are a unicorn, and they'll probably pay you double just because you got boobs. They will, especially Tesla. If you want to work, if you want an easy, it's Tesla. I mean, it's got its problems on the service level, but it's not as hard as working on a regular car. And yeah, you make a ton of money. Learn a trade. Actually, I hate to say this, learn a fucking code. They are paying
IT, man.
Yeah, that's going to be really important. Yeah.
Honestly, DevOps, which is the area where I work, that is a really hot market. And I've been programming for years, and my pay just escalated once I got into DevOps. And there's lots of resources online where you can learn this for the cheap. You don't need to go to traditional college anymore to learn this stuff. You can get a certification probably within like 3 months and spend maybe $100 or so for online resources.
Yep. There's courses. that you can sign up for coding, and then they will place you. I mean, you got to pay a little extra, but they will place you. And they're sponsored by the companies here. And believe it or not, people are still fucking coming here to work. Like,
learn
it's
cloud
nonstop.
technologies, Azure, AWS, Google.
Quarter Black Garrett, you should sell Crowder on The Last of Us 2 as garbage. Change my mind. Dale Fode for $10.
I don't know if he do that.
I don't think he gives a shit about that stuff.
He doesn't know. If I said it, he'd just make fun of me for liking video games in general.
Yeah, there you go. That answers your question right there. Hail Friday Night Tights crew. Thanks to Gary for the BBC stream the other day. You're welcome. Bagging and borging and bagging and borging.
Assimilated some people.
Borging.
The other day, I was really depressed, and you all turned my frown upside down. Laser Beam Hawkins, that's awesome to hear. And I mean,
It was a good bagging, boarding, and chatting stream.
Oh my god, yeah. I got some more stuff ready for the next one.
Well, I only bagged half of the stuff that I have.
Oh shit!
So I got the other half.
2000 AD. Like old school 2000 AD.
Like pamphlets.
You mean like
Hey, okay. What's the Doctor Who comic now? I keep seeing them on eBay. I haven't bought them because I don't know what the fuck they are. But it's called TV. What's it called again?
Radio Times.
Not Radio Times. It's TV something. It's John Pertwee. Yeah, TV Action. Is that what the hell is it? Is it like is it a magazine or yeah, it says TV Action, and it's like these John Pertwee. It looks fucking awesome, but I don't know what they are.
These are like relatively new figures. Are you talking about figures?
No. TV Action. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. Because I don't know if these I don't know what they are. I don't know if it's a magazine or what.
Oh yeah. I know. It's got John Pertwee on it. Yeah.
Yeah, is that?
These are old.
Is it like a color supplement? And oh my god.
Yeah, this run from 71 to 73.
Holy shit! Look at this cover, dude. Hang on. Hang on. This is going to be problematic for everybody. Trigger warning. Trigger warning.
Oh my goodness.
That's amazing.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
I think I gotta pass out.
Awesome.
Look at the bottom though. Who is the enemy? That's
awesome.
Yeah.
So is that a magazine or is it a supplement? Okay, okay, all right. Yeah,
£5. Yeah, it's a magazine they run from 71 to 73.
Get fucking these things, man. I'm like,
I'll have a look for you, mate. I'll have a look for you.
Yeah, thanks. That's fucking the shit. That art is great, by the way.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. They don't do art like that no more.
No, they fucking don't.
No more. Sad.
Hang on, I gotta send a message to my producer. That sounded awesome, didn't it?
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, dude, there's some on your eBay in America right now.
They are?
Yeah, they're in eBay America right now. TV Action magazine. That's what you want to put into eBay. And there's a shit ton of John Pertwee.
Oh, fuck.
There's tons of it, but it's expensive.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's a ton of it.
No purchasing during show. That's I'm not supposed to do that. Mrs. Nerdrotic would not be very happy if I'm eBaying.
No.
Period. All right, so
I just totally.
I do that too much. That's why I'm not gonna be able to eat next week.
Yeah. But no. But the Invisible Man for $5. Huge fan of Miracle Man, which is pretty much the basis for The Boys. And just every superhero gone bad kind of thing kind of came from that, in my opinion. Irredeemable by fucking fuckhead Mark Waid, which is a really good comic. I hate to say it, but it is. But the art kind of sucks in it. But the story is like the last good Mark Waid story. God, I would if the guy. Oh, I used to like him so much. I used to be the biggest.
I know, dude. You're kind of going through my emotion with it.
Yeah.
My favorite miniseries, Kingdom Come of all time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I keep getting told, hey, don't feel too bad because Alex Ross did most of the writing for that, not Mark Waid.
Ah, okay. I can. Get
So I
behind
think
that.
I can maybe start to love it again.
See,
Maybe.
Alex Ross is known to be almost as big as an asshole as Mark, but he doesn't do it public,
Oh.
so it doesn't matter.
Oh, well, that's fine then.
Yeah, he does it privately. I don't give a shit. But
Yeah.
uh,
We can all be an arsehole.
yeah.
It's just how you are an arsehole and
Yeah.
who you are and how you project it. We're all arseholes.
Mhm.
We can all
Yeah,
be arseholes.
I agree.
Right.
I agree.
So something tells me if he's not doing it out in public, then he's actually not as big an arsehole as let on.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Ian Slater for $5. I wonder what is the deep philosophical tenement of woke culture. It's not just down to patriarchy. There has to be more. Nope. No, there isn't more. It's just about tearing something apart. Nothing more than that. It's not even about patriarchy. It's about being against a bunch of shit and not for anything.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's an individual reason. It's a bunch of individual reasons because there is an epidemic in this country, insecurity, opioids. I can lay it on you. Fucking parenting has been shitty. Our education system has become indoctrination, and this fucking nation has forgotten what it's like to even be grateful for fucking anything. And
yeah,
you know what? Even one thing I learned in recovery, even a homeless person has something to feel grateful for. You can find something. You're alive. You ate. You know, and we keep comparing ourselves to other things that are unachievable. And there's so much fucking wrong that we are constantly hearing, but we're never hearing about like what's right, like what does work, because the world is equal parts beautiful and shitty. It just depends on the day. And guess what? If you go through your life and half your life was pretty good, that's fucking awesome. Half your life was good. I mean, like, we're a little ball. We're stuck to this ball floating around in space right now with this thin layer of atmosphere, like, keeping us alive. And we're here. We're still here. And what are we doing?
We're mainly starving. You know, there's no mass wars across every nation. You know, it's literally, if you look at the stats, we are in the most peaceful time in all of written history.
Yep.
It's pretty
nice. That's something to appreciate too. I mean, look at where we are at now compared to where we were like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah,
we have, for the most part, solved our survival problem, and we've gone and started inventing new problems, which is kind of dumb. But
wars are there? How many?
Right, between just tribes of people, there's not. Like,
how many countries are at war right now? I mean,
together.
I honestly don't know. There might be a couple, but this has been the most peaceful time, and I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow some climate change people's mind. By the way, climate's always changing. That's fine. I totally agree with that. We are in the most tempered climate in known history ever. This is the nicest and warmest our climate has been, and it's been the last 12,000 years ever. Okay, there's a bunch of ice ages and stuff. So, like, enjoy it while it lasts. One of my fucking
appreciate it.
One of my hobbies is looking into like past cataclysms. I know it's a thing. It's a hobby.
Oh, I was going to say Gil's Windows.
No, that's well, I'm not going to say that one out loud. I also like watching people sleep, but you
just
know,
a royalty here.
No, I'm into Randall Carlson and all that shit.
Thing,
yeah, and this planet's been through like some crazy shit recently. Yeah. I found one video where they found a bunch of asteroid, like Lower Egypt. So there was the old kingdom and the new kingdom between the pharaohs, and they never knew really. They lost the records. They don't know what happens, but they don't know what happened. But it looked like there was like a bunch of asteroids or little pieces of a comet hit Egypt during that time, fucked them all up, changed the whole country. But it wasn't big enough to destroy like the world or anything. But if you look at the southern part of Egypt, there's a bunch of like little little meteors. So you never know when it's all going to be fucking over. So
it's funny. One of my physical one of my physical anthropology teachers, she swears that we're in a lull in the ice age. And that was back in the 90s.
We're not in.
I mean, it goes back and forth.
Well, if you look up if you want to have your mind blown, look up the Younger Dryas era, where it was Ice Age. Then for 1,000 years it was an Ice Age, and then for no reason whatsoever, Ice Age started over again, and then it ended it that quick, and it was because we got hit by a bunch of comets. Which are part of
Randall Carlson, man.
Yeah, look into Randall Carlson. It's scary and fascinating. 80 years ago today, the Battle of Britain started. Imagine how our world would have been had we lost it. We can't allow SJWs to become the new fascism.
We were really, really close to losing the Battle of Britain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If we didn't come up with a Spitfire, we were fucked.
Spitfire's fucking awesome, by the way.
We were absolutely done. If we didn't get that, the Luftwaffe would have done us. Would have done us over.
Cosmic Crater Girl, the girl that you see, right there. By the way, that's by Derek Robertson. He drew that. She flies around in a space Spitfire. She does.
Nice.
Yeah.
Just like thingamajig Doctor Who.
Yeah. I mean, Cosmic Crater Girl's somewhat based on like Tank Girl and Jet Girl. So, I mean, yeah. Melissa came up with the character, and then Derek designed her, and there's a whole backstory. It's
Danny Boy.
Cool. Yeah.
Danny Boy in Doctor Who.
Danny Boy. Aw. And he came back too. He did.
He came back, for the end with a space Spitfire with lasers.
Fucking those are badass. I want a Spitfire for my ceiling. I gotta get one. So, where does Kanye West fall into the social norm? Says Muffet for ask Muffet for $5.
Fucked if I know.
Every society needs a Kanye West. Court gesture. No, I don't think he's dumb or anything at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh no.
I think
he knows what he's doing.
He does.
I fully support his run for presidency. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, he might get my vote.
Yeah.
80 years ago today.
I got a question.
What?
What's he gonna do with all that power?
I don't know. Is it racist to say black people
I'll get my coat.
be racist? Sorry, I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the super chats. Was I missing something?
I was just waiting it out to see how long that stretch of
What
silence
did you
would
do? Did you? I was looking at the super chats. I'm not looking at the screen.
Gary doesn't even know. Gary doesn't even know.
Well, I got to look at it on the delay now. Hang on. What were you doing?
No, Gary, you don't even know what happened.
I don't. I see you look away.
Gary, what did I ask you?
No.
What did I ask you, Gary?
I can't remember now. Dude, I'm fucking...
He doesn't know,
6
does he?
hours
He
into
doesn't
a live
know.
stream.
He doesn't know.
Do you know how many drugs I did in the 80s? I dropped an ocean of acid. Jerry Garcia would be embarrassed about how much acid I've done. Like, I'm surprised I know my name. What did I miss? I'm gonna have to go back and watch the whole fucking thing now. Fuck off,
dude. I quoted Kanye to you.
I don't know Kanye.
Yeah, what? Yeah. I figured you were quoting Kanye. I had no
all
idea.
That power. Oh, hey, oh.
Okay, I've seen Kanye once.
Like one of his most
at
famous
Coachella. Songs. It was the worst performance I've ever fucking seen, and he did a.
He's really bad live.
He did a 9-minute cover of "Take on Me," where he tried to sing it.
What?
It was fucking terrible. I'll find it. Hang on. Let's see.
That's a hard song.
It is really fucking awful. If you were there at Coachella, I think it was 2009. You guys you'll know what I'm talking about.
Did it feel like that span of silence after Az made that joke? Must have felt like that.
I'm sorry. Az, I did not mean to leave you hanging, buddy. I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Take on me. Was it 2011?
I feel better now. You had no clue what was going on.
No, it wasn't 2011.
I'm going to carry on buying off eBay.
I'm going to keep shopping, damn it.
I'm going to keep shopping on eBay.
So as what Lego set do you have behind
2006.
Oh, that is the 1966 Lego Batman cave.
Nice.
Or I should really say the Batman Batcave from Batman 1966. It's not made in 1966.
No, I knew what you're talking
The
about.
set included, I mean, he did Gold Digger, which was cool. I like that. Al Green and Aha. So it was 2006. So I got to find that one. Oh my fucking God, is it bad? It is so fucking bad. We were laughing.
We gotta search for this shit.
We were laughing our asses off at it. Yeah, there it is. Kanye West, 2006, Coachella. Is it? I don't know if he's singing Aha though. Hang on. I might get in trouble for this.
It's already demonetized.
It kind of is already. This is fine. He started 80s dancing, you know, like the 80s dancing,
No.
and then he started singing Take On Me, but he couldn't get the voice high, so he just sounded monotone and fucking terrible.
Take me on.
Kanye, 2006, Coachella. It's gotta
Just
be
put
more
Take
than
On
that.
Me. Put Take On Me.
No. You know, fuck it. I'm not gonna look. That was a good year though. Like fucking Tool, dude. Tool was there. That was awesome. I like Tool.
Man,
All
the
right.
last time I saw
Is
Tool,
Coachella
they were
basically like your
terrible.
Glastonbury? Or
Yes. Yeah. It started with Golden Voice, and it started when Lollapalooza started dying down a little bit. So they just decided to throw it all at one place, and the first one had, you know, Jane's Addiction. I went to the first 11. I went to the first 11 Coachellas, most of them with Mrs. Nerdrotic. Had a good time until it got, then the movie stars started. Like, nobody used to go. It used to be just like normal people going. So you can get a ticket. It was just like Comic-Con. You could tailgate it's a giant polo ground in the middle of the desert near Palm Springs. And you could tailgate and freaking barbecue. It was awesome. And then all the movie stars started going, fucked it up immediately.
That's usually what happens, man.
Yep. All the fucking douchey hipsters started going, and you know, like no more mosh pit. The funniest one was when Bjork went. So it's Bjork, and Bjork's awesome. She's awesome, right? But it's in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, she's an odd sausage.
A bunch of Melissa loves her. Okay. And there's a bunch of like little gay boys with like butterfly wings in the middle of like 110-degree heat, like fainting. We had to crowd surf a bunch of little gay boys out so because they were fainting because they were all overdressed in the heat, and it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, dumb.
Kafka trapping, says Josh Crush for is like Kafka. That's like
Is it Kafka-esque?
Probably Kafka trapping. Are Kafkas a trap? Are traps Kafkas? I gotta remember.
Question for the ages.
That is. All right, we're winding
Dude,
down.
do you have an 8th Doctor, Big Chief?
Yeah. Right here.
Okay. Yeah.
I want the Big Finish one. I'd much rather have a Big Finish one where he's looking a little more modern and stuff. Or a Night of the Doctor. Why? It was Night of the Doctor. His special, which was fucking awesome for the 50th anniversary. I just got I got another Ninth Doctor because I'm going to make a custom Tenet in the Ninth Doctor's garb. Because I'm a fucking nerd. That's what I fucking do.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. I like the idea of that.
I'm also gonna try to make a 1/6 scale Bad Wolf TARDIS. We'll see if I can.
Nice. I'm selling one brand new for 200 quid. Brand new.
What? That's fucking. That's cheap.
Yeah.
Well, Doctor
You gotta
Who
make a
shit's
3D model and
worthless
send
now.
it to me. I can print it.
I can make. Yeah, I'm sure they exist. Doctor Who merch is dead. It's like it is. People are gonna start getting laid off very, very soon. If it wasn't for PPP here in the United States, it would have happened already. We'll just say that.
Yeah.
I might be losing
dude,
my insider.
If you find something, send it to me. I can print it out. That sounds like a project that sounds fun.
Oh fuck yeah, TARDIS, hell yeah! All right, we're gonna read a couple more super chats, and then we're gonna cut and run. It's been 6 hours. We lost a couple thousand viewers over the course of time. I think we were up at 5,000.
Yeah, we were over 5,000.
Yeah, up at 5. That was
We got a little more political than we usually do. We're not going to make a habit of that. But we had a comedian on, so like shit like that's going to happen.
I don't know. Yeah, it was hitting 5,000 when we were talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, dude, it's also 6 hours. We got fucking 28 people still sticking with it. 2,800 people.
Yeah.
28 people.
It's still pretty cool.
28 people we got would have been fine too.
28 people.
If Friday Night Tights. If Friday Night Tights had 28 people, that would have been rad. I would have been so fucking happy back in the day. So there we go.
Oh, dude, there's a big. Oh, there's a Paul McGann. Oh my God, there is a more. Forget it. Sorry,
don't say anything.
No,
it'll be gone. Sheila, Gary, did you see the SJW superhero cartoon on Twat? I did, Sheila Allen, and thank you for the $2 super chat. We want to end it with Eric K. Gary, your mic is low after your break for $2. Hopefully, I fixed it. Mark C. Some of my super chats go right through. Others get the circle of buffering death. Strange. It seems to happen when I use words that are allowed but not wanted. Yeah, Mark C. For $10, there is all kinds of censoring skullduggery going on YouTube, but we have to work within it because it's better to be here and work within their rules than not be here.
Whatever those rules may be.
It does follow my life philosophy. You got to play the game before you want to change the rules. You can't roll in thinking you want to change everything. That's an SJW. Real life happens to catch up with us, says Duck et Duck for $20 Australian. Yeah. My wife got fucked over by the mayor of San Francisco, and we're not victims. We're not people who like play the victim card. Like,
I got some.
She got legit fucked over. What's up?
You know the couple that got their guns out as the protesters walked past.
Yeah.
Yes.
They've had a warrant issued for their arrest.
Fuck off.
What?
Whatever.
Sorry. Whoa. Sorry. Correction. There was a warrant served on that couple, and weapons have been seized from their property, but they haven't been arrested.
What?
That's
For
bullshit.
What? You got to move out of these cities, folks.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So what the Democrats are doing, and there's Democrats there, so I'm going to say it. What the Democrat politicians in that area are doing, and they're trying to force shit to happen.
They are.
They are trying to force shit to happen. People, we need to vote all these people out. Anybody who was really to burn our country down because they want to gain some more political power or just get rid of the orange man, they need to fucking go now. They need to go now. Sorry. You know what? I'm not saying for or against, but if you're willing to like just sacrifice everything for basically what turns out to be a temper tantrum, fuck that shit. And I would have fought that. I would have said, hell no. No way.
Yeah. But Johnson, funnier breaking news.
Fuck. I don't know. I honestly don't know what makes up for that.
You can handle.
Well, I think this will make up for it.
I doubt it.
Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe are, inverted commas, seriously considering holding a rally outside of Universal Studios in an attempt to get the Dark Universe off the ground. It worked for the Snyder Cut, so why can't it work for something better? Said Crow.
That's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Crow, did you ever watch the movie? Did you ever watch that movie you were in?
Yeah. Red Letter Media fucking ripped that one pretty good. So
yes, they did.
That was, by the way, folks,
so
that
bad.
was satirical. That wasn't.
It must be. Yes. Alex Kurtzman.
You can't tell anymore.
I know that's just it, though. You can't tell.
No.
If I didn't say
Can't
anything,
tell.
I bet you could have just taken it as fact.
I would have believed it.
Clown world, man.
Clown
That's the reason
world.
why we live in clown world.
Yeah.
When the Babylon Bee starts sounding like the real world, it's fucking Clown World.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the Babylon Bee sounds like a legitimate news source.
It sounded ridiculous because it's like, what? These are too real.
Yeah.
Pispic, PSIPIC Saint for 10 pounds. Hi, Gary. My first graphic novel, Stitch Walker, should be with you in the next few days. Check it out and keep up the good work. Chaps, regards. Okay, so it's called Psypic Saint. Psypic Saint. Awesome. Cool. I'll keep an eye out for it. I hit my P.O. box last week and haven't been able to crack open much. And it's been on the next to the table, and Mrs. Nerdrotic's getting kind of pissed, but rightly so. Hail to the Azcalites, and may Azdaha smile on us all, says Clipper for 2 pounds. Back Sins of the Fae on Indiegogo. Back now. Get a runic decoder bookmark and be a good part of the adventure. Buy the book, read the runes, and dare to dream. Says Buddy Lord for $5. That's awesome. In Southern California, it's 90, and they make us eat it on the asphalt. Stargate 404 for $2. Where are you? Oh, I know where you are. I watch you sleep, Stargate. Yeah, well, I'll be in Southern California soon. Okay, we're going to end it here. This is the last one. Hail the 10th Doctor for $10. Hail Garrett, hail Kurt, hail everyone. Recently watched Lord of the Rings extended cuts and shed manly tears multiple times. Those darn speeches will get you, man.
I'm finishing it. Oh, it's so good. It holds up 100%. Swear. Go watch it. It's so good.
It's the greatest trilogy ever made. And
100%.
when the days have gone down in the West. Where's the horse and the rider? King Theoden's speech is so applicable, and right at the end he goes, "How did it come to this?" I mean, it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
So we're gonna end it there, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna go around the horn so everybody can plug their channels and Az can pass out, basically. Poor guy. So we'll start with we'll do Az last, and we'll start with Comics Division.
Dick move.
Yeah.
Not cool.
So I got a lot of compliments on the new lighting. So thanks everybody.
Bisexual lighting.
No more bisexual lighting. Oh man. So I'm sorry. I'm behind on stuff. I have the lovely new PC finally working. So expect some videos coming out. I got a lot of shit I got to talk about, man. And again, starting with the whole thing with the Great Reset. So that unfortunately that was delayed because I was in the middle of working on my my Anthony Mackie video. So that's out. Look forward to that. Got a lot more stuff to talk about role playing games and the shit that's going on with Dungeons and Dragons. It's just it's depressing. Yeah. Dungeons and Dragons, man. It's
racist.
Yeah, it's terrible. Sensitivity readers.
You know what's fun? You know what sucks is Comics Division. It was the fucking douchey hipsters from Hollywood who came in and fucked it up, and they'll be gone. They're already starting to get tired of it. And
WotC, they fucked it up. Anyway,
they did. Tom, are you awake?
I'm always awake.
Plug your channel.
Yes. I am from Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark. My name's Tom. You can find me here, there, and everywhere. I'm always hanging around.
Awesome.
There's a hole in me. Look at that shit.
It is. Yeah, is that Snake Plissken?
It is Snake
Fuck
Plissken.
Yeah, Common Snake.
Dude, that's a sick. I like that shirt.
Common Snake.
Quarter Black.
Yo, what's up? Thanks for having.
Oh, you're roboting.
I am
roboting.
Son of a bitch!
Now you're
the
back.
Fucking internet. Here, look. How about this? Go to my YouTube channel, sub there, and maybe eventually I'll have enough money to buy a new router, because that's what I need. Okay, so I appreciate you supporting my router problem. Speaking of that, go to my YouTube. I'm on Twitter. Gary, thanks for having me back on. It was a lot of fun.
Oh man, thanks for coming on. The show is always a blast. It's always fun hanging out with you guys and the chat. Any frozen
And eventually I'll get my internet fixed.
Yes.
Get a ubiquity router, man. Those things are solid.
Ubiquity.
If we're supporting people, if somebody wants to support my drug habit,
Oh, I'm fucked. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I think next week's probably the week I'm going to die live on air. I got a big bag of Citadel paints here, folks. Because I found a channel. I found a channel and they painted something that I really liked. And I decided to buy these very specific Citadel ones. And I'm going to try and recreate how they paint Black Legion Space Marines. So that's going to start happening from next week. Tuesday is the first of the new series with me and Robert Meyer Burnett as we go through the Prisoner TV series, which is going to be an absolute doozy. Monday,
cool.
I'm going to be on our Purple Valkyries channel in the afternoon. Wednesday, I'm looking at houses. Thursday, I've got to absolutely confirm, but Thursday's booked in with Lady Alchemy coming onto the channel as well. I'm about 500 subs short of 245,000. So if you haven't subbed, can you please jump over and sub on the channel and get me there? Because I'm bored and I want to look at some stats.
Yeah, I broke down. Yeah, it's I've been doing that lately. I kind of ignore them most of the time, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm really tired.
I'm sorry. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate you. You can bail anytime you want.
Make your ring on, man.
My name is Gary
It's good
Beekler.
fun.
I am from Nerdrotic. I thank you all for tuning in. I would like to thank, I'm going to bring her in. Lady Gravemaster. I don't know if she's still awake. Our producer.
I am.
Thank you. Great job tonight.
Here for you guys.
Everybody. Applause.
Jazz hands.
Yay, producers.
Yay.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll have to try and overnight, I don't know, IVs of caffeine to Az or something. So he can,
I got a sip left, buddy. Little Pete's coffee there says.
Yeah, look at that.
Or I can send you some Snowflame. He's the cocaine-powered.
Oh my God! You have a Lego Snowflame. That is amazing.
Snowflame.
That's great.
Snowflame. All right. So thank you, Lady Gravemaster. Great job. And
you guys did all the hard work.
It's not hard. It's easy. Well, yeah, it's kind of easy talking for 6 hours in a row. I won't pass out right after this either. I sometimes I fall asleep right here when it's done.
I have got to be up at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, go to bed.
Because I got to go and pre-order the Indomitus box set from Games Workshop, which goes on pre-order tomorrow.
Well, I hope you get it.
Thank you, everybody. I love all of you, too, in the chat. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
And no, we'll get you on, buddy. We'll get you on, no. Tartazone. I know you were joking on Twitter, but we'll get you on. And we're gonna bring some up and coming channels on. We're working on it. So everyone have a great night. Remember Modrotics, by the way. Modrotics, according to Christy, Tartazone. I gotta thank the Modrotics.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You've been working hard.
Big round of applause for Mark Lazurth, Eric K, according to Christy. Who else was up
Chris
here?
Persia was out there.
Chris Persia, the Canadian wrench. Yes. Nyla Shadow, Sheila Allen. Thank you all for being here. EVS popped into chat. Sorry we didn't bring you on, but we're gonna get EVS back like soon, like very, very soon. Hail EVS. And yeah, please like, share, and subscribe. Not all who wander are lost. And may the wings of liberty never lose a feather. And now I'm gonna go clumsily to our outro. So, bye everybody.
Nerdrotic.com.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Nerdrotic.com. Please subscribe.